science on our side. Flat Earth beats on, it's all pretend. But facts will get high. Get ready for a smackdown. Get ready for a smackdown. They'll lie while the earth spins around. Watch out for smackdown. They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I'm your host, MC Toon, and it is going to be a dilly whacker. I don't know the right word for what it is going to be, but it is going to be something tonight. There's a ton that's happened. I've kind of held my tongue on some topics, but I think it's time to not hold anymore. Anyway, let me start off by saying that today on his Telegram server, your favorite and mine, Jaren Campanella, had a rant saying he left Flat Earth. So one step at a time, Jaren, loving it. It was he got fed up with all of the drama, the trash, the people attacking him, all that stuff. He sent me some screenshots of different people making accusations about him, like saying he's going to go to hell and saying that he did a deal with the devil and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm like, welcome to the club. Save them for later. They'll make a good stuff. Anyway, maybe we'll talk about that later. But good for Jaren. Number two here, number one. That's number like 12. Number one. This weekend, I'm going to Lake Tahoe to make over a year ago. If you saw this on my Conspiracy Tunes channel, over a year ago, a flat earther challenged anybody to view all the way across Lake Tahoe with a P1000 dock to dock, no higher than 10 feet. And he says he can get a P1000 and zoom in on the other side. I said, I'll accept that bet. Well, it's been over a year. I've had the money in escrow. I've shown cash. He has avoided it. So I'm like, well, obviously he doesn't have the courage or the money or whatever. He's running away. So I'll go to Tahoe. I'll bring my wife. We're having a weekend away. So little double duty here. While we're there so that's going to be on Saturday morning, and we're going to go to the dock. I'm going to live stream and say, where are you at, Jack? You knew about this. You've been running for a year. Friday night, the 10th of January 2025 in Carson City, Nevada, 6:30 p.m. Flat Earth Pizza is the name of the restaurant. The guy knows that we're coming. I've cleared it with him. I need an RSVP, but you are welcome to come. Everybody's invited. Over flat, whatever. Just let me know. mctoon@mctoon.net. I've got a few people that have already sent an RSVP. My wife will be there. So if you've got a wife, or if there's ladies that are interested, I'm sure she'll be relieved if there's any of that. Any other ladies that show up, they can. I don't know. I think she'd be happy to not be the only one. Anyway, but she'll be fine either way. She's super awesome. That's this weekend. So just a reminder, send me an RSVP, mctoon@mctoon.net. Vape. the controversy with vaping that the flatties have invented. So the flatties are all super confused about whether or not everything that we all of the footage is faked or not. They can't make up their mind. So the 360 time lapse that Dave McKeegan posted has a couple frames of Austin Witsit walking around, maybe vaping. It's hard to tell from the time lapse because you don't get a high frame rate. Until, well, today, because a real time video has been released showing all of it. Anyway, they can't be certain they can't make up their mind whether it's legit footage or all CGI or what. They don't know. So they think that because they've never been outside in the winter in a cold environment, they think that you always 100% of the time, if it's cold, you'll always see your breath. That's simply not the case. Lighting, temperature, humidity, your body, the temperature of your lungs, all affected. So anyway, I did a video. I released it earlier. I can't remember. Was it today? I think it was today. It was today. On that, no doubt, you can tell from the video, Austin was vaping while he was walking from the shed to where he was on camera. And when he was on camera, then he exhaled. You saw his breath once, twice. Second time you saw a little. Third time, nothing. And they're like, "You were vaping." And I say, yes, he absolutely was vaping, is what it looks like to me. There's no doubt about it. The question is, was he doing it to fake it, or doing it to show that there is breath? I don't think that he was intentionally. I'm some conjecture here. I don't think he was intentionally trying to fake a vape or fake a visible breath. I don't think that was his intention. But happy accident, says Icy Spin. I don't think that was his intention. There are two other times in the video that I pointed out where you could see his breath, and when he was not vaping. So there's no doubt that you can see your breath. And there's no doubt that he was vaping. So what does that prove? Well, it does not prove anything about fakery that the flatties want it to be. It does show that we definitely were in an environment that's cold, because you did see breath at times. So that's that. So a little bit of support to Austin, but a little bit of he was being misleading about it, I think. Because I think he didn't want somebody to know that he was vaping. That's between him and that somebody else. So anyway, this is about the crybaby stance that Austin has taken recently. He's gone on several different YouTube channels and just cried and cried and cried like a little baby. So I'm going to do one from last night where he cried a whole bunch and whined and complained about so many different things. But before that, I think you want to see, probably for context, before the things that I saw, the things that I know before going to Antarctica. So what did I know? Well, let me show you. I know that I got an email, and here's a copy of that email from Stephanie Taylor at ALE. I'll zoom in a little bit for you here. So this is the person at ALE that was our main contact in the days before the trip. So this is the Antarctic Odyssey is the name of the trip we were taking. And so this is the same email that everybody got. And just going over, you need to have medical evacuation insurance. You have they include a PDF of the clothing stuff that you need to have. And then this is the important one. This email, let me show you. This email I received on September 13. Austin probably received it. Austin, Jaren, multiple people probably received it earlier because their deposit had been paid earlier. And it was copied to, this is Will's email address. because he had initially done the forward of the email to me and Stephanie. So anyway, here we are. This is the important thing. Witsit did receive this. I want you to really be certain. Witsit received this email. All right. Flights and luggage. You must be in Chile 3 nights prior. We're going to collect check bags. Your check luggage allowance is 55 pounds. Excess luggage will be charged at the rate of $35 USD per pound. Payment for excess luggage must be made in Punta Arenas in US dollars, cash, prior to departure for Antarctica. I brought cash so that if my luggage was overweight, I would have some to pay. I did not plan on being over that amount, but I brought cash in case it was over that amount for some reason. Because I brought, and I'll show you in a little bit, I brought a carry-on, a personal item, and a check bag. And this is important. So here is this next one. Carry-on luggage is restricted to 1 bag per passenger and must fit under a standard airplane seat. So this here would be just my backpack, which is, where's my backpack? Oh, it's not here. I don't have it in the room here. So that would be just the backpack. I had gotten a carry-on before, and I'll cover that in a minute. So I was thinking, well, I might have to leave the carry-on. I might pay extra for the carry-on to be checked. I was going to decide when I got there and see what the actual limitations were. We knew that the numbers were kind of small for the Antarctic Odyssey, and so we're like, well, maybe we won't have to do this. We don't know, but we were prepared. I was prepared. So now I think I don't need to share more than that on this particular one. So anyway, if you're, this is standard boilerplate stuff here. So then this is from December 7th. I want you to see this. This was in the Telegram chat on December 7th. Here's from Will. Will sent this message. Everyone flying LATAM. That's everybody, because the flight from Santiago to Punta Arenas is LATAM, Latin American Airlines. Use the handbag allowance to get more luggage. No weight limit. I'm like, awesome. So before this, I had the backpack and a check bag. And I'll show you the larger version of this. So I had what they call a handbag in this instance, and a check bag. I did not have the carry-on bag. I looked at that from Will. I said, hey, I can bring another one. So I got these measurements. I went searching. I went to Walmart's website. I found Walmart has this on their website. Some that fit that. So I drove to Walmart. I picked that up like the day before, 2 days before, I think, when I was like packing. So I picked that up. So I had a personal item or handbag, my backpack, the carry-on bag, and the check luggage. So there it is. That's what I brought. And then I was thinking, well, I may have to pay extra if I bring extra stuff in the carry-on. I will be prepared for that. So that's what I was ready for. So there you go. There's the situation I knew going into the trip. And now brings us to the video from yesterday, this conversation from yesterday. So now I just want to make it clear. Witsit knew all of this stuff, or at least he had been sent all of this information. The email that I received, he received. The message in Telegram that I got, he's in that same group. I looked at all of these things. I spoke with Jaren about these things. I said, hey, what about this bag? I found a bag. He's like, yeah, that whatever. And he got a bag too, and things like that. We talked about these things. We knew. Jaren and I knew, at least. I don't know if Austin did. That's his responsibility. He's an adult, supposedly. That's what he wants people to think. So anyway, here is from yesterday. It's we have on the left Jaren, we got Witsit on the top right, we got Lisbeth on the bottom left, and this is Sean Griffin on the bottom right. For reference, I just want to say, none of these guys give much time to Lisbeth. They mostly just keep going and don't talk to her much. And I thought it was a little bit of a snub to her. She's not a well-known flat earther, but also, is it because she's a female and they're a bit misogynistic? You be the judge of that as you watch this. So anyway, this is almost 20 minutes in after the introductions and formalities and stuff. So so what is he upset about? Well, you will find out. Here we go.
And Mark came late. Mark was
late.
Yeah, Mark was late.
Just the way it worked out with the flights, just weird.
Yeah, no, he definitely made us travel. Come on.
I think.
Oh yeah, I missed it. I missed a little bit. I want to back it up. So they're whining about the flights.
Glovers were already there.
Oh yeah, all right. I missed that. Here we go.
Talk to her, get to know her and stuff, reassure her. And I felt like that was Duffy also showing it in good faith. Like, hey, listen, if you don't believe me, let me give you the person that actually has the information. And we put it together. And, ever since then, like, I felt more confident about it. And obviously through this process, I got to know Jaren and Witsit. So like, it made me more confident as the time went on to go on this trip.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad the three of you got to go together. It's a little bit better than even two. Different perspective for sure. So you went to Punta Arenas was your first meeting point before you actually flew over to the.
Well, me and Liz met up in Atlanta, and we flew our international flight together.
Okay.
But and then we landed in Punta Arenas, and
but the entire crew,
Glovers were already there.
They were already.
Glovers were already there. Glovers were already there. Now I want to remind everybody. I didn't look it up. I didn't grab a video because there were so many times before we went that Austin complained about how long it was. The entire trip was 11 days, maybe 12 days, something like that. And he was complaining so much about how long it was. He thought the whole thing was just going to be 5 days. This child did no research, didn't do any due diligence to figure out anything about the trip. Received that email in early September. He probably didn't read that said you needed to be there 3 days early. And then he's like, at some point, shortly before going, he's like, we're going to be there for that long? That's a long time. Like we knew that back, I think, in May. Right. But he could have looked at the details on their website. He could have, there's any number of ways he could have found out how long it was going to be, but he was whining and crying, poor baby, about how long it was going to be. That it was too long. It was longer than the 5 days he thought it was going to be. And now he's like, the Glovers were already there. So you could have said, hey, Will, I'd like to get there early. Could you shift my flight? I'll pay for the extra day of staying in a room there. He could have done that. He didn't. If he wanted to get there longer. So now listen to all of his whining and complaining about the being there a day early.
There. That's the question I want to ask real quick is, did you guys ask why conveniently all of the FE side was there the day after all the Glover side got there a day before?
Yeah, except for Jonathan, the director. He was there.
So, yes, myself, Will, and Jonathan all arrived in Santiago about the same time. And then we flew on the same flight from Santiago to Punta Arenas. 3 of us arrived in the afternoon of the 10th or the 11th. It was the 11th. Later that day, quite late, Critical Think and Dave McKeegan showed up. Dave McKeegan was early, and then Critical Think was later because he missed his connecting flight in Santiago. So that was it. Right? That one Flatty and myself, Critical Think, Dave, and Will. Right? Now, that did not include Mark and did not include any of the flat earthers. Now, what's all that about? Well, the main driving factor was that the flight from England is every other day. So Dave McKeegan had to get there that day, or he'd be late for that 3 days ahead of time. He wouldn't have been there in time. Now, Mark was, they pushed it. They got contacted ALE to say, can Mark come in? They're like, that's the absolute limit. He got there as late as possible. So Dave's flight was the one that determined when Will was going to be there. And so and I'm like, well, what day you getting there, Will? He said, this is the day. I'm like, I'll get there. I asked Critical Think what day he's getting there. He goes, this is the day. So that was what determined the day I got there. So I could have come a day later. I could have come a week earlier if I wanted, because I'm a big boy. And you can choose and you can say, hey, can we make some changes? I'll cover the difference. But he didn't do that.
And Mark came late. Mark was
late.
Yeah, Mark was late.
Just the way it worked out with the flights, just weird.
Yeah, no, he definitely made us travel. Come on. I think once he found out about the director, I mean, it could be debated. I mean, let's just say the story is exactly as we were told with the director, which it does appear it was. I don't know. They were like, oh, let's get him here. I mean, because if you're going to try to make a documentary, you want to talk to the guy, especially if it's a flight actor. So there's like, he's there, the Glovers are there. I will say that if we had got there a day earlier, it would have been a big benefit in hindsight. Right? We would have got to kind of chill a whole day and rest. Whereas we,
for the record, I was there a day earlier. I didn't chill and I didn't rest. Even that first night, I was up late. I was doing things. I was working on experiments. I was putting stuff in this book that night. I was outside with the camera. I was doing stuff that night. I did not sleep well until I got home. And even when I got home, I did not sleep well. My sleep schedule was all messed up. It took 2 days after I got back. So from before I left, because the night before, I was excited. I didn't sleep well. And all the way through to like the 23rd or 24th, I didn't sleep well. So, big baby there.
basically didn't. So Jaren and I basically didn't sleep at all.
Yeah. So what I've heard you say in other,
And you guys aren't even mentioning the part.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. I think there's a slight delay.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, you weren't even mentioning the part where we had to land in Santiago, had a long layover, met up with Jaren there, and then fly to Punta Arenas, then be shuttled to our hotel, and then be told, oh, guys, go take a shower, be ready in 20 minutes for dinner. Like, we had just...
So, for reference, again, they weren't told, they were invited. They didn't have to come. In fact, we're like, well, they're coming kind of late. They're probably going to be tired. It's not likely that they're going to want to come to dinner with us. So we were talking about, we were making plans on one or the other. And we did find a spot that they could, that could handle either all of us or just our smaller group. And then Will's like, oh, they're coming. Like, awesome. We'll get the big table. But they didn't have to. They were invited. We were being kind.
traveled for over 23 hours, and we literally got to our hotel and literally were told we needed to shower and get down for dinner, which is fine, a welcome dinner. But we literally had, from the moment we touched down in Punta, and actually from the moment that we all left our respective homes, we did not get proper rest. You know, you can't sleep good on a plane, long flights, travel fatigue, and then we get there and then it's like, okay, well, they all had a day to relax and everything, so of course they're all ready for dinner. We're dead tired, but you know, we're going to be a good sport and be like, all right, let's get ready, let's go to dinner. And you saw we went live every night in Punta Arenas, so like I think at the most we got like 3 to 4 hours of sleep, like every night, like every day.
Oh, yeah. I was getting like 2, but so then we go to the dinner.
But of course, they could have chosen to go to sleep earlier. We didn't force them to stay up late and do a live stream outside. They chose to do that. They're big people, right? You'll notice Jaren's not whining about this because Jaren's an adult, right? Somebody here is not an adult. Top right.
And they're already up there. And I tapped Jaren on the shoulder. I'm like, bro, like, look at the end of the table. There's literally a GoPro set up the stick. They're ready to record us with McToon's GoPro. So like we get there, immediately have to go eat and then go.
Please, it wasn't a GoPro. It's a DJI action cam. Even better.
GoPro. And that ends up being like this 3v1, 4v1 debate about flat Earth against me, effectively.
So, because basically that wasn't in the
He brought it up. We didn't introduce any debate topics. He wanted to.
Contract because you didn't want each other filming each other.
Yeah, so in the contract with Duffy, that specified. But so Jaren and I knew the whole time that they had signed the ALE contract, which says that you can't film any of the guests. Like, we respect the privacy of our guests. You can't film any of them unless you have express written consent. So default can't film them at all unless they give you permission in writing to film them. And then unless it's like a wide angle, they're in the background on accident, you can't really identify them unless they object to that. We knew that. We knew that the odds were maybe they didn't really fully read everything, and Jaren and I did look through everything, right? And we also knew that if they were going to be deceptive, say McToon was going to be deceptive, and he's like, oh, they think they're covered because they have a contract, but the contract's not with me, so I'll be able to record them. Or if you're going to be like deceptive and dirty like that, well, we know the truth. You overlook something, we'll just let you know when you're there. By the way, actually, you can't record us, right? And so that's what we were going to do. And we actually were cool. We were like, let's not kill the vibes of the first dinner. So we didn't say anything because our original plan was as soon as we get there, like, yo, can't record. So we actually sat there, let them record, eat the first dinner, just not to like bring this kind of tense thing up in the beginning. But Jaren and I knew the whole time we were covered, and that's why when people would ask me, wait, what about McToon? He's telling his people they're donating because they think he's going to be able to film you and document you the whole time. And I would just say like, stay McTooned. So,
yeah, I saw his broadcast walking around Punta Arenas after you guys had your blowout over this issue, and he looked pretty deflated. And I thought it was.
All right. So, for reference, Sean is jumping ahead here. So, on I arrived on the 11th. They arrived on the 12th. They arrived on the. No, subtract a day from each of those. Hold on, let me make sure. I flew out the 9th, arrived the 10th. They arrived the 11th. On the 12th, we went to ALE. We had a meeting there. And after the meeting, they wanted us to sign some additional binding agreements of some sort. Right? You'll hear a little bit now.
It's hilarious. His normal bravado was.
Yeah, and like, look, dude, that is the part of the story that no one knows yet. And I don't necessarily have to give all the details right now or anything. They will come out, and it was recorded. And
it was even Austin said we're out of the trip. While we were there, we quit.
So you guys threatened to not go down to Antarctica because it seemed like a violation of the contract. How did Duffy handle that? How did Will Duffy handle that?
He's the guy that tried to bluff us and say, well, you guys can just not go. And I said, sounds good. We just won't go. Like,
the bluffing was Austin. So this particular video is I had earmarked to not upload initially. So while this was happening, I pulled out the camera, I grabbed tuna, and I set it up recording and to get this conversation. But I had earmarked it to not upload, and you'll see what in a little bit that may change. But they were bluffing, and Will said, "Okay." They're like, "Then we won't go. We're going to throw our toys out of the print. We're going to take our toys and go home." And Will said, "Okay," because he knows what kind of look is it. The flatties got down there and then refused to go because they might film us. Okay. That's not going to make the flatties look good. Will knows that. Everybody knows that. And yeah, what does let's see. Somebody asked. There you go. Beast Militia says, does Witsit have any idea how all this BS comes across to people? He doesn't. See, he's talking to his echo chamber. Right? That's all he cares about, right? He's lost a whole bunch of street cred with the flat earthers, and he's trying to build it back. So this is his attempt to build it back. He doesn't care about external.
Fine. We'll stay here.
Fine. Stick with those.
Sounds good. And then, of course, they walked it back, and he walked it back, and it's...
Nobody walked it back. You know what wasn't signed? The contract they wanted signed wasn't signed. Who walked back? They walked it back. They did not walk out of there with signed contracts.
You know, I'll give a little bit of the details. It's recorded, and McToon recorded. I guarantee you he won't release it, but...
One in the chat if you think I should release it. 2 if you think I should not. I was initially not. 1 in the chat if you think I should. So there it is. This is the oh yeah, I got a bunch of 1s. I don't see any 2s. So yeah, this will be released.
I'm confused why you wouldn't find tips from a tape about me.
I'll criticize him this shit, right?
I'm sure there's something like children taken with me.
Show me that.
Okay, I'm not.
So Austin was whining because he thinks that he's accusing me of saying things about his wife and kids. Every time he makes that accusation, I'm like, where did I say that? I don't remember absolutely everything I've ever said, but he seems to think that I said something in particular. Bring up that. Pull it up. But instead he doesn't. I'm not going to play this right now. This isn't the time for this video. This video will be later. But he didn't. What he did pull up was a video of one of the other people. I was responding to one of the other people that were golden ticket finalists, a guy that is divorced from his wife. And his wife is using his flat earth cult belief as leverage against him in the legal system to keep the kids away from him, right? And this guy won't give up his flat earth cult so that he can have his kids, right? Have access to his kids. And when he said that, when I discovered that, my response to that, not just because he thinks the earth is flat, but because he won't, but when it comes to flat earth or kids, he chose flat earth. That guy, yes, ex-wife of his, definitely leverage his flat earth cult beliefs against him to keep him away from the kids. Flat earth is more important to him than his kids. That's a problem. So he played that video of me saying that. I back that all day long. I don't know if you will. Would you back that is that a position that's sensible? 1 in the chat if you think that's sensible. 2 if you think it's not. Okay. And I don't know. This is obviously a lot more subjective. So you will get the full video, but it's not tonight. Tonight is this one. This is the Crybaby Gate video. So, all right. So there's a 2. There's a 2. Okay. A couple 2s I see. All right. Well, and that's fair. It is much more subjective. And I can't speak from experience. I've not been on the position the guy's been in, but I'm certainly seeing a lot of 1s in there. So I don't know. Well, see, Beast Melissa is 2. I think I would do whatever to keep my kids. So yeah. So ditch flat earth. But kids are more important than flat earth. My goodness. Yeah. Shane Eastlick doesn't. Yeah. Do a poll. Yeah, I'll do a poll. All right. It's worth a poll. Let's see. All right, here we go. Should divorced guy give up? Kids? Flat earth. I don't know. The poll isn't worded the same. You only get so many, letters in the poll. So there you go. Oh, it wasn't clear. Okay, so my point about the 1 and 2 is one. If you agree with me that the guy who chose flat Earth over his kids should not get his kids. So, all right, man. How are 10% saying give up kids and keep flat Earth? Is 10% flat Earthers here that would choose flat Earth over kids? Wow. Yeah, it could be trolls. I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get edgelords, trolls. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Maybe Witsit's in here with his 25 sock accounts. No, he I don't think he is. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll keep going here.
It just is what it is. I was like, here's the deal. Like, McToon thought he was coming here, getting one over on us, and that we overlooked something. He was going to get to record us when he knew that was the number one thing that we wanted to avoid the whole time. Just on his face, that's like deceptive, dishonest, manipulative, whatever. But we were a few steps ahead of him, and we knew that he would probably do that, but that he couldn't. And so now we're revealing it to you, and that it just is what it is. You've already signed the contract, and I'm like,
just for reference, I knew they were going to do this. They weren't any steps ahead of me. And I'm not going to say I can't, but I can tell you. I won't give you details. I'll just tell you. I was ahead of them. I was steps ahead of them.
Duffy's kind of like acting like this is out of nowhere. And I'm like, dude, this guy's a sociopath who has slandered me consecutively for years, talked about my wife, talked about my children, constantly lies about me, gets called out for it, doubles down on it, blah, blah, blah. I just said everything. I'm like, he said that people should have their children taken away for being a flat earther.
Cobra Commander asks, is Witsit as annoying in person as he is online? Yes, when he's talking and being this character. He isn't all the time. Sometimes he's just, sitting there doing whatever. But when he does it, yeah, he 100% pissed off the other guy that was coming on the trip with us. There was 9 of us going down to Antarctica on this one particular trip in our group, and 2 others. A lady that I don't even know who she was. She went down with us and came back with us. I don't know. I think I saw her on the plane. Don't know. And a guy, JG. JG hated Witsit. Called him crazy guy right away. Called him crazy guy. Because Witsit, well, we're at the meal. The day before we left, we're at the dinner that ALE invited us all to. And Witsit claimed that nobody's ever seen the curve of the horizon in an airplane. And JG says, well, I have. And Witsit's like, huh? He goes, 1990 Concorde, flying from England to New York or whatever the flight was. And Witsit goes, no, you didn't. The guy's like, screw you. I did too. Like, you weren't even born yet, you turd. I don't know. Maybe he was born. I don't know exactly what year he was born. So, how Icy Spin? How insecure is a man that he can't say flat Earth fathers should have their children taken away if they teach flat Earth? He wasn't even teaching flat Earth. I don't think. The thing was, all that I know was that his ex-wife was using it as a leverage piece in the divorce child custody stuff, and he wouldn't give up flat Earth. Hey, idiot, give up flat Earth versus your kids. Take your kids.
And then Duffy's like,
well, and all we were trying to do too.
Show it.
We were just
show me that. I've never seen it.
We were just trying to get them to sign the same document. It's the same thing that they'd already signed. So we weren't even doing anything extra. There was a document with ALE that said you can't film people. We brought that as a secondary document and said when we were in Punta Arenas, okay, we want everybody to sign this. When they started reading it, they all kind of said, well, not all. Dave McKeegan was fine with it because he was part of the contract anyway. But I guess it was just McToon and MC Toon and Duffy that were kind of like, we're not comfortable with this. We're like, what do you mean you're not comfortable with what you've already signed? You already agreed to this. Now you're going to not agree. And that's kind of what set it off. And then ultimately we kind of got even more than we wanted, I think, out of that.
Yeah, but I guess really Jaren did kind of add like a line to it or whatever.
Right.
And so that was his contention. And I'm like, because they're like, well, we already signed. What's it matter? I'm like, well, this is an individual contract between us. It just simplifies everything, right? Like,
this was the funny part. Like, they're like, well, it's just the same contract as you already signed with ALE. And so Will, I hardly said anything. Will's like, then we already signed it. What do you need? Right. And Austin's like, well, then we have to go through ALE to sue you. Like, no, you don't. You don't need permission from ALE to file suit. Right? That's not how it works. It's not that. So, sorry, my nose is itching. JJ says 16% of us were trigger happy and didn't read. Okay. Lord Odin Allfather says, you know a good reason to claim you didn't vape? Because you're in a custody battle and the ex is using that as evidence. Well, I don't think vape is the type of thing that would come up as evidence in a custody hearing. But anyway, the funny thing is, of course, if the contract already was signed, then why would you need an additional signing of it? But the thing is, the contract wasn't the same. It said extra stuff. It said things other than the contract. And I'm looking at it like, why do I need to sign this? Like, well, if you don't, then we're going to leave. And Will said, okay. And then they didn't get the contract. So who walked it back? We didn't sign anything. They demanded us to sign something. Who walked it back? Right? This is all bluster on their part. They don't have a piece of paper to hold up with my signature on it, or Will's signature, or anybody's signature on it. It doesn't exist.
If I was going to say sue you or come after you because you do that, now I'm going to have to kind of go through the ALE contracts, whereas opposed to
no, you wouldn't.
Us reiterating the contract individually, like expedites everything. It makes it way simpler if that were to occur. Either way, we could sue them, But yeah, and then McToon's told the story that I didn't understand that I could still sue based on the ALE contract, but no, it just
it came to him as a revelation during the interaction that he wouldn't have to get permission from ALE to sue. Right? This is like, oh, I don't have to? Like, no, you wouldn't.
It's like, it makes it, yeah. So anyway, and that was like intense, and that's recorded, and Jonathan has it. I know that, but it got kind of intense, bro. And
in the
it's not good.
ALE must not have been happy because it was in there.
It's not good because Duffy basically calls my bluff on saying that about McToon. He's like, I've never heard of that. What are you talking about? He's never said anything like that. And I'm like, yes, he has. And then he turns to McToon and says, is that true? And then McToon says no.
And then you know what Austin did not show? He did not show me saying those things about his kid or his wife.
But just plain lie. So, and I'm like, wow, you're just going to lie? And then Duffy says, show me, like all like, confident.
You tried to
then I just immediately played the video because I just sent it to him on Telegram on the plane. I had a robot polisher. I think they think like, oh, you're going to find it in the live stream. Good luck. It's like, no, I got robot polisher clip right here. Played it, turned it up. ALE guests are going to hear, whatever. You did that.
So for reference, it was a goalpost move. He started by claiming I said things about his wife and his kid, switched it to this divorced guy.
And it's awful. He's like, yeah, this guy's in a divorce and his wife is using Flat Earth to keep his children from him. And he deserves it. He shouldn't get to see his children. Good on his wife. You keep using Flat Earth. Don't not let him see the kids. He doesn't deserve to see the kids because he's in a cult. And I'm like, that's just insane. And Duffy's like, oh, well, you don't know the context. You don't know about. I'm like, wait, I thought you didn't know about this. So just like you didn't know about this, you hadn't heard of it. Now you know exactly who it is. You know all about it. So then, I kind of had some words for Duffy at that point. I'm like, you claim to be a preacher and da. And we'll pause it there. Obviously, there's more details, but it got real intense. And it is what it is. That's what happened. And Duffy did come and kind of talk to us about it later. But
it just reminds me of the first time that I asked Will, I said, hey, who's this friend of yours that's coaching you on this topic and that you're working with? And he's like, oh, it's McToon. And I was just like, are you really? Like that's
your reaction's so funny.
Your reaction is classic for the history books fan.
But yeah, man, I was like, had I known that, I wouldn't even had him on. Yeah, here I am already an hour and a half deep into the conversation. I'm like, oh man, I feel so foolish at this point. But
well, Sean, to be honest, you are foolish.
It turned out that it was interesting that, I kind of got engaged in the dialogue and had him back on for a full-on TFE interview, to which he apologized lying to me at the first time. I'm going to get into some of that stuff maybe at the end. So guys, stay to the end, anyone that's watching. And also, if you've been timed out from the live chat because you're acting like a fool.
Oh, that's right. Sean is hyper aggressive on censorship. It's a common trait. Flat Earthers do two things. They whine about being censored and they censor. So not all of them, but certainly Sean is really happy about censoring. So you'll see here in the chat I have right below me is his chat. I made it a little larger. And you know what you won't see because this isn't live. We don't get to see him timing people out live or his moderators. You just get to see the filtered, the censored content here, so yeah.
Then you can stop making comments. I can see the people's comments that are getting timed out in my studio. They're still making all these crazy comments, but they've been timed out in the actual live YouTube chat. But there's just, this is the most interesting reaction that we've seen people are having to this. And I think all these details are important because, look, I'm not happy. My experience with both gentlemen that seem to be orchestrated this particular experiment, this observation, this trip, let's just call it a trip. My interactions with them have not been positive, right? It seems as the majority of you have not.
Yeah. Sean and I had a little discussion where he played some time lapses of the sun setting in Antarctica from locations and dates where the sun should set. And I said, well, I've got a video that's shows the sun not setting for 5 days. He goes, no, you don't. And I said, I'm going to make a liar out of you. And then I played it, and he said, well, it doesn't count as a time lapse. Like, you played a time lapse for your evidence. Anyway, I made a liar out of him. He didn't like that.
Not had the most positive interactions, but Jaren, it seems like over time you've softened a little bit to Will. Do you think that he did come through on some of the things he promised and tried to be forthright in some areas?
I always thought he was goofy smile, kind of sinister looking, but I guess I feel bad for people when they're called something that I end up not being able to find evidence for. So I had people right away telling me he's a Satanist. I had people right away saying he's not a pastor, he's a liar, doesn't even work at that church, it's closed for renovation. And so any one of those things, if they were turned out to be true, I would have canceled the trip altogether. But I kept going around trying to kind of find one of these things to be true. And what I kept finding is that it was actually not true. Everything that they had said, either he wasn't supposed to be there at that time, or they're like, he even said, like, we've never had a note on the door that said closed for renovation, but everybody was saying that.
These people are hilarious. Sky4 says, I'm wondering what the explanation is for the orientation of the sunspots being opposite in photos taken in the northern hemisphere during the final experiment. And I don't know if that's a sarcastic comment or not, because the globe predicts that they will be rotated about 180 degrees. Flat Earth, who knows what the prediction is? They can't get it straight. But if it's reflecting off of something, then it would have to be a reflection. It would have to be mirrored. It was not mirrored. It was rotated. So I don't know where that person is going.
Then I went and looked into it. No, the guy just said, it looks like it's closed for renovation. He never said there was a note on the door. So anyway, through and through, I kind of said that it didn't really matter much to me. Once we had the contract, I said, okay, if they do anything, then they can get sued. So I almost wanted to almost kind of like teasing, like, go ahead, try it. I mean, we pretty much covered everything in that contract. And I just knew that if they were going to try and fake something, if they were going to try and do something like that, then I wanted them to try it, because I just knew the impossibility of, at least to me, faking the sun or faking the trip somehow, or it just didn't make sense to me how they could do it. So I kind of was wanted to see if they were going to do that. So I was kind of, I guess I kind of softened up on Duffy. I did kind of wait and see if there would be any hiccups, and there were some along the way. There were some definite hiccups, and they kind of got ironed out, but it was close a couple times. I mean, it was close to, right away, Austin's like, what do we do when we have expenses for the trip? I'm like, I just submit them. I'll submit mine at the same time. And then he basically just said, no, go crowdfund that. And we're like, whoa, hold on. What happened to, I got everything covered.
So this is where it seems a little confusing. So does paying for your trip include buying you a tripod, getting you SD cards, updating your camera, buying a camera for you, paying for you to do extra experiments that you might want to optionally do? Of course it didn't. That would not be, no sane person would think that. No sane person would think any of those. Like, it'll cover you going, right? So travel expenses. Now, Austin, I can't believe Will did this. Austin expected a whole bunch of extra things. He expected to have, he asked for his mother-in-law to be flown there to his house while he's gone. He asked to have daycare covered, expenses covered. He expected his pay covered for the days that he was gone. He wanted to get paid because he couldn't work. I'm like, hold on a second. I'm employed full-time. I have a job. I had to take paid vacation time to do it. Right? They're not. Austin is not employed. Right? He does things to earn money. Yes. He does live streams. That makes him money. Yeah. He gets, he has patrons and stuff like that, and Ko-fi, a website kind of like Patreon. That doesn't change when he's gone. Those things are fixed. So what are the things that he did come back with a little more explanation, I think, for what he did. But I looked at that. I'm like, dude, you can in the hotel do those things, and no doubt you're going to make more money live streaming when you're in Punta Arenas than you would if you were at home. No doubt. And I got to tell you, I did. They did. Look at their streams. You can see on playboard.io, you can see how much they made, right? So I think it was a windfall. Anyway, what would you expect to be paid for? Now, let me ask you, you can think about this. If somebody's going to pay for your food, right? Going to pay for your food on a trip. Now, what kind of food gets paid for on an all expense paid trip, right? To give you some, like really nice restaurants. So that's a bonus, right? I would say that the bare minimum, like give me the basics, right? That's what I would figure. I would certainly not figure things like extras. I don't know, maybe it's me, but I would never figure that somebody paying for your trip would cover alcohol at a meal. I would never think that. Not for a second. I don't know exactly what was or was not paid for. I know when one time we went out to eat, Will chose to pay for me, but that was before everybody was there. But after that, I paid for my meals. Like, I don't need to, right? In fact, it was you guys. You guys paid for those meals, right? And I was cautious about what I got. I wasn't gonna be. Anyway, I don't know. That's what I'm like. Maybe others aren't like that, but so what would you expect to get paid for? Certainly not the extras.
I'll cover everything, and no out-of-pocket expenses. Now you're telling us
up to 50K or 40, whatever.
Yeah. So it was just weird. And
So
then,
they actually gave you guys almost like a limit for expenses.
He said he'd cover everything up to like 45K. He said he doesn't think it'd be that much, but that's what he would do. And
Like
I'm
buying
the
extra
ticket being
cameras,
like,
extra tripods, things
we
like
didn't
that.
get we didn't get money for any of that.
Cameras and extra tripods. Why would you get those things paid for? That's your own optional stuff. Now, Jaren, did a crowdfund. He's going to talk about it. Austin, but Jaren did it way ahead of time. Austin's crowdfund was like 2 days before.
We didn't get money for anything like that. We didn't get money. I mean, he did give us a little bit of money. For example, like a babysitter. I put that on because I put on like getting my mother-in-law paying for her travel expenses, a couple things like that. But no, it just wasn't as, it was different publicly.
all expenses paid, very easy. Just give you all this money and you guys go have fun. It was nothing like that. We ended up paying for half of our meals in Punta Arenas. We ended up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like pretty much everything.
That's actually my next question. What in this contract did you guys discuss any of the accommodations once you got to Antarctica?
It was supposed to be literally not $1 out of our pocket.
Wow.
Yeah.
So technically, there's a few things in that contract, right? I'm just not the like sue people kind of guy, man. It's just not my vibe.
Yeah.
And I get it. I mean, he paid a lot of money for that trip. I get it.
It's not my vibe. Let me give you a little, just my thoughts on this. We went, if breakfast was covered in the hotel, lunch was Will didn't eat lunch himself, and so didn't say, hey everybody, let's go out to lunch. So people did their own lunch, and then we all went to dinner. Every night Will invited everybody to dinner, and everybody accepted. And here's what happened. There was a crowdfund to pay for Lisbeth that Will had put together. He forwarded all that money to Lisbeth. She got all that. He just like, there you go. That was enough to cover her hotel, her food, her everything else, right? So he covered somebody else had covered to ALE the $32,000, and then the rest of it was sent to her to pay for herself, right? I think I don't know exactly how the flight was covered, but a bunch of the other stuff was like on her, and he just sent it to her, and she's like just paid for it. No drama from her. When we're at the meal, I don't know, but every meal, like there was wine or alcohol or whatever that was picked up, and like I'll pay for that myself. Don't let that guy pay for me if I'm going to order that. Anyway, so and then after the meals, like Jaren came up, talked to Will, was like, all right, there's this, and I don't know what they're doing, but they were talking about stuff. A couple times Jaren gave Will some money, but Austin would just leave. Like he wouldn't say he's leaving. He'd just get up and walk out. That's it. And like a couple of meals, they're gone. They're down the street. They're gone. We don't see them anymore. It's been 15, 30 minutes. They're not there anymore. Right. He didn't say a word. Ungrateful. That was my take on it. Completely ungrateful. Right. He could have at least said, hey, here's the deal. You said, what, are we good with this? And Will would have said, probably would have said yes. Because Will is about taking away roadblocks. What I really noticed about Will is he's like, it's important to get this done, and to nitpick on small things is not going to solve it. It's not going to get this done. So he didn't nitpick on the small things. So I was very impressed with his his willingness to go extra, to go farther, and then go farther again. And completely impressed with Witsit's ungratefulness. Jaren was grateful all the time. Austin, the opposite.
We put in a lot of time too. I mean, Austin and I had to go back and forth between REI to pick up stuff, drop off stuff. I had to kind of mail some stuff. So, I mean, it was all in all, I do think we put in extra work, but I looked at it at the end and I just kind of said, okay, I just need to suck it up that whatever he said, it's a $40,000 trip, $35,000 trip. If I've got to spend $1,000 or something, I don't think that's the end of the world. And then I did a crowdfund because I had this idea where I wanted to wear some sort of chest cam. I didn't have a GoPro that would work for that. So I said, well, I'll do one, see how much money I get. And if people will pay for that camera, great. And then Duffy got wind of it and said, hey, I'm going to put that on my channel, make a video about it. And he's like, so you might get some more donations. So up your amount a little bit. So I upped the donation amount to $3,000, which ended up being covered, which allowed me to buy all the time-lapse stuff and the tripod and everything. But it also kind of gave me a little bit of a buffer, right? About $1,000. So I also understood that I had that. That's not money that, Duffy shouldn't have to spend, but it's stuff that I spent on things that I needed for the trip, things down there. So all in all, I mean, it turned out to be okay. I don't think any of us really went broke over it. But
see, look at Jaren's being an adult here. And for people that haven't been in here the whole time, Jaren today said on Telegram, he's no longer a flat earther, just for reference. So this video was yesterday. Today, Jaren got fed up and said he's no longer a flat earther. Anyway, Jaren well ahead of time did a crowdfund. He said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Will said, hey, I will feature your crowdfund. You will get more money. Be sure to raise the how much you're trying to increase, how much you're trying to raise. And so he did. If Austin had done the same thing, guess what Will would have done? But what Austin did is 3 days before leaving, he's like, oh, I need extra money. I have to pay extra money and because Will didn't pay for stuff. What didn't Will pay for? Your camera, your SD card, your tripod. Really? Really? That's what he did. I had to pay extra. No, that's not extra. You didn't need to bring them. And if you watch Bob the Science Guy, right? Austin was luggage. That's what Austin's purpose was on this trip. To be fair, that's what Jaren and Lisbeth were too, sort of, but they turned out to be much more decent people, much more like they were. I have plenty of good words to say for Jaren and Lisbeth, and of course, John Marindi, the guy doing the documentary, he worked hard on everybody combined. But yeah, Witsit was just luggage. He was dead luggage. Jaren and Lisbeth, they were doing stuff. Let me say this. I've held my tongue on this one. When we got, hold on. He gets to it. I'll hold it for a little bit.
It wasn't what it was billed. Let's put it that way.
I mean, it wasn't good for me financially, but my camera's cut out. You can still hear me though?
There's no signal here.
Yeah, let me fix it. Oh yeah, basically all I was saying is that, I mean, I prayed a lot about it. Let me fix my camera and not kind of.
Yeah, it's funny because Austin and I both had similar stories. I kept having this this feeling of like I would kind of try and talk to the creator, pray just to see
Fat 54C said, did they think Will was going to pay for their underwear? He probably did, because on the list of stuff they said you need to have good underwear, like not cotton. You know what I did? I went to the store. I got some not cotton underwear because my underwear is mostly cotton. Hanes tagless boxer briefs is what I normally wear. And I'm like, well, that doesn't quite fit the bill. Plus my wife's like, yeah, they're too big for you. You need to go get some new undies. So I got some new undies, but not enough to replace my full set. Just enough for the trip. So I need to go back and get some more and throw out all the old ones because they're all too big and baggy.
Tell me if there's anything dangerous. I don't need to be going. Just give me some warning. And it just kept saying, find out, go find out, go look.
Boxer briefs is what it is. No, not silk. They're some, synthetic moisture wicking stuff.
Go see kind of that feeling. And Austin kind of got the same thing. And we both believe that if something is true, and then it needs to be brought to the surface, right? I mean, if
Angel Gamer says you should send Austin a pair of your 5-day underwear. Oh my gosh. Angel Gamer knows. Oh my gosh. So Angel Gamer knows because years ago, bunch of us went several times to Cornerstone Festival in Illinois, and it's a music festival. It's a 5-day music festival. And as a joke, one year I tried to make. I'm like, this is what I should make for next year. And the next year I tried to make them. They didn't work. But the idea was they're the 5-day underwear. You just dye them yellow on the front half and brown on the back half, and nobody knows. You can go 5 whole days. Oh, fun fact. If you ever discover that you're at camp, I did not learn this firsthand, by the way. If you're like at a summer camp, right, and you're there for a week, you can go 8 days on a pair of underwear. This is the formula. Ready? 2 days, normal. 2 days inside out. You're 4 days in, you're halfway there already, right? But also, 4 days in, that material has relaxed a bunch. And so what you can do is you can now flip it right side out again and wear it backwards for 2 days, and then inside out backwards for 2 days. 8 days you made it. You see? Somebody asked, why not cotton? Cotton traps water. It doesn't wick water. So you don't want water trapped up next to your skin, because then it freezes and it messes with the heat. So anyway.
We didn't believe there was at that time going to be a 24-hour sub, but we said if there is one, then we need to know it. You know, we can't keep going on without people actually knowing it and being able to pivot from there or figure out what's going on from there. So we both just kind of decided, okay, yeah, that we think that regardless of what we see down there, the truth is what's important. Let's bring the truth back, and we can't go wrong. And so that's kind of what our we didn't think about all this stuff and what would happen if people didn't believe us, and what, you know, then they would believe that the sun does set, and you know, we didn't even talk about any of that. It wasn't even.
So I prayed a lot about it, bro, and I said, you know, give me a sign if I'm not supposed to go. And I'm like 100% confident that I knew he would give me a sign if I was supposed to go. So, and that's just like how my life has been. And once I went on the
maybe the sign was your entire community turning on you.
tour, it really changed my life in that respect. And I realized 100%, you know, the Father's real, got your back. And if you step out in faith, like, he will amaze you, almost proportionate to how much faith you step out in. You know, it's like we kind of handicap the Creator because we're trying to control too much. And so I just knew for a fact, like, something would come up, I would get a sign I wasn't supposed to go, whatever, if I was supposed to go. And I still feel that way 100% would go again. I knew I was supposed to go. And I got a few confirmations and synchronicities and stuff. And so when it comes to like the money aspect, like, well, that's easy. You know, I'm very veteran at that point with with having to be like kind of trusting in the Creator and having faith. And then we got some, you know, Candace Owens show I was supposed to have before the trip, and then she got sick and lost her voice, and it got bumped to after the show. And they were trying to get it in, but she was like losing her voice. And I'm like, oh, the Creator, you know, God's doing that because it's better for us that it's after, right? Say we see it, you know, we need to be able to represent our position after, blah, blah, blah. I got a few other synchronicities and stuff. And then we were on the way. Jared's like, hey, yo, Austin, look at that. And we see the shadow of the plane down in the clouds. There's a perfect little rainbow around it, just following like a perfect circle rainbow following our cloud. Like, it's protecting our plane. Like, it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the sign, and then we get there and it's beautiful weather, and et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of confirmations we were supposed to go. And I will say this, I'm being very tactful about what all I have and haven't said and revealed and all that, because I think that the Creator has a plan, and he does. And, you know.
Yeah, it's to embarrass flat earthers. It's worked well.
Without saying too much, because I think that I'm tempted to say a lot of stuff, and it may be to vindicate myself, or like, you know, like pride and stuff.
Lisa says, listening to Witsit talk about God is more disgusting than the underwear talk.
Like that, to clear my name. And I don't want to do that. I'm just going to like let the Creator do what he's doing, whatever he's doing. So that's part of it. You know what I'm saying? But I'll just say, sometimes we always think that we know more than we do. And we look back and we're like, wait, that was, you know, I didn't really see what all was going on. I think that's what's going on here. And I'll just excuse a story, obviously, that we all know about, like Greg Locke. He got real famous for not shutting his church down during the pandemic, was saying kind of crazy things, claiming to cast out demons. And it was very financially beneficial to him to do that. And he was caught lying about a lot of stuff and cheating on his wife with the secretary and lying about it and all this crazy stuff. And then what happens, his son tells him that the earth is flat. He gets super triggered. And then as a bride, he has this debate, and then he loses half his congregation, and then his tent collapses in like a week later. You know, the Creator's in control of that. I think I don't know what all the Creator's doing right now, and I'm just going to kind of sit back and see what happens. I don't think Jaren and I completely agree on Duffy. I'll say it that way.
Yeah, well, I think that
Okay, after that rant, ugh. I'm not impressed with his synchronicity. Yeah, and I don't think he's a fan of the band The Police or their first album, but not first album. It wasn't their first album. Let's take a break from that and let me read a few super chats to give us a little buffer after that. That his I don't know. I'm a bit bothered by that. I think spiritual people might be as well. It wasn't. Ugh. Let me wrap up this poll. I think enough of the people. 19% said give up the kids. I don't think that's right. That can't be right. And yeah, Greg Locke did not lose half his congregation, and just because the tent fell in doesn't mean, like, he's like, God loves flat Earth so much that his tent fell in. Seriously, that's what Austin is basically trying to say here. Yep. That's it. Janusz Takas says, say Mactoon 3 times and he's going to appear and be very grumpy. Let's try that with Dave, since I want to hear his opinion too. McKeegan. It's the middle of the night there. I don't know if he's gonna show up, but if you want to join, I can send you a Zoom link. Message me on Discord. PhD Tony says, Witsit is looking for reasons to attack and malign TFE in order to present Globers as untrustworthy. It's damage to control to placate Flare followers. It 100% is. Absolutely. He's been getting attacked and by his own crew because they are insane. For all of the talk of it doesn't matter, the stuff in the sky doesn't matter. Man, they sure do care a whole lot about the stuff in the sky. Icy Spin says, fear the sphere. And they do. They do fear the sphere. Darkstar 4400 says, would that the world were flat and I, a cat, all would be knocked asunder, a plunder for the gods. I was a little choppy reading that. Sorry. Let me try one more time. Would that the world were flat and I, a cat, all would be knocked asunder, a plunder for the gods. It's definitely poetic. I don't know if there's a reference to that. If there is, I'm unfamiliar. Cygnus Step says this drama is crazy. It is. Palatska Perek for 2,500 Chilean pesos says, am I crazy that I can't stop watching the entire 10-hour part 1 of the 24-hour video? I am at the 6-hour mark now. I was there. It was amazing. I've jumped through it a few times. I have... let me show you. Let me show you what I have. Let's see here. This is going to be a little treat, I think, while we're here. So I have the Insta360 app open. Where'd it go? It's a bit of a weird app. It's not super well behaved, but I don't see it. I don't see it in my list here. OBS, Spotlight, Synergy. It's not there. Maybe it's because it's not. I had it hidden, so. Man, it is not. It's not. What a weird app. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to show the Insta360 app, but it's not in my list of apps to show in OBS. What in the world? Evernote. Yeah, it's not there. I can't show you. Well, sorry for that. This won't be this won't be a chance to show it. So all right, I'll just hide it again. Anyway, the app is a little weird. It's not super well written, and it's been a bit of a buggy app, but I think I've kind of got a handle on it. Anyway, sorry. I'll maybe figure it out and show you next week. We'll see if you want to see it. But I'm preparing some things for the different. They're like the claims by the flat earthers that are desperate, that just want to deny reality. So, oh, by the way, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Central Time, my 24-hour real-time video drops. And then 12 hours later, the second part. And then 12 hours later, the third part. So you'll be able to watch it in real time. We're not walking around, right? It's kind of it's mostly just empty there. The point is just showing the sun and nothing else for the most part, and the sundial. So, anyway, yeah. So the one that went to this is hilarious. I can show you this. I'll show you Will's. This was done by Dave McKeegan. He did this render.
Preview is compressed.
Yeah, so it won't show you the full quality preview. Oh, what?
Right, so there you go.
It's no.
You can hear the cool thing. You can hear them walking around.
How to use it? Skip, go, record. There you go. Now have.
Right, you can hear them walking on the snow. So all the complaints about no footprints. Right there, footprint.
Shoot, the screen already went off. How do you turn the screen on?
Yeah, so
you can see the footprints happening in real time.
I just want to look real quick.
Yeah, so all you do is tap the power button.
Okay.
And it pops it back up. It does it to save the battery, that's all. I was doing it on the fly just every now and then.
See that? Oh, the left footprints. Amazing. Now, here's a little behind the scenes baby talk. Crybaby gate. Apparently, Austin didn't want his audio on here, and Will said, "Oh, well, okay. What audio do you want? I'll remove it for that section, or I'll play music over it, or something like that." And Witsit's answer was he wanted all of it removed, all of the audio for all 24 plus hours, all of it. Now, Will had asked in the Telegram group, "Hey, everybody. If there's any part of this video that you don't want your audio, then I'll put music over it. You tell me the time code and I'll do it." And everybody in Telegram that answered said, "I'm fine with all of the audio." Every person answered except for one. One person did not answer in Telegram. Guess who? And so when this went out, that one person was a bit whiny, said, well, how come there's audio? And Will said, because I asked everybody in Telegram what part they wanted covered up, and nobody had any issues at all with it. Nobody said, this is the part I want covered up with music. Nobody had a problem. Well, one person had a problem, but didn't respond in Telegram like an adult would. So anyway, This is a 360 VR camera, which the ALE contract has specific wording for. Anyway, yes, somebody's a baby. Crybaby gate. So CJ Lamero gifted 1 membership. Thank you for that. Just a Messenger says Jaren is no longer a flat earther. To quote Freddie, another one bites the dust. Absolutely. Good for Jaren. What's he doing? Where's he going? Who knows? I wish him all the best. And I hope he does well in his future endeavors. So, Rossi says Circling Sun didn't. Toxic peers pushed Jaren out. Absolutely. That's it. Absolutely, that's what it was. Coxinomus. Oh, last name Normus says, "G'day, mate. Hope you are well, legend." Thank you for that, Mr. or Ms. Normus. Angel Gamer says, "Nah, I think you misunderstood. The Flurf wants to do docking with you, and I'm just glad I don't know what that means." Monkey Cat Pat. No, I'm sorry. CJ Lamro first gifted a membership. Thank you. Then Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, "I just think Witsit is stupid enough to create a lie to lie about a lie," and that's what he does. That's what I think the whole vape stuff was. That he said, like, he got caught vaping. He didn't want somebody to know he was vaping. So he made up a lie about he found it in his bag. This is conjecture. So he made up a lie, I think, about having it in his bag, and he found it in his bag. How long was this vape sitting in the bag? He said it was from before he got married. Well, one of his kids 2 years old now. So a 3-year-old vape pen he discovered in his bag. I don't know anything about vape pens. Really, I don't. Is a 3-year-old vape pen something that you can expect to be working? Is it something that anybody that vape would you? I don't know. I'm leaning probably no. Anyway, it seems to me that what he did is he actually went out and bought it, because man, watching him pound that thing, like, that's a lot of nicotine he was putting in. I don't know. And I don't know what he was vaping. Yeah, would the battery be dead after 3 years? I don't know. He would have to charge it, people are saying. Somebody says, 3-year-old vape pen that was also loaded with juice? Unlikely. Beast Malicious says, was it nicotine or THC? That would answer why he would want to hide it from the missus. I don't know. I actually never saw him vaping on the trip. The first time I saw him vaping was on the video. So I don't know. Just a Measure says, Flat Earth Pizzagate, enjoy Lake Tahoe. I shall, thank you very much. CJ Lamro gifted another membership. Thank you. GBS Warrior says, maybe you could get Lisbeth on your show. I don't know. I asked her before we went, and there was some issues. We talked about it. It's all good now. So, I mean, yeah, is that something that would be interesting to people? I don't know. I know she's been getting attacked, and she's hopeful that it won't be something that continues. Oh, hold on. I was in the middle of something. This is Will's version of it. This is what I forgot. Right? Will used the Insta360 Studio, or not Will, it was Dave McKeegan did it, and then, right. Now we go to Witsit's page. He released this as well. So here we go. Here is his part 1. Wait a second. What's this? Wait, let me turn up the audio. Oh, he did remove the audio. But look, this is the video. This is what's going on. What is this? I don't know what this is. This isn't the one that Will had. This is it's the same source files, but this isn't. Right, here comes, this is the part we watch. Look at that, it's a mess. And what does he do? He says, video processing courtesy of Man of Stone. Well, I would say, Man of Stone, what the hell did you do? This is a mess. Run the Insta360 Studio. It's free, and it doesn't give you this. Well, there's the time lapse. Maybe the time lapse done over the course of an hour and 13 minutes will be better. Oh, well, that one's better. How is this one right, but the other one's not? I don't know. For reference, let's see what time of day it is. And it can tell what time of day it is by where the sun is. So let's back it up. Right there. That's maybe 3 a.m. Right there. That's about 2:30 a.m. There you go. There. Oh, look at that. I'm setting up. So this is a little before 2:30. So I started my live stream at 2. There you go. Not bad. So anyway, there you go. Good job. Good job with that live stream. Or the VR video. It sucks. RT96 says truth does not fear investigation unless it's going to be recorded on film. Mara Science says, now that we know Witsit lied about vaping, does it imply he isn't really a truther? Of course. The people that call themselves truthers generally are not. Bruce Woodcock, did you and Duffy discuss atheism at all? I feel if he would turn his analytical and proof-seeking mind on his own faith, he would realize this is as crazy as believing in flat earth. Well, Bruce, I'm not an atheist. So, no, we didn't discuss atheism. Will and I are a pretty good overlap, I think, in our religious positions. Not 100%. I don't think the earth is young. Red Cedar says, did it just put out a raw video with no stitching or distortion correction? So, yes. I know what the actual raw video looks like from within the actual stream. So it's actually an MPEG file. It ends with INSV or LRV, low res. Actually, you know what? So yeah, this is interesting. So there, the camera outputs 2 copies. A low res version that when you play the video on the camera screen, it shows you the low res version. It's about 2 gig. And then the high res version, it's about 15 gig and a whole bunch of copies of them. And it caps it to a certain size and it writes it to a new file if it gets too big. So the LRV is actually, that's what this is. This is the LRV because the LRV is a single video stream with 2 circles on it. And you can see this has got the 2 circles that have been de-warped sort of by YouTube's processing. Actually, I can pull up. I have it on my drive here. I can actually pull up the video. Hold on. They had the whole thing. They had all the data. I don't know what they did. That video would probably work on MetaQuest. I don't know about MetaQuest. All right, here we go. Let's. I have so much data sitting here. So there it is. 24-hour camera. Oh no, that's not it. Hold on. There it is. So here's the LRV. This is the actual LRV file, the low res video file. It's an MPEG file that's low res. You see that? That's what they used. That's this right here.
So it's not recording.
Preview is compressed.
Yeah, so it won't show you the.
There it is. Same one. And you see, this has just been, I think what they did is they took this video and uploaded it to YouTube. And you can't just upload it to YouTube because it doesn't have the right metadata. You have to modify the metadata. I sent Jaren an email with the process that I used, with some instructions on how to address the metadata. I said, hey, send this to Austin so he can learn from what I did. I don't know if Jaren forwarded it. I think he did. I don't know if Austin read it. I think he did not. And certainly Man of Stone didn't do what I said. So, but the INSV file is the larger one. It's the 15 gigabyte file. This is it. This is what it looks like. Oh, no, hold on. That's not what I wanted. I think I'm going to have to do, hold on. I just have to rename the extension, and I don't want to rename the original there, so I'm going to copy it over here. There it is. That's a 15 gig file that I'm copying right now. Fortunately, I'm on SSD drives, so they're external SSD drives, but they're pretty quick. Yeah, I could do a symlink. That's right. I am on a Unix operating system. So, all right. It's almost done copying. So, let me while it's copying, I'll read a little more here. Alejandro Vallejo for 50 Mexican pesos says, if they don't want it released, then they shouldn't talk about it and use it to try to look good, and especially not reference it to slander others. Yeah. Yep. Todd's Tech Tale says, release a video, but hold off to give Witsit time to elaborate his claims. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to. He certainly does like getting on a little bit of a platform and whining and crying and telling a sob story about stuff. You know, poor him. He's the victim. He received a $40,000 trip of a lifetime. And he's the victim. Okay. Here is the video. You can see it's just one. But in the MPEG stream,
it's not recording.
In the MPEG stream, there's just one. There's just one copy of the. There's in the MPEG stream. There's two copies. There's this one and there's the other one. I don't.
Preview is compressed.
So. Yeah, I can't. In VLC, I can choose to play the other stream, but this one I can't. So anyway, I'm not using Linux. I'm using Mac OS, which is a Unix operating system. I use Linux for work. And sometimes Solaris. x86 Solaris. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Nobody should have to use that. It's torture. Don't have all the GNU tools there. You want to use Find, you got to use their copy of their version of Find or install the GNU version of Find. Ugh. Gross. Anyway, enough of that. Let me read a few more. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, the fact that Witsit still calls you McToon. Yeah? No? Did you notice Jaren accidentally called it to me and then corrected himself? Darkstar 4400 says, truth doesn't fear a camera. That's a great point, right? I didn't need to prevent them from filming me while I was in Antarctica. Even if the sun set, I wouldn't have cared. They could have done whatever they wanted to do. I wouldn't have cared because I would accept that information. I would say that would fall. I did. I said that would falsify the globe. It didn't do what the globe predicts. I would give it up. Austin has a religious cult belief about the shape of the earth. He gets some information personally, firsthand, sees it with his own eyes that contradicts the flat earth, and he's like, oh, it's still flat. Got a problem there. Shane Eslick says, I don't have kids, but even just how much I love my nieces and nephew, that story of choosing flat earth over his kids just broke my heart and I'm crying. Yeah. flat Earth is a sickness. And there's a lot of flat earthers are mentally ill. Many of them were mentally ill before flat Earth, and flat Earth tends to catch people and rope them in if they're mentally ill. Those people I don't think have a chance of escaping. The people that are not mentally ill, they're on the list of potentials to escape. Right? But I mean, you've seen them on here. People like John Puckett, Mikey Smith, Marissa Keeland, right? They're mentally ill, right? Victor Crute, they're not right in the head. Seriously. And they're flat earthers and they think they're smarter than everybody else. Like, wow, man. All right. David Poole says Flurfs don't like MC Toon because they can't refute anything he says. Toon is able to clearly debunk everything they say and isn't good for their grift. Yeah. People complain. They're like, how come all you have is debates with no-name flat earthers? Oh, well, the door's open. Does a no-name flat earther want to debate me? Bring it on. I've debated them. 12, let's see, Monkey Cat Pat Pat gifted a membership. Thank you for that. 12 Wing Productions says, tread lightly with this. Will Duffy is teaching his kids young earth creationism. You really want to set something like this to that standard. Do you know that he's teaching them that? I don't know that he is. I can tell you that some of the curriculum that we use does have that position. And I've made it clear to my kids that why I don't think that's correct. And they're not young earthers. So I don't know. Go ask him. In what Will has said, he isn't super concerned about it. So Robert Pace says, why is Jaren just letting Witsit lie? Correct him. Well, we found out today that Jaren overflowed. He had enough. So he was invited to this panel, and Jaren was being an adult and not just, it would have turned into a mess if Jaren had started to get in there. And I think Jaren and Witsit probably will have a little more disagreements in future panels that they join. For reference, this last Sunday, Globebusters kicked up again after the winter break. Jaren thought it was going to be another week. He found out minutes before it was happening that it was happening. Jaren was the guy that managed Globebusters until this last Sunday. So, yeah, they kind of booted him without telling him, right? He didn't figure he was going to come back after the trip. He's like, no. But, yeah. Icy Spin says, Witsit is a huge beta. Gango 44 says, suing WTF. Yeah, he's like, you used my face in a video, I'm gonna sue. Like, it's expensive to sue. Okay. It's expensive. So for reference, like I did the time-lapse video of the flight down, and Witsit's in it, right? And it's on an ALE. It's on the flight that ALE manages. He hasn't said that he wants me to take it down yet. So the KM says if they had an extra bag, they could have taken along their spare brain cell. Nice. Kango 44 says, can we get every astronaut, every scientist, every engineer, and pilot to sue Witsit for slander? And that's what he doesn't get, right? When he's out there saying that people that died, saying that there's some big hoax, like, that's slander, Austin. You're trash. Kango 44 says, Witsit is a total C-nut, and so is Jaren. Effing losers. They fun to laugh at, but that's the totality of their usefulness. The thing is, people exit Flat Earth, and Jaren has said he's exiting Flat Earth. I don't know where he's going. but he's not a flat earther anymore as of today. The people tend to look at Ranty, savage debater against Witsit, demolished, just completely humiliated Witsit in a debate. Rachie, holy cow, she's brutal. I debated her when she was a flat earther. She was just, it wasn't much. But now, holy cow, she's amazing. Sean G, Jose, people that left. I don't know what Jaren's going to do, but what I've seen is that people have, once they leave, they're like, hold on a second. All of these other things were intermixed. I thought this, and the reason why I thought this was related to the reason I thought this, and it was related to the reason why I thought this. And so this one fell, and so then, but wait, this one too. And this one too. All gone. I don't know if that's going to happen. Maybe it will. 3 Round says the big hiccup is the sun didn't set. Yes, that's the thing. That is the thing. Magical Cat Girl says, I saw the curve on a flight last week, 39,000 feet, Sydney to New York. The larger, some of the newer planes have bigger windows. Maybe at 39,000 feet. It's right on the edge. If you have a nice wide angle of view. So Kango44 said, who paid for Witsit's and Jaren's care people whilst on the trip? Did their carers enjoy Antarctica? Well, Austin was Jaren's, buddy flurf, and I don't know who was Witsit's carer. Mark Beiser says the entertainment value of all the derp coming from the dirt pizza lovers was a good value for my investment in your trip. Thanks. Thank you. I've just today finally got where I'm like, the data is being uploaded to a web server in bulk. Finally today, the 7th of January. That's how long it took to be able to put together a landing spot for the multiple terabytes of data I have. Each of so Will has 2 and I have 1 24-hour real-time time-lapse video. Each of those is just under a terabyte. 3 terabytes right there. I want, Will does too. So I want all of my data and Will wants all of his data to be downloadable for everybody. So I have upload. I started before I left work. I copied it to hard drives here, and I brought it to work because I have more bandwidth at work, and I copied it. I queued it. It's been running all day today. It ran yesterday until my service provider automatic. They have an automatic thing that if your usage jumps up, they kick off a support ticket. GCat, the Catstronaut says, if you haven't seen Trouble about debate flurfs, she's an ex-flurf from Australia and she demolishes them. Wow. Well, there you go. Anyway, so I want to, when I do a video, I want to say in the description is a link to the source, the raw source. You can access it there. So that's my intention with all this. And so a prerequisite is to have the data already uploaded. Once it's uploaded, then I can start doing content. So my idea is I'll probably do like one day at a time. Just say, here's the day one, whatever, and do a little bit of commentary, but for the most part, just present it in a YouTube video. And then here's the links to the source. But some of it is like, There's times where I just set up the camera and walked away for 2-3 hours, and there is not much in it. So that's not compelling YouTube video. Be like, well, I skipped over this. You can go look at the raw if you're interested. There's not much there, but you can satisfy yourself by grabbing it. So Cal says, I expect food edible and paid trip if paid for. Yes, absolutely. Like, I wouldn't expect fine dining, but they got fine dining. We went to 3 nights. We went to a restaurant called the Straits of Magellan in Punta Arenas. Great restaurant, steak restaurant, like good food. Another night we went to a top notch, like it was a house and converted to a restaurant. Really good food there. So we had to fine dining for dinner. For lunch was on your own. It's pretty cheap. The hotel has a restaurant in it. We went there. I twice had lunch there. It was not expensive. So, Kango 44 says, Witsit's such an entitled arsewipe. To be complimentary, yes. Kango 44 again says, who wiped Witsit's bottom for him whilst in Antarctica? I mean, he so much whining, so much crying. Obregon says, surely you can't expect a grifter to know the difference between all expenses and every possible expense. There you go. That's what he was expecting. Every possible expense. He got, like, Jaren did not ask for daycare. Like, his wife, I think, works. I don't know. I'm not certain. But he didn't ask for anything for daycare. Austin did. Austin needed to have his mother-in-law flown in and daycare. I don't know how. I don't get that. Whatever. Plus, if I had been given the trip, like Dave McKee, if I'd gotten that instead of Dave, I wouldn't have said, well, I needed to ask for paid time off for 2 full weeks. Here's how much I make annually, divide, prorate for 10 days of PTO. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have thought of doing that. Ridiculous. Darkstar 4400 says, has TFE been a Bob Hope and Bing Crosby road movie? Had it been, Witsit would have played the annoying stranger whose antics are fodder for the comic relief. Yeah. Alex Strand says, he got a sign. It was a 24-hour circlings of the sun. The message, flat earth is fake. Globe is life for $5 says, ungrateful lying cowards. Those petty charlatans are only successful at making the Western world look quite immature and silly. Yep. But let me just say this. On the way back from, the trip from Dallas to Minneapolis, I sat next to a guy who's a bodyguard. And I'm like, hey, did you hear about that flat earther that went to Antarctica? He's like, yeah, I saw about that. I said, I was with him. That was the trip I was on. He's like, really? So it made headlines everywhere. Now the world knows a flat earther went to Antarctica and saw that he was wrong. Now, some of the articles went too far and suggested that Jaren admitted that the Earth is a globe. Some of them left the reader to come to that conclusion on their own. But it doesn't matter. The key thing is that flat earthers for a long time have been saying the same thing about Antarctica, and it was shown to be wrong. And they don't have any answer for it. They have nothing at all. What are their positions that they're in now? They've got, it was fake. They've got, the lights in the sky don't matter. Right? So they don't reject it. They've got, but the dome answers it all. Right? That's a couple people are their saviors. Joe Hanvey, like, Joe Hanvey's save us, you're our only hope. Joby Wan Hanovi, save us. And then you've got Dean Odell, the only one I know of, who says the devil did it. He literally thinks that the devil made the sun appear. That's right. Dean Odell is in his religion, his God is so weak and pathetic that the devil can have the sun go 24 hours a day and circle around. That his God, the Dean Odell's Flurf God can't handle it, can't prevent that from happening. Very pathetic. So what a sad. Yeah. All right. We've got Randomly Epic says 8 days for underwear are rookie numbers. Legend has it that Nathan Oakley hasn't changed his in 12 years. David Poole says God brought MC Toon for a reason. Okay. I'm with it. I'm in there. Yeah. Stringfellow Hawk says I'll gladly buy Austin a drink. A big tall glass of shut the hell up. The after we got there and he got on Wi-Fi, then he did kind of do that because he spent the rest of his time on Discord. From what I could tell. Right. We're sitting there at a meal and he's got his hood up and he's looking down. And I'd asked him a question. He didn't answer. I'm like, huh? And then he'd say some words. We're like, well, look at him. Like, what? And he didn't look up at anybody. He's looking down still. Like, oh, he's on his phone. He's like on his phone. He's saying, so he's on a Discord server listening and then talking every once in a while. Like that's what he was doing. Alyssum says, been here for 5 minutes and all I've gotten from this is that Wits is crumbling under pressure like a wet paper bag. For sure. Judy Bassett has a €10 super chat with no message. Thank you very much, Judy Bassett, for that. Judy Bassett's been around a long time. Shadow Doc says, MC Toon, it's like Joe Hanvey saying that he is all about Jesus and such, but thinks religion is poison and doesn't follow it. Yeah, so it's kind of a trendy thing in Christianity to say that Christianity isn't a religion. To define religion to be something other than what the person who's saying it is thinking. It's not, I don't think it's a very honest way to do it. So you could, they could say, well, I don't think that the religion definition you use is the same the religion definition that I use. You could do that, but just say, well, it's not a religion. It's common. I don't think that's the way to say it. I think it's fine to say it's a religion because people understand what that's meant. So, but yeah, that's what I think Joe Hanvey is playing, the game he's playing. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review says, Austin, wake up, Flurfs aren't your friends. Austin, wake up. Flurfs aren't your friends, and we've been telling you the truth the whole time. Well, certainly. I did not know if maybe Austin would come around and or what. So anyway, I'm super thirsty right now, so hold on a second. Some tab. Definitely some Tabgate. It's somebody was saying. I didn't know if Austin was what he was going to do. I kind of thought he was not going to accept it, like as a falsification of flat Earth, and he's retreated more into the Oakley stance, even though he tried to go to Oakley for validation, and Oakley said piss off. So you got nothing. Right? It showed that every single thing about it is wrong. You're like, well, it's just a globe map. Okay, well, where's the flat Earth map? We don't need a map. You do need a map. Turns out you do. Yeah, because there's the people use maps. People get around. What map are they using? The one that works. So whatever map they're using, that's the right one. Baux1 says, how surreal does the trip feel now looking back? It's still amazing. Yesterday was my first day back at work with coworkers. So I had worked from home a few days over the holidays. I'd gone in a few days, but never actually lined up to be the same days that the people that work in the same room as me work in. So I'd been in, they'd been in, and now yesterday, we were all in and we're like, hey, how'd it go? So talked about it a bit. So KS USA 1933 says, where did you get your Batman nose shield? My Batman nose shield? What Batman nose shield? I'm not wearing a nose shield. I don't know what you're talking about. I had a thing I wore a little bit on the trip that was for super cold weather. That's like a kind of a wool inside that you go over your nose. I don't know if I'm on video or if there's any pictures of me with it because I didn't wear it for very long. So, Beast Militia, why hasn't anyone seriously pushed him on his 160 IQ claim? People have. He just retreats into, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you're pulling up videos. Like he just whines and cries. He's a crybaby. Anybody you push him on anything, he cries. That's what he does. Penguin J says Witsit needs a steaming hot mug of SDFU and some shut the F up cakes. Darkstar 4400 says citation: cats would have knocked everything off if the world were flat. Yes. So yeah, I grew up with cats. We've had a couple cats, but not until we had the orange cat did stuff get knocked off. But yes, everything gets knocked off. We can't leave a full glass of water on the counter overnight. It will be on the floor, and we'll definitely have the floor wet in the morning, if not wet glass on the floor. Mighty Matt TM says Jaren turned away from the flat earth. Hail Santa. Yeah, he got sick of being attacked. Like he got the messages that I got from the religiflers. Those messages, those you're going to hell, you're Jesus hates you, and God, why did you, who's paying you? Why is the devil doing all these things? He's been getting them. I'm like, he sent me a few. Like, yep, that's what we get. Globe is Life says the flat earth trend got the kids who didn't pay attention in class talking down to the scientists and engineers they depend on for survival. Big fail. Indeed. That's it. They're like, how did the flights work down there? Do you think that the person that plotted the route on the flights did not know the shape or size of the Earth? Of course they did. You have to. It changes everything about long distance travel. Eduardo Ferrero says, Witsit in your best frenemies forever. Just a joke. You mean frenemies? No. I was very, very careful. I didn't want to get into any tussles. Like, every single thing I just de-escalated that he brought up. And he didn't generally confront me. He said some stupid stuff and I corrected him. He said basically said centrifugal force doesn't exist. I'm like, just because it's a fictional force doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just nomenclature. He doesn't get it. But that was it. I de-escalated things. Yep. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I have sex daily dyslexia. Globe is Life says the fact we're still having this debate in the 21st century is a testament to the power of self-deception. The human mind is miraculous. It is. The mug today is a gnome, a Christmas gnome. There you go. Oh, and the shirt today. This is Peter Markley's shirt. Says Nathaniel, son of Tom. Thanketh thee for playing. Available at my Fourth Wall shop. Just Google Fourth Wall MC Tune. You'll find it there. Oh, also, I had a custom shirt made I did not wear. I will give it away on Friday night. I'll give it away. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, in the time of arcades, my family game was the one where you could win 4 quarters if you put in $1. I won every time. That's a fun game. Yep, you're guaranteed most of the time to win. Sometimes, though, you get to a different arcade and you don't get quarters. You get these coins with ridges in them that you can't bring anywhere, and nobody takes them. Why am I drooling? Nobody takes those coins. You can't go down to the street, and you can't go to a different arcade even. It's a pain in the butt. Like you're done. You're like, I still got 3. I'll put them in my pocket for next time. Next time never came. You'd show up there, be like, oh, those 3 coins are still up on my desk. Where are they? They're on the floor. They fell behind the bed. I don't know where they are. Never found them again till you move out after college. You're like, oh, there's the coins. I wonder if I can still go back to Aladdin's palace and oh no, they shut down. Oh, never spent that. Never played. That was a whole game of hard driving. I didn't play. Oh, jeez. I could have played with one more token. I could have played a whole game of Dragon's Lair. except that I sucked at it, so it would have been all 4 seconds. I didn't play Dragon's Lair. Randomly Epic says, maybe I missed something earlier, but why would Jaren and Witsit want you to sign a contract not to film them when they went there specifically to be filmed? They didn't want it to be a hit piece. So they have a contract with Will that says that they get final edit privilege on any documentary that he does or filming that he does. They don't have that with me. They don't have that with anybody else. They don't have that with even Dave McKeegan. They have nothing with anybody else. So they looked at the ALE contract, and the ALE contract says that the other guests are guests and they may not want to be filmed, so you need their permission. But it doesn't cover wide angle shots or 360-degree panoramas or drone shots. 360-degree panoramas, it doesn't count. I read the contract. He thinks I didn't. He thinks I didn't read it. He's like, we're 3 steps ahead. No, you're not. I knew you were going to try to do that. This was funny. He's like, they thought that like they were going to spring it on us. They didn't. They did not spring anything on us. We knew we just didn't know when they're going to do it. Anyway, David says there's no way he bought that vape. How do I know? Because he did not demand that Duffy pay for it. Oh my gosh. That would have been, yes. You didn't pay for my vape. David, that was David. Burnham says, will flat earthers ever accept this evidence? I won't hold my breath. Well, as soon as they accept it, they will no longer be flat earthers. Or they will no longer be honest. As if they were ever honest before. That's the thing about flat earthers, right? Globe is Life says, every flurf I know personally is a pathological liar. Absolutely true. Like, they don't care about truth. Like, we went to that meetup last Saturday. My wife and I went to a meetup last Saturday, Flat Earth meetup. And we sat next to this guy. We talked to this guy, and we talked about the 24-hour circling sun, right? And rather than him saying, oh, yeah, that doesn't work, he said, well, obviously we don't know enough about the firmament. Really? Just the we don't know enough about the firmament is enough to win over this is 100% predicted on the globe, including the elevation and timing. That's completely predicted by the globe, completely, totally matches the globe. Doesn't in any way remotely match flat Earth, but maybe we just don't know enough about the firmament. Seriously, you don't. What you do need to know about the firmament is that it doesn't exist. Liz K says you do not get on an international flight without knowing what is in your bag. Yeah, good point. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, took my nephew to that rat-themed child casino. You mean the one with the rat or mouse? Is that the one? Oh, no. Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah. I mean, that's a casino for kids. It really is a casino. You put money in and you get other stuff out, and then you can go spend that other stuff for stuff that's not nearly as worth as much as what you put in. But for some reason, you feel it was awesome. Chuck E. Cheese. Arnold says no Mallory equals TFE results nullified. Where's Mallory? Oh, she's hibernating. It's wintertime. She hibernates in the winter. Esteban Ilabaca for 2,500 Chilean pesos says Facatzoid is gloating about Witsit and Vapegate. It's hilarious. The one time he gets something right is about another flat earther lying. Holy irony. Of course. I was as much as possible backing up Witsit on that video I did, right? Like I didn't lay into him. I didn't get harsh with him. I knew what the rest of the flatties would do. Arnold says Solaris X86. I'm unsubscribing. Hey, it's against. I do not choose it. It's some legacy hardware we're using, legacy stuff we're using. We're like, can we get rid of this? We're like, we need to replace that functionality first. Oh crap! All right, we'll get on that. Coordinate Zero says at least you don't have to support AIX or NetWare. True. I've never been on NetWare. I think I might have once or twice been on AIX. Yeah, no NetWare for me. Kango44 says using a Mac mic. You know they also make computers for adults. I've always used a Mac. Always. Well, not when I had an Apple IIc. Then it was an Apple IIc. Then I got a Mac. It was a Quadra 660 AV. Yep. That thing was awesome. It's in the garage. I still have it. Lord Aluna's Poo says, hey, I'm mentally ill and I'm not a flurf. Well, yeah, I mean, there's two kinds of mentally ill people. There's the non-flurf mentally ill people and the flurf mentally ill people. David Poole. David Poole says, non-FE question. When did you learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube and what's your PB? I learned 17 years ago and my PB is 1063. When did I learn? Where is it? There it is. This is my 4x4. You can tell it's my 4x4 because it's got a parity error that I haven't fixed. My personal best is under a minute. That's it. Where did I learn? I learned, I don't know. I just pull it up on a website and then memorize the patterns. It's been a while. So, and I don't use an efficient method. 78 Mitsu says, lunar experiment, trip to Apache Observatory. Could you imagine the number of Flatty rangefinder debunked videos? I worked on the targeting system for Apollo in school. It's cool tech. Yeah. The problem with the Apache Observatory is you don't see much, right? There's a laser and then you look at a computer screen and it says, here we go. That's what we got. It's not very visual. Right, you can see the laser like rangefinder, not the tracking stuff that they send up into the sky, but you don't see it come back. But yeah, it is really cool. I'd love to go there. Icy Spin says, do you trust Will as far as you can throw him? I trust him farther than I can throw him. I mean, he's not that big, but I still can't throw him that far, right? Andreas Eld says, now that we know that Gleason's map is wrong, how long will it take to get the new Flat Earth map? Well, there will never be a Flat Earth map. And Jaren had this interesting idea. He's like, well, maybe now that we know we're wrong, we can get together and figure things out. But no. The thing about flatties that remain flatties after falsifying the AE map is they don't ever try to answer any questions. This is Nathan Oakley. He doesn't answer any questions about Flat Earth. How does this work? Don't know. What's the sun? Don't know. How do you do celestial navigation? Don't know, but it only works on Flat Earth. How does it only work if you can't make it work, if you can't do it? So Jaren's idea certainly wasn't never going to go anywhere, right? And so what's the map? They don't know. They don't care. They're in a cult. The cult says it's flat. That's all they care. Lord Illuminous Poo says, before you left, I mentioned holding Witsit's fam to make him my agent. I kidnapped them, but now they won't go home. Not divorce, witless protection. My gosh. He's kidding people. Golden Wolf 101 0101. Sorry, 0101, which is 5 in binary. First super chat says, do you think they'll eventually leave Flat Earth? Some already have, some will. I think what this will do is it will dry up. It will dry up Flat Earthers. They won't get new converts, right? Because the whole world knows now, yep, there's some Flat Earthers that went to Antarctica. They saw the 24-hour circling sun. They admitted they were wrong. They will then in their mind continue on and say, admit they're wrong, thinking that the Earth was flat, and have concluded, therefore, that the Earth is a globe. That's what their conclusion will be. Whether it's correct or not, the public perception will be that. So when people hear about flat Earth, they'll say, oh, well, yeah, they didn't, right? They went, they agreed it was falsified. And so one of the questions that flat earthers, or that people ask when they're investigating flat Earth is, what about the sun in Antarctica? It's a natural question. If you're here, what will happen? Well, now they can't say nobody knows. It's all a big lie. You can't go. The treaty prevents you from going because everybody knows the flat earthers went. And the people that are on the outside won't believe the nonsense that the flat earthers desperately want to believe about it, right? The flat earthers that are in the cult are saying it's faked for this reason. Here's another reason. This is, oh, look at this. He's a shill. He's right. All those things don't work on somebody that's not in the cult. They will look at that. They won't. Right. So if somebody in the cult trying to proselytize to somebody outside of the cult says, oh, well, they were fake. Somebody, the person that's outside will be like, why were they fake? What do you mean? It only works on people in the cult. It doesn't work on people not in the cult. It's fabulous. So certainly maybe they'll fool a few, but for the most part, it's going to dry up. They're not going to get a lot of new people. And it simply doesn't work to say, well, we don't need a map. We don't understand anything. Of course you don't understand anything. We know you don't understand anything, but that's not an answer. You need to answer. We need to have an answer to these things. How do distances work? Obviously, this doesn't work. The distances are all screwed up. Okay, well, where's your map? We don't have a map. Well, then you're done. You showed up at the marathon. You're at the Boston Marathon after the marathon's been run, and they've crowned the winner. This person ran the marathon in whatever time, and the flat earther shows up and says, I won. What do you mean you won? Well, I won the marathon. Oh, well, what was your time? Well, I don't believe in time. I don't believe in timing marathons. What? What do you mean you don't believe in timing marathons? That's how you win a marathon, is you're the fastest marathon. What was your time? Well, what was your number? Oh, I didn't run the marathon. What do you mean you didn't run the marathon? How could you win the marathon if you didn't run the marathon? I don't believe in running marathons, but I won. And that's what they're doing. They're boldly proclaiming that they won the marathon, having not run the marathon. It doesn't work that way. People outside, people like you they may have 15 people behind them patting them on the back saying, you totally won, dude. Witsit, totally, you told him. You said when he said, why didn't you run the marathon? And you said, I don't believe in running marathons. That was awesome, man. That was so good. I loved it when you said that. You nailed him. They are convinced about that. Everybody else looking on is like, that's not how you win a marathon. Mark Sargent called Witsit intelligent. It's funny. Is your guy for 5 Australians says, I hear flat earthers discovered the Great Firewall of Antarctica when they tried to access the Wi-Fi. At least they found a wall of some kind. Yeah, we'll get to that. Darkstar 4400 says Oakley claims TFE wasn't an experiment, so it doesn't count. It is an experiment. The necessary component of an experiment is a falsifiable hypothesis. That's it. That's all you need. My citation for that is Karl Popper, The Logic of Scientific Discovery. Specifically, if you want to look, here's chapter 5, right? There's all this many more chapters. If you really want to just get to the meat of it, chapters 3 and 4. That's all you need. So yeah, that's all you need for an experiment. But to go with Oakley's straw man experiment, what's your independent variable? The independent variable is the observer's position. We adjusted our position to be in Antarctica. That's the IV, the independent variable. The dependent variable then is the visibility of the sun and the location of the sun. Right? That's right. So that was it. And turns out that we falsified flat Earth. So Adam Meseros has a €6 super chat, but there isn't a message to it. Thank you very much for that, Adam. You can tag me if you're still here. I'll read it. I'll read it if you do. Satana's Child NZ for 10 New Zealand, for 10 Kiwi bucks, says TFE has been interesting to follow. Thanks for all your work. Well, thank you very much for that. Santana. What? Why Satan's Child? I don't get that. Monkey See Monkey for $5 says, I find it ironic when flurfs say that they are trying to get us from exploring when flurfs actually contain us by the firmament and insult God. That's true. And the red herring of we can't privately and freely explore Antarctica. Well, you can't. But let's imagine you can't for a minute. Let's say you couldn't go just wherever you wanted to go to check the what is it that you wanted to do? You want to go straight across from one side to the other? You can do that. But it's expensive. So it doesn't mean you can't. It just means it's expensive. It's expensive to climb Everest. You can. Would you like to go kayaking on Lake Titicaca? You can. You're going to have to get there. You're going to need to bring a kayak. It's not going to be free. You're going to have to fly there or ride an alpaca there. Somehow you're going to have to get there. It won't cost you $0. That doesn't mean it's restricted. It just means that it's not easy. Doesn't change the fact that it exists and you can do it. So can you freely and privately explore Antarctica? You absolutely can. And Austin gets to that later. My dad left says all flurf observations that weren't done live cannot be used according to their logic. Still zero measurements of flatness. Yes, a lot of flat earthers have been going around saying, where's that live stream we were promised? You weren't promised a live stream. If you want a live stream, you can get a live stream from Antarctica. Go yourself, you lazy bum. Get off of your butt, get yourself there, and do your own live stream, if that's your standard of evidence. But the fact is, we went there. 9 of us said we saw the sun circle for 24 hours. We brought back video of the sun circling for 24 hours. We live streamed at local solar midnight. The most important time to see where the sun is. 12 hours opposite from local solar noon, when the sun is now due south, the most impossiblest thing on this. It was on my screen. I was the one live streaming at that moment. Kango44 says, okay, where's the gossip? You said you're not going to hold your tongue. Unleash the tongue. I will. I'm reloading. John Blue says, I've motorboated before. Is that the same as kayaking on Lake Titicaca? It's not, but there's similar wording, verbiage to it. The Trying Scotsman for £5 says, I'd like to do a FCDO honors nomination, but don't have your details. So I'll just say, Sir MC Toon, welcome to UK royalty. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad that you have that ability. I appreciate it. Wayne O'Donnell has a $5 super chat, but no message. Thank you for that, Wayne. Again, you can tag me. There's John Blue says I'm looking back to see if all right. If there's no message, I like to say, if you can just text. Sometimes people like mess up on a super chat and it sends it, or sometimes it gets erased or something. Just tag me if you want me to read it. Oh, there it is. Yes. KSUSA 1933 says, I found the Batman no shield. Outer U face glove. That is correct. That is what I got. Outer U, OUTERU, no space, capital U, face glove. That is what I got. Yeah. And I had I did use the kind of face mask thing too, like not that just that it has a nose guard thing. I got 2 different nose guards. They're upstairs, right? I'd show them right now. And then there's when we went out to the super windy place, you'll see in the video when I get to that on day 3 or something, day 2, I don't know. It's kind of a blur. It covers up to here, it covers down to here, and then it has that opening on the top. The hair is sticking out. I had a hood up. Space versus Pitch for $10 says, Jaren seems to be a decent debate moderator, and the way he smacked down that Nathan Oakley accolade on his stream that Cats covered, he might do all right debating flirfs. So Jaren is a really good debate moderator, but he's not. He doesn't excel in debating. I don't know if exiting Flat Earth might hone that skill or not, but he's a great moderator. That won't change, I don't imagine. Wayne O'Donnell says, Jobi-Wan Hanobi, you're our only hope. Yep, Joe Hanby, your only hope. Martin Urbani says, on Jaren's last video, there are already very toxic comments. Nice cult. Oh yeah, they were attacking. I mean, they were attacking when they had live streamed in Antarctica and said that there was 24-hour sun. Already. Coordinate Zero for £10 says, very Christian behavior from the religious flirfs indeed. Turn the other cheek so I can rake my nails over it. Oh yeah, I have a folder. When they do that, I chuck them into a folder. Last week, PDI Industries on Facebook sent me a thing. He wanted to flog me. I screenshotted it. I posted it on my Facebook wall. So that, right, I like to shame them if they do that. Right? If you're gonna threaten violence, and he's in Australia, right? Plus he won't, his mom won't let him out of his basement anyway. But if they do that, I like to shame them. So in case they do have any friends and family that they're not estranged from, they'll realize that. Adam Meseros says, how did others react to people who believe in flat Earth? For the most part, they were baffled. When we went to in Antarctica, they put together a whole room of people. Witsit talks about it in a little bit here. I need to get back to this. But yeah, some of them are just pissed. People are like, because their job relies on it. Yeah, there's a meteorologist there. He's like, these guys are idiots. Or the JG, the guy that rode on the Concorde, and Witsit's like, no, you didn't. The guy's like, F you. So Chaz Everlast says, seeing flirfs now being footprint sound shadow experts, nitpicking everything with Witsit, now he must feel like an astronaut. Maybe he should say you didn't go and you were not there. That's the thing. He hasn't yet realized he is getting the treatment that he taught his cult to do. Penguin J gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Penguin J. I appreciate that. Santa's Child for 20 Kiwi bucks says, love the metal soundtrack in your time-lapse video. What does the sun do in Antarctica? Thank you. That was Suno that made it. The lyrics were mine mostly. I use ChatGPT sometimes to help me with lyrics. A lot of it is to get the rhythm and the timing right. I'll be like, polish this to make it the right number of syllables and stuff. It's pretty good. Or get, I'll put in a verse and say, give me some options for this last line. But the song is Suno, and it's the same lyrics with an extra verse as the other video, which was like this ethereal, haunting, solemn, acoustic-y one. versus the metal one. Same lyrics. I thought it was a good because one's pointing one direction, one's pointing the other direction. You see what I did? One's shadows, one's the sun. Has King 95 says Mark Sargent is live. It's so bad you should react. Mark Sargent's live? Oh my gosh. Mark Sargent is always bad.
Doesn't exist.
Oh my goodness. He's got Witsit on.
So this whole idea of like, haha, flat Earth model, replace it. It's like you don't have a model, and you had hundreds of years and billions of dollars in
We have a model. It works perfectly.
the mainstream pushes you, et cetera, et cetera. Like we're figuring it out. Now we got a new data point. I knew flat earthers that told me 2-3 years ago there was a 24-hour sun. Right? Like they were like, I think there is one, or I have a friend who said there is one, and I'm just like, this is like Discord hearsay at this point. I've seen too much fakery. Like I don't know. So anyway, I know that was a lot, but just saying that.
You were planting seeds even at Flattoberfest because you were talking about, okay, our realm could be much more magnificent than we are giving it credit for, meaning that we don't know how the sun and the moon are truly operating up in the sky. So could maybe take...
Ignorance is not a magnificent thing. Ignorance is not something to be proud of.
A minute to speak to, you talk about toroid fields. Maybe you could break that down. There's so many directions we could go. I feel like we already have covered. Okay, we believe you went there. Sorry you're going through this. I'm glad you have a good head on your shoulders. You're pushing forward, right? So if you don't think we addressed enough, go watch his other streams. Go watch other people's stuff. The point is now we can.
You're praising him for being ignorant? That's dumb.
Focus on what did you learn and what are you excited about going forward?
Ooh, what's he excited about? He's excited about not knowing anything, not having the answers to anything, and then claiming that we don't have answers when we do, and intentionally misunderstanding us. That's what he's excited about. Let's see what he actually says.
Yeah, so to like kind of touch on the first question, like I know that whatever the answer is, it does involve torus fields or magnetic fields because that's the key to everything,
Oh my gosh. Everything about flat Earth is a mess when you talk about torus fields or magnetic fields.
Mainstream, quote unquote, scientism can't even explain magnetism for obvious reasons. They're materialists, they're atomists, and it doesn't work. And so you have virtual photons.
So he knows better than the scientists. What a dick.
Virtual particles, blah, blah, blah. But that's the same geometry from the small to the big. So either you have this idea of this singular pole in the north, and then you have this exterior, it's often depicted as a ring or something with the firmament coming down. That's this mainstream idea that has been pushed. Or you can have something like a bipolar model, right? Like I'm very open to bipolar models that happened for a couple years. Obviously, a magnetic field, you have like it's bipolar. You have two poles, right? And you can have a rotation and a counter rotation. And you can look this up as well.
Oh yeah. So he thinks that magnets have rotation. They don't.
No phenomenon. Now this explains tons of things. A bipolar model, and you just have to work out certain details here and there. Or we live in like this kaleidoscope. If you look at a torus field towards the edge, it gets crazy, right? And if you actually look into dome optics and you look into a ferrocell, you got like endless possibilities, certainly as you get towards the edge of that torus field.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, I know that what we're seeing is mind-blowing, and magnetism is mind-blowing here on the small scale. So imagine like the most majestic, perpetual, like mechanical realm that you can even fathom going all around you, where if you just get out away from some lights, it makes you speechless, right? So this realm is obviously way more than this like rigid materialistic heliocentric globe idea, and you can't bottle up the heavens, man. Like the heavens are crazy, and the evidence has already shown the sun's apparent to the observer, and yeah, it just is what it is. I've known this for a long time, and
so he hasn't known anything. He just described a whole bunch of things he doesn't know. He's just proud of being ignorant.
Interested in trying to figure it out, but I'm also very interested in figuring, or like really laying out that we need to address our limitations and being humble. The creator made something that you could never make it. Like just be humble and be like, this is amazing.
He's gonna be
incredible.
humble.
Just look at the sky without light pollution. You think that you're going to fully understand how this whole thing works or not. Not that we shouldn't try to figure it out, but we should be humble, right? We should be grateful. We should be detaching from this lie, this claimed globe model. They don't have a model. And then just
Of course we have a model. Of course we have. Everything works. I can tell you what time the sun's going to rise or set any time of the any day of the year for any location. Use our model for that. I can tell you the distances between longitude lines. I can tell you the magnetic field strength for any position on the Earth based on the globe. I can tell you the downward acceleration to better than 0.1% for any location on the globe. You can't provide any of that. You don't have a model. We do. Just denying it doesn't make you woke.
So like, well, we found out what they told us about the Earth isn't true. Here's the evidence. No measurable curvature. You know, the Earth.
Except we measured it. You just don't like it.
Earth is not moving. We've proven that with highly precise measurements. And let's just try to figure stuff out as we go. And that should be the energy that we embody.
And that's what I think is so shocking, though, to the globe side. It's like, hey, go into a vacuum chamber, light a ball of fire, and see if you can levitate it through the room and add a couple rocks, add some water, see it spin it all around. And nobody's doing that, right?
What the hell? This is how dumb flat earthers are. He thinks that vacuum is anti-gravity. Go into a vacuum chamber, make a fire, the sun, have it float into another room, throw in some other rocks, because he thinks a vacuum chamber is anti-gravity. That's why DJ Curious is a flat earther, because he's not curious enough to figure out how things actually work. He's just dumb.
So we don't have a physical model, and then an animated model. You just get back to the three-body problem, right? We don't have an animated model that the globe really can show what our solar system is apparently doing with dark matter, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. But
oh my gosh, he just knows how to parrot things. He's talking about solar system and the dark matter. That's not a problem. He's like, three-body problem. That's not a problem either. You just can't solve it in one way. You can solve it in other ways. That's how dumb they are. They think that they're being smart when they say stuff like that.
But that's why Joe Hanvey, shout out to him, he has something closer than what the globe side has. And so how do you feel? Are you excited about this?
Oh my gosh. What an actual piece of trash. I used the globe to predict the exact length of shadows, the exact time of shadows, and the angle of shadows based on the globe. I did that. They did nothing.
The Joe Hanvey model, and how much have you been kind of researching that?
I think that it's definitely interesting, right? I mean, there's ostensibly I wouldn't say ostensibly, there's a proof of concept in like a very rigid way. Like it needs.
He's trying to distance himself a little bit from Hanvey.
It needs more work, right? It needs to be smoothed out and stuff, but I am very interested in it. I do know dome optics are very fascinating. I know a lot.
There's no such thing as dome optics. It's just sprinkles and hope.
A lot of people think they know that for sure that it isn't anything similar to an AA map with the dome. I don't know that for sure. I know all the problems very well, and I know that in order to solve them, you need an apparent position of the sun off the rip. And there's a couple other things you could, I've addressed all this for years. You can check them out, but I do find his idea very interesting because I've replicated almost everything we see, from sun pillars to the sunrise sunset to the deflection to the left, so the sun would be physically moving to the right past the equator. I've replicated all these things myself in the dome. I know that's crazy. And so, yeah, I find it very interesting. You got a little apparent sun goes the other way, follows the observer around the outside, and it's assuming water above us, which, I think there is water above us. So I do find it interesting. I
just want to reference Dearth on the bottom left there. Flat Earth Dave. His app leaked Austin's private information, the guy on the bottom right, including his password. And Austin says that his one of his cryptocurrency accounts were hacked because of Flat Earth Dave. He didn't say because of Flat Earth Dave, but it's because of Flat Earth Dave. But apparently they've kissed and made up now.
Fine, stereographic bipolar projections interesting as well. I'm open to both of them. I think we need to all just come together and see what the evidence suggests. That's all everyone needs to do. It's really not super complicated.
Oh, see what the evidence suggests. The evidence suggests that the Earth is a globe because absolutely every observation, every measurement, every single thing we did on the whole trip the evidence matched the globe. This is the cult that he's in. And he's like, oh, the bipolar model. You know what the bipolar model is? Hold on. You want to see the bipolar model? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. All right. It's Brian Leakey. Brian Leakey's the one talking about the bipolar model. It's as dumb as they can be. All right. I have a lot of maps, so I need to find it here. Oh, hold on. I'll switch to this. There it is. All right. Yeah, all right, hold on. You got to go away there, potato. Just a second. There we go. All right, here's the bipolar map. This is the map. When he says bipolar map, this is what he says. This is what he means. Seriously. That right there. Right here. This is the bipolar map. When he says bipolar map, this is what he means. Right here. So explain to me, when you're in so now they've traded the hot dog looking Australia for now a whole different warpage of Australia, and good luck with New Zealand. I mean, that's a mess. That's a mess. But let's say you're in New Zealand. Let's say you're off the North Island there. Let's say you're on the tip of the North Island in New Zealand. Do you see where that is? That's at the bottom of this picture here. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Right. Oh, you see it. All right. You see my cursor right here. Say you're right here, right? And you're going to go, well, which way is this? Is this north or south? I think this is north. You're going to go away from Australia. Okay. And then you get to this here, whatever this is here. I don't know what this is here. Don't know. And then you keep going. What happens? You're going to get to this. You're going to get to this. It's not even an ice wall anymore. It's just it's where the water overflows off the edge. Will you magically teleport up to here, or is that it? Like you're gone. You keep going, and you're somewhere else. That's what the bipolar model. This is it. But now let's hold on a second. Let's just go a little. Let's just test their claims, okay? Just for a second. The sun on December 21st follows the Tropic of Capricorn, which on this map goes around Antarctica. Well, that fits for what we saw in Antarctica, sort of, maybe, kind of, not really distances or elevations or anything like that, but I mean, it goes around in circles. But the problem is that when it's down here, when the sun is down here, it's, whatever time of day this is, right? The sun is on the other side of Antarctica from the entire rest of the world. The whole rest of the world is farther away from the sun than all of these continents here. So you've got South America, Africa, and Australia. So when the sun is down here, think about this. When the sun's down here, at that time, either South Africa or Africa, South America, or Australia, or both, or two of them at least, have nighttime. So let's say it's Africa's nighttime, right? Let's say it's Africa's nighttime, right? Nighttime in Africa, you don't see, but you know what you do? Somewhere up here you do see. You have daytime up here. How does that work? It's so far away. This is seriously what he's talking about. This is the bipolar model. This is he went from this really stupid thing to this so much stupider thing. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. The one thing it gets is that on the day of the equinox, the equator is straight. That's the one thing they get. But of course, the sun could never set on this anyway. This is more stupid. Yep. This is Brian Leakey. He's like, this is the bipolar model. I've been exploring that. Like, he distanced himself from Joe Hanvey and instead went for this. He's like, oh yeah, it could be the bipolar model. Seriously. unbelievably dumb. Unbelievably dumb.
There's multiple ideas that are viable.
None are
At this point,
viable.
There certainly isn't. You don't have to put all your chips on Joe Henvey. I do find his model compelling in terms of proof of concept, right? And it's in a very interesting direction that was overlooked, and this basically brought it to our attention, which is very cool. So I'm open to many things, and just to explain what, if people don't know, right? If you have like the A map, the Gleason map, that's the globe flattened. I think they lied about the world map. Well, I think it's obviously somewhat accurate to an extent, but if you put,
it's completely accurate. People use it every day for all sorts of things. There's no flaws in it.
The center right on the North Pole, then you get, or say you flipped it and put on the quote unquote South Pole on that map, then there's a ring. The other pole is a ring, right? If you move it anywhere else, boom, you have two poles. And now you can have Antarctica as a continent. Even and you can
he's
actually
serious.
fly over it, follow those field lines, and pop back up on the other side, and you're doing all that on a plane. This is good for flat Earth people to start.
This is embarrassing for flat Earth.
Other ideas, I think people got a little stagnant and satisfied with more of a simple model. So yeah, I know there's a lot, but that's my take.
And Mark, you mirrored the video from Marty Leeds, just talking about how the sky's immeasurable, the sky's non-physical, and and if Joe Hammer,
just because you're too dumb to measure the sky doesn't mean that it's not measurable. It just means that you can't do it.
his model shows exactly what we see. It's still just a theory. Everything is a theory about the sky until we can actually go up there and measure it. So
no, that's not how things work.
Versus the non-physical. Well, we're here in the physical right now. That's what we're trying to measure. We're not trying to measure the non-physical and the Narnia objects up.
All right. Just for reference. For reference, Dearth. This is 1965. Sorry, 1865. 1865. Samuel Rowbottom's book right here. 1865. Right? There you go. There's the map from Samuel Rowbottom, 1865.
Up there.
Right. We've done a bang-up job on the ground. We've done so much stuff over the last 10 years. Incredible experiments over the last 10 years on the ground.
Pat yourself on the back for never having one measurement done.
When it comes to the sky, though, we're limited. There's only so much you can do. And so when someone comes out and says, no, the sky is this, I go, really? Can you tell me that without using the word NASA somewhere in that paragraph?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. And so where do you think this drive comes from, Witsit, to push forward and to learn about flat Earth? How'd you even get into it? I mean, while we have you here, we could have started with that, but obviously we addressed the controversy first. But just because I'm curious, I don't really know how you even got into flat Earth.
I heard the rapper B.O.B. say it, and I suggested all my friends listen to him because he was dropping the Elements mixtapes, which...
Oh, he heard a rapper. Have you ever heard flat earthers accuse other people of being indoctrinated? Austin became a flat earther because somebody told him. B.O.B. a rapper did, because a rapper's so smart.
Had a bunch of other conspiracy in it that I knew to be true. And I'm like, why would you do that to me? You know, it's got everyone to listen to you. So I'm like, what does that even mean? I was confused. But I was already like, it wasn't like shocking to me. I just didn't understand what it meant. You know, I found out about the moon landing. I was like 13, 14 years
There's
old.
There's a lot of things you don't know what it means, Austin.
And it's worth fighting for, right? I mean, that's...
No, it's not.
Supposedly on the space station.
Well, yeah, you want to know something really cool? So they drop you down in there, and then at the same time, they have a bowl of water. And guess what? And I'm like, the water's boiling. She's like, yeah, the water boils in the vacuum. And I'm like, okay. She's like, also, they'll drop a bowling ball and a feather at the same time. I'm like, and she's like, and then I'm like, it drops at the same rate. She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So you're testing a vacuum chamber, and they're like, by the way, let's just do these weird little tricks while you're in there to convince you're in. Like, what are you?
Right.
He was like trying to convince me the story was real by telling me what happens in a vacuum chamber. It was so weird. I have that all filmed. Yeah, super weird. So I was
what's our case that the suit doesn't just explode? I mean, put something in a vacuum chamber, it explodes.
Dearth is so stupid that he's unaware that people are able to figure out how to make things not explode in a vacuum chamber. I mean, this is a bunch of people patting themselves on the back for being dumb.
They can put together things. Electronics are no problem. Whatever. Just drives me
that's
insane.
the hardest part about coming to flat Earth is that it's
You have to admit that you're dumb.
so controversial to be questioning that these astronauts could be lying to the public. But then you start to get into, well, how much does NASA make every day? And what are these people?
This is exactly what everybody's doing to Witsit right now. And Witsit should right now jump on this DJ Curious idiot and say, hold on a second. That's not cool to treat people like that. I know firsthand because it's really mean and I had to cry.
They have a lot to gain from it. And I think that's on the Globe side, it's one of the biggest arguments that some of my friends and family come to me. And it's like, I loved space. I wanted to be an astronaut as a kid. There's nothing but pictures of me like, dressed up and just aspiring because they capture your mind so young and so much media is.
But it's like, yeah, he's told. It's like, sorry, this is what you do. Well, gotta do it.
Well, hey guys,
But you.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, DJ.
I don't know what happened.
It was made just for us. It's filled with mystery and wonder. We're trying to figure it out. There's going to be.
You're not trying to figure it out. Flat Earthers have not been trying to figure out anything. Every single thing every Flat Earther says is the same as what Robotham said in 1865. You say nothing different than him.
Resistance. The people, the masses that we work with on a regular basis, they forget that. It's like, look, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, right? The hero's journey isn't without certain valleys, and we run into them from time to time. This is just one of them, and there'll be a wonderful redemption arc after this thing's over. Austin's absolutely right. It's going to be a big year for Flat Earth. I don't know. In fact, I sent it to David. You saw that bridge. Some listener, you probably saw it, DJ. A listener had sent it to me just before the show. He goes, look, I was driving underneath this bridge in Philadelphia, and someone had spray painted huge letters. The Earth is flat underneath it. It's like that.
Oh, that's proof. Oh, yes.
That takes some effort. That's awesome. That's great stuff. So,
right.
Yeah,
so
we're not going.
I mean, that's what's exciting. That's why I'm here.
That's not exciting. Okay, enough of that. They're so dumb. They're so sad. Look, you don't prove that the Earth is flat through ignorance. You actually have to measure things. And the measurements, he's like, we have super precise measurements. No, they don't. Measurements have numbers and units. If you want to measure that the surface of water is flat, you need to first establish a flat reference and make sure that you've really got a flat reference. Then you determine the deviation from that reference. There are tools designed to do this and methods that people have figured out for centuries to do this. You ignore all of them and instead demand that you use the instances where the messing up stuff is maximized. Do it at night. Use bright lights that which you don't need. You're like, let's use a laser, assuming that a laser is pencil thin. They'll think a laser is a pencil thin. That's how a laser goes. 15 miles away, it's still just this big. No, it's not. It's just so dumb. Oh, okay. It's just an exercise in dumb people patting themselves on the back for being dumb. Lower Deck says, Witsit proving once again he doesn't understand perspective by complaining about an amazing, once-in-a-lifetime free trip to Antarctica. Yep. The Gig Boss Man says, was the terrain smooth enough to do a curvature measurements from the 360-degree cameras to the mountains? How far were you allowed to walk from the building? So they had roped off where they had done radar surveys under the ice. They said, outside of here, we haven't done radar surveys, so it's not safe. There may be a crevice. We don't know. But it was not flat. It was not smooth. There were hills on the ice. So from where we were at halfway point to our camp was a hill. We could not see camp. We did see planes land. We saw planes come in, and then they landed behind the hill. The hill was made of snow and ice. Right, so it's water, but not liquid water. So it's heaves and moves and everything all the time. It's a glacier. It moves. Yes, and when Fakatzoid, says, I'm always wrong, even if I'm right. Wait. Thank you, Fakadzoid, for that. Dick Justice for $5 says, darn tune, I used to be a fan until I just now found out you were a Mac guy. I guess we don't have anything in common after all. Oh, come on. I have a /bin/null. /dev/null. I do. We can enjoy that we both have, assuming you're a Linux guy, we can assume that we both have a /dev/null. And if we want, we can cat flat earth carrot /dev/null. Emma M for €5 says Finlay figured out how to super cat. Where is McFlatty, Michael? Where is McFlatty? I don't know. He's been AWOL. And nobody's crying. TNN Obsessed Patriot says Witsit got destroyed in a debate. With who? Ranty Flat Earth. The guy from Lore Lodge. Forgot his name. Andrew? What's that, Andrew? Lore Lodge guy. The guy from Alex Jones, his buddy, whatever his name is. Me. The thing is, the Earth is not flat, so Austin automatically loses. So, Lord Illuminous Pooh says, imagine playing Doom. I just got Doom to run on you. You did. It runs on meat computers. 78 Mitsu says, you maybe should clarify machine is BSD based, not Linux. You're correct. It is a Unix variant, and the Mac operating system is a BSD variant. Specifically, has the Mach microkernel in a BSD OS that I don't know if they maintain it anymore. I think they do. Called Darwin. That was their BSD variant. That they distributed for free as the foundation for Mac OS. Arnold says, everyone remain calm. Flat Earth is fine. Joe Hanvey is going to send his model made of salad bowls and garbage to all airline pilots next week. That's the thing. The best he's done yet is he's sort of got, if you don't look elsewhere, and you look from only the outside of his dome, you can see the sun that's reflected off of the inside wall of the dome, like moving around a little bit. But never mind if you go inside, because then you're going to see 17 different copies of the sun reflected everywhere. Don't look at those. Just look at this one spot here. And it's also warped the sun. And this is what's hilarious. Flat earthers are so dumb that the Insta360 camera, I have Insta360 right here. They're so dumb that they saw the Insta360 camera footage from Dave McKeegan, where at one point, so here's how this works. Lens here, a camera here, fisheye, camera here, fisheye. It creates two circular video streams, and it stitches them together. And so right here is the stitch, and right here is the stitch, and that stitch gets distortion. So when the sun moved across it, it got distorted. And they're like, oh, well, look, it proved it. The sun was vertically compressed and horizontally widened at the spot, just like Joe Hanvey's model. Like, you idiots. It's a camera that does distortion. You absolute morons. So dumb. They're so dumb. And seriously, like, without even like thinking, without doing some research, without even just the slightest little, wait a second, maybe, does this actually make sense? They're like, it totally confirms his model. They're so gullible. Oh, Jay Donaghey says the only way they'll believe it's a globe if rich people pay to go into space. No, they won't. We're seeing right now, if any flat earther were to go to space, they're a shill. They're fake, they're bought, their family was threatened. Something like that. The KM says P1000 can zoom their marathon win back into view. Jeez. Darkstar 4400 says, my copy of Popper is sitting on my side table right next to me. Very nice. Now, Popper, just for reference, Popper's take on the philosophy of science is like it's the one it's kind of where everybody goes to, right? He tried to get rid of inductive reasoning in science, but you can't. Right. This is his treatise on getting rid of inductive reasoning, and he couldn't do it. In the end, you still have some inductive reasoning. But he did in the process, like he tried to go to an extreme. He's like, you can't prove things. Yes, you can't. You can't. But he even is like, well, how do you falsify? How certain can you be about falsifying something? Because you can always bring in some other thing, and you can do that for proof that you can't prove things, right? Also, so I won't get into that too much, but right now it's a different video. But he's not the end all be all. But the really key thing that he really added in is that falsification testing is really essential. That's the very foundational thing. You build everything else around that. A falsification test. You try to falsify, and if you fail a whole bunch of times, then you're like, hey, I think we got it. That looks pretty good. But the door is still open. Burnham says, perhaps you and Jaren could do a show reconciling biblical text with modern science. Plausible reckonism. I don't know about that. Jaren's take on the Bible is goofy enough. I don't know. I think I'd probably just shake my head the whole time. Skell 1275 says, Witsit must be the only flurf to think you can freely explore Antarctica. Will Duffy will pay for everything. Yeah, and this gets into free as in speech and free as in beer. Right? Free beer means you don't need to pay for beer. Right? And flat earthers think freely explore means that you don't have to pay anything. Seriously, that's what it comes down to. No. Free means you can go where you want. You can go wherever you want in Antarctica. Absolutely, you can go wherever you want. And there's protected areas. You want to go into those protected areas? You actually can. You can go into it. You are free to go in there. Right? Now, you need to actually like have a reason to go in there. You need to show that you're not going to ruin the place in there. Right? There's rules about it. You can go in there. Absolutely. You want to explore it? Go ahead. You can. I want to see if the dome is over here in this place where there's penguins. Okay, go ahead. Right? Just make sure you don't screw things up when you're there. Go ahead. You put it in and say, here's the plan. Right? Be a responsible adult. You can do that. Do you want to just show up there unannounced and go traipsing around? No, the treaty does say that you can't do that. The other members of the treaty would be quite upset. And for a good reason. They don't trust each other. That's the point of the treaty. Everybody that's a member of the treaty gets to question everything else that everybody else does when they're there. Hey, people that are here from ALE in this camp, somebody from Russia's curious what you're doing here. Can they come and have a look at everything that you're doing there? And the answer is sure. Come on in. Would you like some fantastic food? We've got some. The food was fantastic. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda says, do you worry they're going to bully Witsit into confessing he faked it or anything? I think that would be hilarious. I don't think he will. I think he's actually got that much going for him. But I mean, if he was dishonest, if his name was Fakatzoid and he went, I could see Fakatzoid coming back, seeing the 24-hour sun, coming back and saying, They made me lie. It was all fake, and this is how it happened, and then making up a story. I can see Fakatzoid doing that. I don't see Witsit doing that. GBS Warrior gifted a membership. Thank you for that. RT96 says, if you use the word realm to describe the world, and you don't have a D20 in your hand, you are not a serious person. Sean Hawkins. like that. And if you don't know what a D20 is, I'm not explaining it to you. NA says ignorance is bliss to the land of flatness, or to the lad of flatness. Yes. Like it's not acceptable to say we don't know what this is, because other people know what it is. If you need to show that they're wrong, right? If you think that the sun is not fusing hydrogen, then you need to show, go figure out better what it is. But saying we don't know what it is not an answer. Darkstar 4400 says Mark Sargent's live stream word salad bar. Oh my God, yeah, it was too much, and we need it. There's some good stuff coming up here. Bobbert says get ready for you don't render videos, you play them fake. Also, I'm in the market for SSDs and my Uni's ML server. For my Uni's ML server, what model did you use for TFE? Well, if you're looking for something for a university, I don't know. Samsung 4 terabyte SSD is 280 about. That's what I paid. So they're over in my driveway right now. They have an 8 terabyte version as well. I probably will switch up to that for future ones. They're not really industrial purpose, so I don't know if that's really what you want. You probably want to go with a little higher end one, but depends on your usage. That's what I used. Coordinate Zero says, it hit me. Flurfs equals crappy large lang models trained on themselves and hallucinating madly. The sentences are valid English, but that's all you get. That's true. That is true. As LLMs get easier to do at a consumer level and generate at a consumer level, I suppose people might do that. That would be funny to train one on flatties. Turns out I've got a bit. I've got some transcripts. Could do that. Chaz Everlat says they think the sun is fire, thousands of years behind. That's it, exactly. DJ Curious thinks the sun is fire. He's not curious. If he were curious, he would know that the sun is not fire. He also would know that a vacuum chamber isn't anti-gravity. Palazza Parek says, great, now San Francisco to Sydney flights are over Africa. Yeah, I mean, that map is worse than the AE map, and that's seriously where they're going. The bipolar map. And I mean, at least the Gleason map had an ice ring around it to contain it. Now they don't have that. And so what is it? Does it spill off? Does it go somewhere else? Do you Pac-Man across it to the other side? Who knows? No answers. They're happy in their ignorance. Sea Lion Prime says, I still can't believe bipolar Earth model is what they went to as the name. Oh, yeah. That is what they went to as the name. This, seriously, in 2018, I was on the Flat Earth Society, the TFES.org forums, and a few people on there used that map. That's the one that they thought was made sense. Seriously, we're going back to 2018 maps that in 2018 were stupid. And on there, we're like, that doesn't work because the sun goes like this for half of the year and then it goes like this. It doesn't actually rotate the other. That doesn't work. It would have had to, no, now it's going that. It doesn't work. Tim Davidson says, if Dearth gets high, is he a baked potato? Yes, he is. Kango44 says, what pisses me off is they're on effing computers on a group video call. Do they think stupid jerk-offs? Do they think stupid jerk-offs that know nothing built it? Yeah, they think that ignorance is the way to move forward. They're proud of it. Sea Lion Prime says, when it comes to the sky, there's only so much you can do. Well, looking at it might be a good start. Yeah, there's a lot you can do. They've ignored an entire branch of science and just said, nah, to an entire branch of science. We don't know what the sky is. People know what the sky is. Ignorance is not something to be proud of. Darkstar 4400 says, I guess that wraps it up for Flat Earth. Yeah, he spelled rap, R-A-P. Dirtbike says, Witsit is the ugliest luggage I've ever seen. Rage is a new member at Newton. Professor Phil Bell says, the death throes of Flat Earth has begun. Go, Will Duffy. Yep. Wayne O'Donnell says, what excuse do Flurfs give for not putting scales on their maps? They are happy to be ignorant. I've said there is no map, no Flat Earth map that has scales. And they're like, oh, AE map does. They seriously say that, having not looked at the scale on here. It's not a scale. A scale on a map is you take that scale and it's like this many inches is this many miles on the map. So you can take a string, you put it on the map, you bring it down to the scale, you can see how long it is, right? Or a ruler. That's not what this is. The two things on here are conversions between, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. They're conversions between nautical miles and miles, I think, is one of them. The other is a conversion between degrees and linear along lines of longitude. That's all it is. You can't take that, put it on the map, and then use it. They're just conversions. It's basically a slide rule without a slide. Storm Chaser, Patrick Pineda says, I propose a new flat Earth model. Are you familiar with a hypersphere? I propose a hypercircle. It's a circle with a theoretical third axis. It sounds a lot like a globe. It does. All right. Darkstar 4400 says maybe Flurfs could use the world map generator. All right. Let's fire it up here quick. Here you go. Create your own vector world map. What? Oh, hold on. No, I don't want to read anything. I just want to do stuff. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's it. There you go. Just do what you want. Just, there it is. There's the map that solves the current problem. Right? Whatever the current problem is, just all right. That would be great. I don't know. I don't think so. All right, let's hear. They've got some good cope coming up. Some more crybaby stuff going.
But that's why I put on the thumbnail. You guys are looking for truth in Antarctica, right? Because that is generally what you went down there to find. One way or another, you want some sort of answer. I do the same type of prayers, by the way, guys. I often, if I don't know an answer on something, I just say, God, treat me.
Right. We went out there. We're obviously not going to come back and people are like, I knew it was fake because there was someone behind the mountain for a second, whatever. So we go straight out there because it's perfect weather. We're not wasting any time. So I think we all agree.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I stop you real quick? So when you got there, you surveyed the layout. They told you about the main base camp being shadowed by the sun go behind this particular mountain. Did you guys request to go out to this additional tent?
I actually argued against it, but I understood why they wanted to go. Is because I had kind of this dream of having a 5-day time lapse. I had the equipment to do it. And I kind of thought about doing that. But then even I was talking to some of the people there and they're like, that'd be tough. You're not going to get 5 days of no clouds if that's what you're looking for. So then they were saying, if we get a day with no clouds, we should get it done then as fast as we can. So it just so happened that when we arrived, the sky was clear. So we got our little orientation. Yeah, we got our little orientation. Here's the bathrooms. Here's the showers. Here's how this works. And then Duffy basically came up to us and said, let's do it now. Rather than go put our stuff in our tents, let's get all of our stuff now, go to the other camp, and let's set up and do the 24-hour time lapse now. So we all.
So, I think I understood the logic behind it.
Yeah.
And I knew it wouldn't be as convenient, but I did want to just avoid anything. So I'm not going to come all the way out to Antarctica and then the sun goes behind the mountain for a few minutes and therefore somehow. So I was all for it. I think it's like 15, 20 minute drive. It sucked. It definitely wasn't convenient and sucked. But yeah, so we go out there and there's no internet there, obviously, right? Because it's like, 5 kilometers away.
And you said was it the entire group, both Globers and Flat Earthers and Will Duffy? Yeah. Everybody went out there?
Everyone.
Because I was under the impression that it was just the three of you that were sent out there.
No. Everyone went out there. Everyone put the cameras up there. Everyone filmed the sun there.
Okay.
So, but then we get there and Duffy had brought a Starlink. And so like a marine style Starlink or whatever. And so that gets set up. And now we have Wi-Fi, and then that's when we don't get the Wi-Fi password, but the Globers do. And I was very...
Let's be clear. Who brought the Starlink? Will brought Starlink. Will provided it. Did Will have a commitment to provide it to anybody else? No, he brought it. Austin you could have brought your own Starlink. Austin said that he had said he might bring his own personal Starlink Mini. He could have. He could have purchased a maritime Starlink just like Will did. He was free to do that. But here he is, little baby boy, who wasn't given something for free. Oh, he wasn't owed anything. He didn't have a guarantee of having internet access. None of this was part of, this is what we're going to give you, little baby boy. That's not how it works. You were free to do it yourself. Now, I don't think that your Starlink Mini would have worked very well. Will researched what he needed to bring and discovered that if he wanted to have good, high quality internet, he was going to need to bring the maritime Starlink. And so he paid real money to get a maritime Starlink. It's significantly bigger than a regular Starlink. And it gets and he paid for priority service too. You pay for bandwidth. He paid for a lot of bandwidth. It ain't cheap. None of what Will did was cheap. And Austin, paying nothing for it, having not been promised to have internet access, is crying like a little baby that he didn't instantly get Wi-Fi access. What a baby.
Attentive. I was watching the whole thing. So Mark got it. They started doing the live stream. They were going to try to do a 24-hour live stream with the sun. And Duffy has it. He's like, I'm going to do the TFE channel live stream. McToon has it. He's doing a 2 a.m. live stream. And I start paying attention. All the Globers have it. McToon has the Wi-Fi. McKeegan has the Wi-Fi. Critical Think has the Wi-Fi. I mean, they're like on computers.
So do you know why I had the Wi-Fi? Because I went to Will and said, hey, Will, can I get the Wi-Fi password? He said, yeah, here it is. It's Union Glacier 2024. I think that's what it was. Or just Union Glacier. It was actually the same password as the password that the that ALE had in their camp. It was exactly the same. I don't know if Will set it up ahead of time in at home, or if he set it up when he got there and used the same password. I don't know. But it was the same password, coincidentally. Or by design. I don't know. But I asked Will. Dave asked Will. Critical Think asked Will. You know who didn't ask Will one time what the password is? The crybaby never once asked Will, hey, what's the password? Can I get on the Wi-Fi? He never once asked Will for the password. How did he get the password? Let's find out.
Specifically telling us we can't have the Wi-Fi.
He specifically told you can't have it? Why?
He said that he wanted to limit the bandwidth so that we didn't jeopardize the live stream because he didn't know how many different...
Let's back this up just a bit here.
Feed channel live stream. McToon has it. He's doing a 2 a.m. live stream. And I start paying attention. All the Globers have it. McToon has the Wi-Fi. McKeegan has the Wi-Fi. Critical Think has the Wi-Fi. I mean, they're like on computers. So and he's specifically telling us we can't have the Wi-Fi.
So what Will did say was, we're doing the live stream to Candace Owens' Rumble channel. And we don't want to have everybody trying to live stream at the same time. Yep, Will did say that. Austin never said, can I get the password? Austin never said, when can I do a live stream? To Will on that first night. None of this happened, right? And Austin isn't entitled to this Wi-Fi. It's not his. It's somebody else's. This little baby shows up bringing basically nothing, expecting that everything be handed to him on a platter. What an entitled piece of garbage. Seriously. Bring your own gear. If you want Wi-Fi, bring your own Starlink. Seriously. Pay the thousands of dollars for a maritime Starlink and then pay the thousands of dollars for the data. You baby. You got it for free. But yes, he did say, I don't want people using... It's his Wi-Fi. Priority is Candace Owens. We don't want to have everybody doing a stream at the same time. So, we got there, set up the live stream for Candace Owens. And then I think that, Will did one, Critical Think did one, I did one Will did one at midnight local time. I did one at 2:00 local time, and somewhere before there, Critical Think had done one. Mine started at 2 a.m. because at 2:36 or 2:37 a.m. is local solar midnight. Now you did a reverse Eratosthenes. I'm like, that's when I want to do it. Do you know what they were? They were sleeping. It was the middle of the night. I didn't get Wi-Fi while I was asleep. Whoop-de-doo. Seriously, Austin was laying on the floor underneath the table when I was doing my live stream. What were you going to do with Wi-Fi then? So during my live stream, if you remember, you might have been there. During my live stream, it went down. And I thought, oh no. This is what I thought. I hogged the bandwidth. I was worried that my live stream had run over the cap, and I was feeling really guilty. I'm like, I was going to go to Will and say, look, I'm sorry. If I used it all, I want to pay for what I used. But that's not what happened. It was that the router did a reset. Now, Will had set it up ahead of time at home, but he didn't leave it running for a couple days. And so in the middle of the night, it did an involuntary reset of the router. That's what happened. It was about 4:30 maybe in the morning. You know who was asleep then? Yeah. Crybaby was underneath the table sleeping. So, So it turns out then that came up, the Rumble, we couldn't get the Rumble thing going back again. We couldn't, and Mark Herman is like, I can't get another Rumble thing approved at this time of day because it was the middle of the night, and I think it's a weekend anyway. And Will pulled up the usage, and it was just a tiny bit of what his allocation was. And I'm like, okay, good. I wasn't like, we didn't spill over the top of it. So then, I don't know, like everybody just kind of, everybody except for Dave and, Lisbeth she was sitting up in the chair. She's like, I can't sleep. So, okay. And I sat in a chair and I kind of just, I nodded in and out, but I couldn't get to sleep. I tried laying on the floor. I didn't fall asleep there. Like I was in and out a little bit, but then it's like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. is breakfast time. So we got up, went to breakfast. And so at some point, somehow he got the password. How did that happen?
Specifically told you can't have it? Why?
He said that he wanted to limit the bandwidth so that we didn't jeopardize the live streams because he didn't know how many different things he could have on it because, he had just...
No, Candace Owens is not a flat earther, Steel Pulse. Candace Owens' director was there and was live streaming to Candace Owens' channel until it died.
Set it up wherever they want to jeopardize it. But
so conveniently,
of course, we were the ones that were chopped off, I guess.
All the Globers had Wi-Fi access simultaneously, but then you guys would have been too much.
Yeah, I mean, I paid attention. Every single one of them had it, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was...
Every single one of us went to Will and asked for it. Austin did not.
Like for some hours, let's just say, I may have done some snooping around, and Mark is actually pretty cool.
Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director. Austin just said Mark is pretty cool. Austin got the password from Mark. He did not go to Will and say, Will, what's the password? Can I get it? Will would have said, sure. This is an entitled brat. Right here. An entitled brat that didn't get his way, didn't get something given to him. What a disgusting person.
You know what I'm saying? And then ended up getting it a little bit sooner. But the first time I was approached about being given the Wi-Fi password, next morning, we're talking 18 hours later, I mentioned needing to do it.
Next morning, 18 hours later. Hold on a second. Let's think here. We got to, so we had dinner at 8. So at 9 o'clock, we drove out there. By 10 o'clock at the earliest, the Wi-Fi was set up. It was the earliest it was set up. And then Mark Herman's started the live stream maybe 10 o'clock. Will did his live stream at midnight. I did mine at 2:30, and somewhere in there, Critical Think did his. Right. So then the next morning, which would be, well, let's say the next morning is noon, just the second before noon ends. Right. So we got the Wi-Fi going by 10. How many hours later? 14, right? He said 18. He said literally 18. Probably was morning, right? After breakfast. Breakfast was at 8.
Wanted to do a live stream, and he's like, "Oh, do you need the Wi-Fi password?" So in his mind, we would
So he offered it to you. Wow. What a nice guy to give you free Wi-Fi that you didn't earn.
just be out there stranded, no Wi-Fi for, 10, 12 hours or whatever. So,
and of course, there's no cellular, so it's not like you're basically with nothing. Right. So we were able to set up our stuff there, though. But I mean, I kind of understood why we went
shady.
Yeah, that was shady. And again, their excuse was, "Oh, well, we're doing this 24-hour live stream with Candace's."
It was not shady. You are not entitled it. You didn't earn it. You didn't. If he said no, he would have been 100% in his right. You didn't do anything that you should get it. I was grateful that I got it. And if he had said no to me, I would have said, super, I'll do what I can. I wasn't entitled to it either. But Will was gracious and gave it to us for free.
On Candace's channel with his phone, so we don't want to jeopardize that, which ended up not working anyway because there was some update or something. So anyway, it was just kind of a pain in the butt to not have that Wi-Fi and be able to go live if we wanted to, or people.
Yeah, but how is McToon getting prioritized to be like their second live stream, given the password immediately? Like there was a poll and we were
because I asked.
Voted. McToon said he's not going to go. Claims he couldn't go because of a passport issue. Says from the beginning he's not going to go. Says claims he's not going to go because he doesn't want to jeopardize us not going. Also, blah blah blah. And then finds out we are going to go. Chooses to go anyway.
So don't be confused about Jaren's position right now. He's towing the line to not stir things up. Right? But I suspect that this live stream is part of what pushed him over the end that he did today.
I'm talking to Jaren. I'm like, that makes no sense. If he said he wasn't going to go because he knew we wouldn't want him to go, he didn't want to jeopardize us being able to go, then now he knows we're going. Now he knows we're about to sign a contract. Then shouldn't that mean he's not going to go again? But no, he went. And like he's,
I'll give you a little background on that. Will had given a deadline. I think it was on a Thursday. He had given a deadline. He said, look, if you don't do it by midnight Thursday or sometime on Thursday, then if you don't sign the contract by then we're done. And they didn't. I woke up that morning. I said, hey, Will, I had told him prior. I said, I was thinking about going. And if they miss that deadline, then I'll feel like I can go. And I woke up that morning and messaged Will. I said, do they have a contract? He said, no. I'm like, okay. What if I go? He's like, well, yeah. That's what happened. They did not have a signed agreement by the deadline. That was the thing that I said, okay, I will go. They still did salvage the contract. Will gave them a grace period, but that was my line. I'm like, look, okay. They're flopping around, they're floundering, they're not serious about this or whatever. I don't know, don't care. Whatever position it is, however they got there, whatever, they missed that deadline. Okay, I'm gonna go. And if that means they don't go, then fine. They already missed the deadline. It probably, who knows? You don't know if they're gonna go or not. Dr. Nimrod says, Will Duffy put a lot of money into this and he didn't have to do any of it. Witless is not being humble about gouging a very expensive trip for free. So horrible.
He's integral. I think he was going the whole time, right? Whatever. But
guys, I think he orchestrated this and encouraged Duffy to get funding for it.
Maybe the timeline too is.
Thank you for thinking that much of me. I appreciate it, Sean, you dummy.
Screwed up because people are already asking, which is funny because not one of us ever promised anything live. In fact, if you look at my chest cam footage when we land the plane, I said, there's no way we can go live from here. There's just no way. I didn't even believe it was possible.
And then I immediately checked it when we got there.
Yeah. Malcolm, look at Lisbeth. She's just sitting there. Just nothing. Wits is whining and crying, being a little baby. and she's just being polite, right? Nothing. That they're just ignoring her, misogynist, right?
Yeah, so we get out there and all of a sudden we got a good enough signal. I think we could go live, right? So that was kind of a surprise. But the weird thing is that we wanted to do a 24-hour live stream on. We knew we couldn't do it on YouTube, but we thought we could do it my channel, Austin's channel, my channel. But remember, we didn't have the Wi-Fi that whole first night. So by the time we had the Wi-Fi, well, we weren't going to be at that spot for 24 hours anymore. Now we only had 10 hours left there. So if we would have set it up there, then we would have had to leave our phones there and take off or whatever.
We have to wait for those 10 hours, and then we'd have to try to do a 24-hour stream after that. And then after that, now there's clouds everywhere.
So just for reference, and you didn't know there were going to be clouds or not, but for reference, my time lapse of the not time lapse, my sundial, I started that shortly before we left. I started that at night, and it sat there all night. I had this bag, two of these batteries in it, and Mark Herman's Insta360. He lent me his Insta360 because I asked. This is my, I purchased this. Thank you for supporting me. That support purchased this. I'll be using it this weekend. I tested it today. If you saw a test live stream popping out just for a brief moment on my MC Toon live channel, that was me testing this. Anyway, that's what I did. And if I was going to live stream it, I could have live streamed it. We could have left the Starlink there. We could have. We chose to take it down because we're like, well, we don't need it anymore. We could have left it there. And if Jaren and Austin said, hey, we want to do a 24-hour live stream on our phone, Will would have said, okay, we'll leave the Starlink and come get it in 24 hours. And I asked the ALE staff, hey, I need to go out there in the morning and I need to go out there tomorrow night. Can somebody bring me? And Scott said, you bet. Scott brought me in the morning on the snowmobile, and then he brought me in the evening on that Toyota, whatever that cool Toyota truck is, along with Mark Herman. Mark Herman filmed a little clip to put on Candace Owens' show. That's in the live stream, or not the live stream, the 24-hour. It's about 25 or 26 hours total. Video that's dropping. Well, the first drops at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, then 6 o'clock tomorrow night, and then the part with Mark Herman is 6 o'clock on Thursday morning. If you want to see the Mark Herman and I come up, I'm filming Mark while he's recording a thing for Candace. You can see that. So you'll see how many times I was out there, once to change a battery and once to tear it down. They could have done that. All they needed to do was say, hey, I have an idea. What if we do this? It wasn't our responsibility to come up with your ideas. So you can't whine about it. You didn't ask.
Right. And then we end up finding out we have to leave early. And so we couldn't have done the 24-hour stream. We literally couldn't have done it. We were talking about how to do it.
But now I've got people saying, like, where's the 24-hour stream that you promised? And where's and it's like, dude, it's like, go look on YouTube for anybody who's got any live streams from Antarctica. There isn't. Right. And I did 4 of them in the first 4 days we're there. And nobody's like, oh, that's cool. Everyone's saying, like, well, where's the
move the goalpost?
Every time.
Yeah.
If we would have
that
3 days,
what happened apparently was Starlink was scheduled to do an update, and that cut it off. And then also his phone did an update or something as well. So that's what cut it off. I didn't even know that. Really, Mark told me recently. I just heard that the phone crashed. I guess that meant it tried to update and it crashed the stream out or whatever.
Emerson Biggins, I can tell you that Will was not excited about this particular interaction here. He was. I didn't watch it live. Will did, and yeah, he was not impressed.
And so did the Starlink. But yeah, I mean, we had no say in doing that.
And plus the equipment thing, right? I don't know if you know that. We were told one bag, 50 pounds, and one carry-on, 20 pounds. And so I'm stressing out the nights before, trying to pack my solar tracker plus my camera was like 13 pounds in and of itself. So that's already minus from the 50. Then you got heavy shoes. I mean, obviously I'm not small, so my hoodies, everything is really heavy. So I struggled. I wanted to bring a drone. There was other things I wanted to bring, other cameras that just I couldn't fit. So I ended up having a reduced thing. I got what I wanted. But then we find out when we get there, they're like, oh, there's only 10 of you going on the flight. So you can actually bring as many bags of 50 pounds as you want. But now we're in Punta Arenas. That doesn't do any good.
So let's review a little bit here. Will brought the Starlink and did not bring an extra bag. He fit the entire Starlink in his bag, along with some tripods. Starlink, tripods, all his clothes. Did not have an extra bag. Did not plan to bring an extra bag on that final hop down to Antarctica. Did not pay extra to have a checked bag. He got everything into his one bag, including the Starlink, which is about half the weight. So how did he do that without extra? When you losers you didn't do, Jaren did. Austin, I don't know what Austin did. I don't know what he brought.
Wait, this is what doesn't make sense either. Okay, so Duffy's telling us like, and I'm taking one for the team, and I'm sacrificing half my total weight of my checked bag. My total weight I can bring. I'm sacrificing half of it to bring this Starlink. Well, that wasn't the case at all. Yeah, because I packed the bag just like Jaren did, and you pack all your clothes in there. You're already right at 50 pounds. I'll do a tripod in there.
But that is what happened. I was in the airport with him in Santiago, all the way down to Punta Arenas. We went to pick up. Right, we got off the planes. He had his carry-ons. I had my carry-ons. We went through passport control. Then we went through security. They checked our carry-ons. Then we went to pick up our baggage. He had one checked bag. I had one checked bag. Then we went to get our checked bags checked by security. They had him open up his check bag in there too. Then we had to drop it off. He dropped off one check bag. So Austin, you absolute piece of trash, lying garbage pile. Half of his weight was there. He brought a drone. He brought 2 Insta360s. He brought 2 tripods. He brought all of his clothes. He brought his boots. All of these things he brought somehow. And what did you bring, Austin? What experiments did you plan? I want to take pictures of the sun with the solar filter. Awesome. That's a good idea. Great. No tripod? Or did you bring a tripod? You didn't bring a Starlink.
Boots in there, a couple other things. I'm just under 50 pounds. So, this idea doesn't even make sense. He had all the clothes that we had. And then we get there and they have a bunch of bags, bunch of equipment, whatever. And so, like, you did the math, right?
I asked him about that. And he said, oh, yeah, those guys said they told me ahead of time that they would need extra bags and they were going to pay for them. Because I asked them.
They were going to pay for them all the way up to like $3,000 for a 50 pound bag?
Yeah.
They were going to pay for them, yes.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
They knew.
They knew. Oh, well. Funny you should say that. Funny you should say that, Austin, that they knew. You think they knew ahead of time. Well, Austin, I can prove you a liar again. So here is a video I took on the 12th. So we left for Antarctica on the 14th. This is the 12th, okay? This is the waterfront outside our hotel. There's John Marindi. There's our hotel. Right, we're walking around. There's this platform here that we did a bunch of stuff on.
I wonder why you want to see black on black. It's a little bit of water.
All right, jumping ahead.
In the U.S., they never would, so they put lights in.
Okay, so we're crossing the crosswalk here.
Vincent? Mm-hmm. Not a chance.
Whoa, really?
Oh, man.
Just blow you over?
There's no sidewalks.
St. Vincent is a Caribbean island. Very dangerous for pedestrians.
And if you get hit, then you shouldn't have been hit. Wow. They don't even stop.
Wow.
India, this is the same.
Hi.
Okay, so here on the upper left, this is Kati, our main liaison to ALE. She's standing there waiting for us.
Yes.
Do you happen to know the total weight limit for the program per passenger?
I do not.
Okay, because I just talked to Dave McKeegan, and he showed me like tons of gear for cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
So Dave McKeegan went to Kati and said, hey, I have all of this gear that I'm concerned about. How much am I going to have to pay? What's the deal? How much? What's the plan? Very important.
And just for you to know, you are allowed to bring as many bags as you want, provided that you don't exceed the total weight limit per program, in your case, Antarctic Odyssey.
So the total weight limit for the program, so that there's 11 people in our program, and so we can't exceed the total weight limit for the program.
And 2, none of the bags is over 25 kilograms, because I am the one who has to lift those. And the Chilean regulation for workers is that we shouldn't be lifting more than 25 kilograms. Okay. So now I'm going to the office. I'm going to double check on the total weight limit for your program, so you are all informed about that.
Thank
and
you.
then you can distribute the weight as you prefer.
Thank you so much.
Take it.
Yes.
David told me that he's bringing very many power banks with him. It seems that your case is similar.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Chilean regulation establishes a limit of power banks per passenger.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact number, but I'll check at the office and let you know.
Okay.
So if you are bringing more than the limit,
yes,
you can redistribute the power banks among the 9 of you, and then you will.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So, all right, that's the end of that video. It rolls to the next one. So, Austin just said that we knew. Well, I just proved that as of the 12th, 2 days before, we did not know. We did not know. Now, shortly after this, Will sends a message, finds out the weight limit. The weight limit's large, right? There's no way that the 11 of us are going to go over that weight limit. So basically now, as of the 12th, just 2 days before, we know that we don't need to pay extra. But Dave had inquired because he was planning to have to pay extra. Piece of trash, Witsit. Absolute garbage.
They must have known that they could bring extra bags, and Jonathan brought extra bags.
Well, if they were going to pay for it, then they definitely knew they could bring extra bags.
We were told that there's a $35 a pound for each extra pound after
25
for your initial 55-pound bag, which is insanely expensive. We're talking $1,700 for another checked bag. They were not planning to go down there and spend $2,000 per bag. They knew they could bring extra. That's my opinion. Who knows? I mean, that's just very convenient if not, right? So
your opinion's wrong, but he's stating it as fact.
Long story short, we get there, my checked bag, I got my P900, I got charger blocks, I got a GoPro with a case for the GoPro, and a couple other things like my thermal imager, and my bag, my checked bag, or my carry-on bag is barely zipping, right? And then with the checked bag, you just got clothes and a tripod, and it's barely zipping with your boots in there. And so we couldn't really bring anything, bro. And that's just what happened. So those are the three main sketchy things.
Elizabeth, what about you? Did you plan to do any observations, or did you bring equipment?
Oh, that was nice of you, Sean, to notice that Lisbeth is there. I wonder if somebody told him, hey, you shouldn't be rude and ignore her.
With you on the way down, or?
So there was equipment that I wanted to bring, and I mean, Austin, Jaren, and I had a couple meetings like a couple weeks before the trip. One like a week before, and one like a day or two before. And that was one of our grievances. Was like, man, how are we going to fit everything that we want? But Jaren had a rotating mount, so I was like, well, then I don't need to bring mine as well. It would be nice, right? It would have been nice in hindsight now, knowing what we know now, right? But I was like, all right, I guess we can kind of just pick and choose. Oh, can you fit a tripod for me? Because I remember Austin was having issues with trying to fit another tripod, and just overall. So literally the night before where I'm trying to pack everything in, there was stuff that I had to leave. I had a friend who made a wonderful sun tracker for me, by hand, that I was going to fit. It turned into an argument. I felt really bad because it was just I have tried my very best to pack everything in. So you must understand when we all got told, oh yeah, you can bring as many bags as you want. And I'm like, so we're being told this information now, but somehow the Globers knew that information ahead of time. Wouldn't that have...
We had 100% the same information you had. Absolutely everything you had. That email that I got on September 13th, every one of you losers got to. Nothing changed until the 12th. 2 days ahead. 2 days ahead, they're like, since there's only 11 of you, you're not going to go over the total weight limit for your total trip. Awesome. Bonus. But they were willing to pay that extra.
Have been information to share with us. Oh, by the way, guys, you can bring bags, because how would you have known to bring bags? And to Austin's point, they were really all just going to drop $2,000 or more to bring their bags. The math doesn't math in that sense. And I just
other than the fact they know they would have made a lot of
information. I felt like we were kind of yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, there was definitely extra stuff that I wanted to. No worries. There was just extra stuff that I did want to bring that I left, and of course I was upset when I get there. And it's just okay. And then just to kind of throw this in here, a little bit of drama. But so the morning that we went back for breakfast, right, while we were still left our equipment to film the 24-hour sun, I was having issues with my GoPro, which made me super sad. I mean, Jaren tried, Jonathan, the filmmaker, tried. I even had Dave McKeegan look at it. I think it was just too cold. and I didn't have like a well enough cover for my GoPro. Like you can see it at the beginning of Jaren's footage, it's on top, but mine is more exposed where his is in a more like, I don't know, like close.
Leroy Jenkins, I don't think that's true. I'm not going to read it. I'll just let you all read it. I don't believe there's any truth to that at all. There's zero information I have on that. I would be very surprised. I don't think that's the case.
Box or whatever. So I don't know what was going on. I was having Bluetooth issues. It kept stomping out. So all of my timestamps were stomping out. So I was just upset. I was awake for you got to remember, we went there at 9 p.m. to the second location, right? We went to dinner right away. We had been up since 5 a.m. that morning from Punta Arenas, traveling to the airport, getting verified, all this other stuff, getting on a plane, getting there, landing there at 2:30 p.m. local time in Union Glacier, getting the tour, then being told, oh, dinner's at 5. And by the way, grab all the stuff that you need because we're going to a secondary camp. So by that time I was already cranky. We all are, right? So I was so upset, and Jaren and Austin know this. And like they had my back there. I was so upset about the Wi-Fi thing because I specifically had asked Duffy in the beginning, like, oh, what's the Wi-Fi password? Oh, we just want to wait. We don't know if more than one device can handle it. We want to do the live stream for Candace. And I'm like, okay. But I just think it's really weird. And I'm like over here, like my loved ones are tracking my location. Flat Earth thing is tracking me. They want to hear from me. If they don't hear from me within like 8 hours or 12 hours, it's going to look weird. And then of course, the first time that they hear from me in hours, or the first time they hear from any of us, is on Duffy's live stream. So to them, it looked weird. Like, why have we not heard from you in hours, but now you're suddenly on Duffy's live stream? Clearly you guys can live stream. So it was just something that I had to explain to them. So when we came
I think your timing is a little bit off. Duffy's live stream was the second day at late in the day. So like 10 p.m. the second day, I think we left halfway point like at midnight. So I don't know exactly the time. So the time when Jaren went up there and said, sometimes in life you're wrong. That was the oh no, wait. That was, I'm sorry. I'll take that back. That was the first night at like midnight. And because by midnight, we all knew, we're like, yep, we know what's going to happen. At 2:30, we know what's going to happen. You don't need to wait 24 hours. Like this straw man of, well, how come you didn't wait a whole 24 hours to see if the sun was up for 24 hours? Because we took off in Punta Arenas and the sun was up the whole time. We landed, the sun was up the whole time, and it's midnight. The sun's still up. It's not gonna set. We can look up there in the sky and we can see, look, the sun's right there. In 2 hours, it's going to be right there. It's not going to set. So that's when they got on there. Everybody got on there and said, "Yep, there it is." So then, this was while Candace's live stream was still going. This was before I had done a live stream. This is before, I don't know if I think Critical Think had, I don't know if he had or not. So anyway, yeah. So the first time that they heard from her, well, there was Wi-Fi at camp, and so we got to camp, and they gave us the password in the tour. So we had the password. She could have got on at camp there because they gave us a tour. We had like an hour of just mess around time and then dinner for an hour. So we had at least 2 hours of time there before we left. So she could have got on then and said things. So I don't know.
Back that morning and everybody was going for breakfast, I went on Clubhouse, and I was upset. I was expressing to the gang, like, yo, I really feel like this was a little bit on purpose. Well, somebody was listening in the audience and they wrote Duffy like a long articulate email saying that I was going to sabotage the camp and everything. I was like, sabotage the camp? So y'all can record me sabotaging the equipment? Like, how dumb would I look? And just like warning Duffy and all this stuff. And all I was saying is that I think it's really messed up and sketchy that not only do the Globers have more equipment with them, we were told that we were limited. And now this whole Wi-Fi thing, we
were all told the same thing. Come on.
So many Zoom conversations prior to the trip. We're going to have Wi-Fi at the secondary location because, Jaren wanted to daisy chain, doing his body cam. He's like, it's not going to work with the secondary location. If you're going to have Wi-Fi, you're going to have Wi-Fi. So we went under the assumption that everyone was going to have Wi-Fi. Then we get there and not all of us get the Wi-Fi, and it just happens to be the flat earthers. So I was just like taken back, and, I said what I said. I just felt like it was very dishonest, and then that person who wrote that email to Duffy, and then Duffy, I felt some type of way, and McKeegan had talked to me. He's like, listen, Duffy thought that you were going to like try to sabotage the trip or try to go and destroy the cameras. And I'm like, that's all so silly. And listen, I'm not even throwing shade to him because we were all tired. We all have not slept. We're all hungry. We're cold.
What you're describing,
so like, I can understand where he thought. Yeah, where he thought that maybe I would.
I'm sorry. There's a little bit of delay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It might be my Wi-Fi.
It's okay. You're just describing high school drama. Like this whole thing you're describing is nothing but just unnecessary drama.
And to his credit, Sean gets it right, but now he turns it the wrong way.
I feel like, why couldn't all of the three of you just be treated like adults to say, hey, here's the Wi-Fi password, but we're going to try this.
Yeah. He almost got it right, didn't he? Her whining and complaining is high school drama, but no, that's not what he meant. The high school drama was that he thought that Will should have given everybody the password immediately so that they could do whatever they want because they're all entitled to get the password, the Wi-Fi that none of them brought.
this out one at a time. We're going to prioritize who can get on and whatnot.
Yeah, why don't you guys pick between three, one of you, or don't try and go all live at the same time in case we crash it. That would have been good. But I think what's good to remember too is because I think it did hinder the whole trip is that the sleep thing, right? So we did, 2 hours of sleep on the night of the 12th, and then the 13th, 2 hours of sleep. Then, like you said, we got there 2:30. We eat. We're told to go out to this other camp, but when we go out to the other camp, that's the beginning of 24 hours without sleep because we're all going out there to do the 24-hour time lapse. So you're already talking about going through 24 hours. Now here you go. Now you're at 24 hours. So we were all pretty delirious by that next morning. So then we go out and we're on Duffy's live stream. People are kind of like Liz said, we didn't go live that night because we didn't have the Wi-Fi password. So it was just kind of all weird timing. We're tired. A couple of us tried to sleep. I got like an hour of sleep under the table, and then you know how that works when it's almost worse for you. Because now I'm like waking up and I'm feeling groggy and feeling gross and hungry and there's just nothing out there. There's not any food. I mean, there's like a little bucket of cup of noodles and crackers and that's about it. So it was just that's when I kind of started hating the trip because then you're like, okay, we need to sleep. Like I need to sleep. Yeah. So it kind of got hazy right around then, and then we had to wait till the whole 24 hours is done, and then we finally got to go back. And then, like we said,
so then they didn't bring you any food from the main camp, from the mess hall.
No,
they don't have access, and then we had to go all the way out for dinner. Back for dinner.
Right, and then we come right back.
They brought us. They transported us at mealtime to get food. We weren't starving, and the food is amazing. For being as remote as we are, the food was spectacular. And Witsit complained to Karen B that it wasn't good food. I suppose Witsit was expecting Wonder Bread with the crust cut off.
Exactly. So we have to leave all of our stuff running and kind of check it and make sure. So and then when we get back, so that would be if we got in on the 14th, then we stay overnight to the 15th. So then we get back the night of the 15th, and we're going to actually get to sleep that night. So we sleep that night. We wake up the 16th, and now they're already talking about you're going home tomorrow. So that's how quickly things went, where we're just done. I mean, it's already, now they're saying there's weather coming on the 18th, so they're moving that flight ahead to the 17th, which means we have to take the flight of the 17th out. And by the way, they let us sleep in. So it was probably, what time did we wake up? Like noon? Oh, because they'd already closed the showers, remember? So it was like,
it was like, no. The day we left?
No, I'm talking about the day that we...
Roundfinger's asking, was the food kosher? They labeled everything. So if it was dairy-free, they labeled it dairy-free. If it was, you knew what it was. So if I don't know if you could, how specific you need it to be, but if you wanted to be certain that you weren't having dairy with beef, for example, you could, because it was all labeled like that. So those types of things you could have done. So Roundthinker, I think you would have done just fine there. And for the most part, like, I don't know. There were a few dishes where meat and dairy were combined, which are not kosher typically, right?
Slept. The first day we slept.
I think we slept like 10:30.
Weren't the showers?
Yeah, because I think breakfast was done.
The showers are only open early.
So they let us sleep in. You're adults. Nobody was going to come and take you out of the tent. My gosh. What were the meals? The meals. So they had it was buffet style, and so you'd go up there and there's a board where everything was listed what it was, and it was portions. They were not skimpy on portions. So typically for dinner each night they had fish and they had a meat of some sort. They had all sorts of vegetables. They even had asparagus accidentally, I think. Who wants to eat that? Gross. But they had plenty of different, cauliflower, broccoli, beans, different vegetables. It was definitely not camp food. If you've ever been to camp, it was much better than camp food. It felt like camp. You're in a tent, it's tables, it's buffet style, but it was seriously, it was really, for where you were, it's surprising how good it was. You can't complain about it.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. So we went to the showers and they were already closed. We're like, wait, we need a shower. What's going on here? And luckily they came and opened them for us and boiled some water. But it was just,
this was cool. They're like, here's the normal shower times. So, they have to heat the water up. They have to pile snow into this thing to melt it and heat it. So they're like, well, here's the time of day that we normally do this. And they get up, they're like, hey, the water's not hot. They're like, oh, we'll warm it up for you. How nice that was. So Jaren is not stirring the pot here, but he's giving out some good information.
That's already, so let's say it's noon on the 16th. So then we find out we're leaving the 17th. So so Jaren and I were trying to figure out the live stream thing because
the Glovers were much more interested at the time of trying to convince people it wasn't fake. But I was like sure that we would come back and we would just tell our full testimony. We would show the receipts, and like almost no one would be saying that we faked it. And I talked to so many people and so long in advance about like, dude, if we actually go there, like just brace yourself. If they take us to the location that there's supposed to be a 24-hour sun, the odds are there's a 24-hour sun there. I mean, they're not going to take us there unless I see the sunset. I just hate to break it to you. Like that doesn't make any sense to me, And so I didn't expect this at all. So Jaren and I were just very tired. I mean, because I actually stupid in hindsight, but I pulled an all-nighter before my flight, and I thought like, oh, I can't sleep on planes, so that way I definitely will sleep on the plane, the international flight, and I slept a little bit.
So he's whining about not getting enough sleep, but it was his choice.
But it was like there was some turbulence. It wasn't very comfortable. I didn't sleep good. And so then we get there and it's just awful. And then we see that the light is still up in the south after the sunset. So we're fascinated by it. We're doing live streams. We're showing everybody. And then I leave the window open, sleep by the window, and see how late that is until it stops being light. And then it's like 2. And then I leave it open because I want to see the sun rise and what angle it rises from. And so then that's 4:30 light, 5. So that's 2.5 hours. And I go out there.
Punta Arenas.
Yeah, in Punta Arenas. And I go out there. I start filming. I do the same thing the next night. And then during the day, it's like, yo, this time we're doing this. This time we're doing this. This time we're doing this. Like there was no stopping. I was delirious already. And we hadn't even gone to Antarctica, dude. And then so when we get there, it's just so bad. And what I'm trying to say is the Glovers were like, oh, they think there's a green screen. And Jaren like, oh, well, it's very obvious there wasn't a green screen, faking it because the green screen part shows like the TFE logo. And if it was Antarctica, it would have showed Antarctica on his shirt, So I'm like, people are going to
I used a green screen in the past. I recognized that immediately. I was like,
exactly.
That's not a green screen.
They were like, look at it like this, bro. They were amping that up because they really wanted to push this idea that this narrative they love to paint, that flat earthers just reject evidence and they say everything.
Notice this. Austin is whining right here that we were responding that flat earthers reject evidence. What did flat earthers do to Austin? They rejected his evidence. We were doing because we've seen what flat earthers do. The dirty, scummy ways that they reject evidence. We've seen it. We knew. We saw, oh no, there was that the green screen was showing. What are flat earthers going to do? We have to head this off. So we're like, well, what can we do? What can we show? That's why the drone, all that stuff was in response to that. And Austin is poo-pooing us doing that when now he's experiencing that exact thing. Dickhead.
Everything is fake, and I'm like, no, they don't, because I know tons of OG flat earthers are not like that at all, and they're excited that we're going and figuring stuff out. So we were less concerned with convincing people it was real, but then they just kept talking about it, and we kept seeing it, and we're like, this is kind of crazy. Talking about the breath, and so we started investigating what's going on with the breath, because we never even really think about how much you see your breath until they start making this conspiracy. And then we were like, okay, we got to do the 24-hour live stream. That's the thing I keep hearing is that, oh, they can't actually do a 24-hour live stream or whatever. And so like, let's do it. So there's a 12-hour limit for a live stream on YouTube, or you can do nonstop, which means after 12 hours, the first hour starts to disappear. We one by one. So I'm like, well, we can do 8 hour, 8 hour, 8 hour, or whatever, or like 8 hour, or like 12 hours, 8 hours, whatever we want to do, right? 12, 10. 5, like whatever we want to do. And so I'll set my phone up, put it on your tracker, we'll track it, we'll figure out how to do it. But I'm like, that'll be conspiracy too, right? Because it wasn't 24 consecutive hours, it was 8 hour, 8 hour, 8 hour. And I'm like, well, do we do the full 24? Then we're going to lose the part of it. That'll be conspiracy. And like, do we try to do it on Rumble? Way more processing. It's not going to work. That's what they had an issue with as well. So we're trying to figure it out. And then it's just, we wake up at like 10:30, 11 and try to finally take a shower. At first time we even got to sleep for a few consecutive hours and it's cloudy. Like it's cloudy. And I'm like, oh, conspiracy, because you can't see the sun for the full 24 hours. And so we didn't even have a chance because then we're told we're leaving the next day. We didn't even have 24 hours.
And that's we have to be packed and our bags out of the clamshell tents by 9 in the morning. Yeah. So, I mean, it's already 2 in the afternoon, the day before. So how can we do a live stream? We're done. We're already done. So quickly, that kind of spoiled a lot of the other things that we want to do. But I felt good at least. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but real quick, though, because wasn't the trip supposed to be originally a total 11 days and 5 days spent in Union Glacier? 14th through the 18th was supposed to be at Union Glacier. So we did fly in on the 14th, and then we stayed overnight the 14th at the secondary location. So that would put us into the 15th. And then the 15th, we were there all day. And then we came back the night of the 15th, slept for the first time till the 16th, and then found out on the 16th we're coming back on the 17th. So it cut the trip short by a day.
Why did they cut the trip short? What was the official?
They say that there is the only one who makes the decisions of whether to fly or not is the pilot. And so he looks at the weather.
Falls around you and all that kind of stuff.
Like what do you expect? Like he doesn't know the names of the mountains. Like,
is it the same mountain?
Oh yeah. Austin has no clue about the geography of the place. He was just oblivious.
So it's like the other side of the slope?
No.
You mean where we were for our camp versus where?
Yeah, like his whole argument was like, you see this slope right here, it perfectly matches the slope behind the tents in the camp, and they forgot to Photoshop it in or something. I'm like, no, that's the second location. It's miles away. Right. So no, it's not the same mountain. But I guess you're saying it is the same mountain.
Well, I think we're talking about the same thing. So where we were at the Union Glacier camp, and we saw that big mountain right there, whatever they call it, Mount Ross, I think, or something. And then when we got and went on the loop, we just drove far enough out and then looked back at that same mountain. That was the same mountain.
So the slope would have been us viewing it from the other side.
Oh my gosh.
The other side of the mountain?
No.
Are you saying that we just drove around and looked at the same mountain from the other side?
Not the other side, the same side that we were.
He paid no attention.
We're on with the camp, looking at the mountain. We drove out far away and looked back at that same mountain from the same side.
Okay, I guess I'm confused. I mean, I didn't pay attention to the route.
Yeah, I mean, because it was kind of, we couldn't even see out those windows. That was a terrible little vehicle.
So we're saying, like, technically,
you could see out the windows? What are you talking about? It was all windows. Oh my gosh.
Camp was still like in our general field of view?
Yep, just behind, too far away.
Oh, okay,
Over, like, there's like
so when I said that's not the same mountain,
there's a hill made of snow and ice. You couldn't see the camp.
It's wrong. It actually is the same amount.
Right. So it's not a lie. That's what I was telling people. It's like, he didn't lie. He just didn't know. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like people think they're catching us in something. Oh, but Witsit said this and said, no, he just didn't know when you were asking. Because I think that was with Dustin, right? So we're like,
another big, another big gotcha was in my live stream. I was like, yeah, you see those mountains? It's such a trip here. It's like, it looks like they're like right there. Like you go touch them, but they're like many kilometers away. And that was something that you guys remember when we first got there. That was something that the guys that were introducing us to the camp told us. They're like, I know.
There for 4 months, they don't spend a penny. They don't have pay.
I want to hear Liz's version of this experience too. When we were eating dinner the day before we took off, there's this girl, ALE, and I started getting real conspiratorial before we went, actually, because the girl that's been in charge of a lot of like setting up the experiences and stuff for ALE, she apparently had never been to Antarctica. And then we find out that the guide that gets us from the airport.
So he's talking about Kati, who I showed talking to Will just a little bit ago. She's never been there and she doesn't want to go there. It's where she works and she does a great job working there.
Works for ALE, never been to Antarctica. I'm like, wait, what's going on? Is there a conspiracy here? Right? Because like, how have you guys never even been? It's 4 hours that way. You're working here. One of them was working there for years. Anyway, I asked her a bunch of questions about the specifics of stuff.
So wait, are you talking about in Punta Arenas? You talked to an ALE employee who never been to Antarctica? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the girl that's in charge of largely in charge of putting stuff together.
And that was person in Punta Arenas, not in Salt Lake City.
In Punta Arenas.
She said flat out she didn't want to go.
Yeah. I filmed that. Well, that's why I was saying Liz might have, like, you remember whenever we were having that conversation, I was kind of asking questions about like private exploration, exactly what's going on, what can people do, etc. And do you remember that?
Yeah.
So Lizbeth was recording the conversation between Austin and Kati. And then Kati says, can you stop filming? You don't have my consent. And so Lizbeth stops and then deletes the video.
Of course. I mean, she was talking about the $250K minimum per person, and that's just to get the Toyota Highlanders there. If people wanted to drive from, say, Union Glacier all the way down to the South Pole, or if they wanted a quote unquote special route, then it would need to be approved. There's all these like forms that need to be filled out. Your insurance is even higher because you're not just going to the camp. Now you're going to be traveling. They have to hire up the cost for like any human waste. Maybe you might dump something out of the truck or whatever. And then obviously extra resources in case if they have to come and save you. So when we heard a minimum of $250K, I'm like, yeah, normal people just
for a vehicle, not for a person. So if you want to bring a vehicle and drive across Antarctica, it takes $250,000 just to, basically to get it there, because there's a whole bunch of things you need to do. And she just went over a little bit of it.
Make an average living aren't going to pay to do this, but that was literally the minimum. But even so, like, we were being told whenever we asked these questions, yeah, you can do free exploration, but we just won't save you. We won't provide resources and you're on your own. And I was like, so it's not really free exploration.
So she's thinking free as in money. It's not free. It costs money. Yeah, it does cost money. But where do you want to go? You want to go there? Yeah, you're free to go there. You want to go there? Yeah, you're free to go there. You just need to make sure that you take care of your responsibilities. So if you're going to go there, you need to get yourself there somehow. Fuel, vehicles, transfer, you need to get, right? And then you need to not leave all that crap there. So you bring fuel, you have it dropped off at different cache spots around the way. Well, then they also need to pick them up, right? And if your vehicle breaks down, well, now what? Well, you've got to get your vehicle out of there. So you need to have a plan and some insurance or something like that to get it out of there. You need to be a responsible adult. It's not free as in dollars to do it, but it's free as in you're free to do it. You just need to be a responsible adult.
Like you say, free by definition of like, sure, do whatever you want willy-nilly, but you're not gonna have any support, any food, any resources. So
no, not even that. Like,
put yourself in such a compromising situation.
I pushed back on it, right? And I said, well, no, I've looked into this, and to even try to go, I said, hey, so say I have a team of 10 people. We want to go and privately and freely explore Antarctica. I want to know exactly what it is that we need to do. And they said that you have to get environmental permit approval, like you have to get an environmental permit, and it's $250K to $1 million, so $250K minimum. And I researched this a year ago, and $250K to $1 million, and there's no guarantee that you'll get approved, and obviously you don't get a refund. And that's just one of the many different steps and permits that you have to get. Then you have to submit the actual route that you plan on going. That's not free and private, right? I mean, I said private.
It costs money, therefore it's not free. Right, he's conflating the two words.
And free, and she's like, then it has to be specifically approved. So right there, if wherever you're going to go, you have to submit a route, and you have to get approved. And like, let's grow. I filmed a lot of that, and I was.
That's free. You can freely go. You just need to tell people. You need to prove that you're not going to be an idiot. You can still freely do it. But Austin is pissed off that somebody is requiring him to not be an idiot. He's not used to that. But the rest of his life, he freely is an idiot. But in Antarctica, you can't freely be an idiot. You have to be there as a responsible adult. And he's very upset about that. He doesn't think that's free.
I was bringing up Liz because Liz started filming it and she said, I didn't give you consent. And so I had set up my phone discreetly on the table and filmed it. She did make a point about the consent. So that's kind of unfortunate, I guess, because I do have that conversation fully.
So he saw Kati say to Lizbeth, you don't have my consent. Don't record. and then Lisbeth deleted it. What did Austin do?
Recorded, and then we came back, and I was kind of thinking,
is that the law in Chile?
I don't know.
Austin recorded it.
That's a good question. I have to look it up, right?
No,
It
may not matter.
But I think it's just common courtesy that I should have asked her, previously, because she did get upset, and obviously, like, I deleted the video in front of her. But Austin,
I didn't.
was recording.
Yeah, and recently deleted anyway. But I didn't know.
Oh, recently deleted. No, he didn't. He just lied. He kept it. He didn't recently delete it. He just realized that he admitted on this live stream that he recorded it against her consent and did not delete it. I mean, you see right through him.
I did think they made a lot of sense. I mean, at least to me, that once we'd flown over Antarctica, it made sense to me, because you look at that and you're like, okay, people cannot freely and independently travel here. They will die. It's just, right. I mean, we flew for hours above just blanketed of ice, and there's crevasses that you can see that are actual divots in. They're deep. You would just fall down there. So anyway, their whole story is, you have to tell us where you want to go. Then what they do is they drive cars and they excavate. So they drive and they say this is safe, and they mark it, and then they drive, and then they let people come behind them and they say, now you can go behind us on the path that we left you. And then they'll leave like food rations. So there's a whole these, and they basically say you could decide to do whatever you want. That's what they say. So like if you wanted to go with me, you, and Austin and Elizabeth, we wanted to go there, we could contract with ALE to do whatever we want. Now there's going to be a price, because whatever that we want to do, they're going to have to go in front of us and do it. They clearly work for the government. They clearly are giving government permission. So there's a whole thing. But like Austin said, number one thing you got to do is an EPA assessment, which is going to cost. So already that puts people like us out of the commission to do that. So it's definitely a way you could lock down a place, but also what you would do in a very dangerous place. You probably
I mean, to be fair, she said, like, you can do whatever you want, as in tell us what you want to do and we can try to make it happen. She also said there's only 3 companies in all of Antarctica that have been approved to actually do that, to take people. And obviously they have a relationship of constantly staying to code and having all these approvals. So like you go through them and then you have a chance of really, but she also said, depending on what you do, if we haven't done it before, then we have to also try to go get approval. Like she just straight up said that.
That's what I was going to ask, is ALE has gotten general approval for what they do. Or just anyone that's going to go outside of the parameters of what they do, here comes the Antarctic Treaty with all the additional approvals and requirements. Like Elizabeth was talking about, 250 on average. You need funding. This is why in the ancient past, you have to get exploration trips commissioned.
This is a great point here from Terrier Talks. Wasn't Austin's original cry about Will, or me, filming him without consent hypocrite? Yes. Austin, you were complaining, you were concerned that I might film you without your consent. You filmed Kati without her consent. You specifically saw her ask Lisbeth not to do it. You watched Lisbeth delete the video. You did not delete your video. You kept recording. You didn't stop it. You didn't leave it quietly and then as soon as the conversation was over, delete it. No, you kept it. And then you realized during this live stream with Sean that, you just admitted to recording her without consent and still having it, because he just bragged about having that video. And then he's like, it wasn't deleted until recently. No, Austin, you lied about that. You didn't delete it. Maybe you have since then. Or maybe if you watch me do this video now, you'll go delete it. I don't know about that. But, Austin, we see through. We see through your lies. You lie, and you lie, and you lie. And then you play victim when you're caught. These are the things that a narcissist does.
By kings or princes or governments. The average person just doesn't want to spend several $1 million funding people, trips, vehicles. But let me ask a quick question. What if you were at the ALE camp and you just had a VTOL? You guys ever seen those VTOLs that they're becoming more popular now? That it's like a singular, a twin engine. It looks like a larger drone that 2 occupants can sit.
That's why you can tell she's not lying. She's like, her whole idea is that we can make her dream come true. Like,
it's because there's been
insane, dismiss it and think that they don't know anything. But the truth is that the firefighters know 1,000% more than every single person at Moxit, and they researched every single thing, and that's why you just randomly brought up some explorer, and Jaren knew everything about him, and that's why when you ask any question, we're gonna know all about all this stuff. It's an interesting rabbit hole.
The thing is, they don't. They think that they know everything, and what they do is they have some gotchas that people who aren't concerned about, aren't in this space, don't know. Yeah, that doesn't mean you know more than Globers. It means that you have gotchas, but you don't know how the globe predicts the time that the sun's going to rise or set. In fact, Austin doesn't think that it's possible. But you don't know that. You don't know more than Globers.
Discover that it's not what we've been told. And then they were kind of shocked that I was just very clearly stating, like, no, I don't. No, I didn't change my mind. No, I don't think there's a spinning globe now. And so that should be recorded, right? That's all I'm saying. I brought that up to say there's so much stuff that's like, for example, Jonathan said he had 8 terabytes 8 terabytes, dude, of video, and he recorded like everything from every angle, all things.
Jonathan, who's Jonathan?
The flat earther that was there to like film the documentary, where we obviously get final cut, final edit if we're in it at all.
Okay, so this is Candace's crew, or is this someone else?
No. So there was no crew per se. It was just Mark, her director, came in personally, and then Jonathan came. He was the one really filming everything. She just sent someone on her behalf, basically, to be a part of it, to experience it, whatever, and report back because they were trying to get her to go.
Hey, can I show this real quick? If I can show the drone footage, just so I can show what that mountain is and the 2 camps, so that we clear that up.
Yeah, awesome. Just drop in the studio.
Okay. Just do it that way. What, a YouTube link? Do you do it that way, or share my screen? I'll do it this way. Let me see here 1 second. Just because I think it's good that we clear this. Where's that showing? Over here. Okay.
It's just crazy. Now we have like a full-time job of like,
jeez, it's crazy,
defending ourselves, about doing something that we objectively did.
So this is the drone shot that this is Duffy's drone that's up there. So you'll see here, this is the camp down here in the corner, right? So this is where we fly in, and then we come along this road, and then we stay at this camp. And if you look like right in here is the tents. Okay, so this kind of area here. So then as this thing turns, this is the mount that everybody sees. It's close by us. It looks close, but it's kind of across all this area.
2 miles away.
Yeah, 2 miles away from the camp, right? So then as this camera spins around, we're going to keep spinning.
How far is that distant mountain range in the back?
Like over here? I have no idea.
Like way in the back of the background.
I don't know. So this thing spins around here, though. I can just tell you what's 5 miles away, because a little bit further. Okay, a little bit further.
Because in my opinion, I'm seeing way too far right now.
Dude, we saw super far all the time.
And I don't know how far this drone.
How do you know you're seeing way too far? It's a drone that's a mile high. I'm seeing way too far. How did you determine any of that, you absolute moron? The ego that you think that you can determine from that video if you're seeing too far? You don't know the distances. Oh my
God. Is either like how high is this point?
So John, it's all super flat. It's frozen ice, and it's dry.
Yeah, look at that. It's crazy. Look how flat that is.
It's not flat. We could not see camp from halfway point because it's not flat.
It's insane.
I would love, the only way I would go back would be like legit with flat earthers, where we formulated all very specific tests and go down there and actually make measurements.
All right. So in that video there, you can see these lines. These lines are the roads, essentially. Well, it's not a road as much as just a path that's been driven on a bunch. Let me see if I can get a little bigger. I don't know if that's any better. No, not really. Anyway, where you see the shininess, that's where it's blown off the ice. So that's back where there is where the runway is.
I said I would go back down there if because I think that they should have a camera down there 24 hours a day, to be honest with you, during those 4 months. It wouldn't even cost them anything. Anyway, this part here. So this over here I found out is like the Chilean army base.
Okay.
We didn't even see this. I mean, it's kind of off in the distance. I guess from our tents we could kind of see that there was something over there, but just found that out recently. So
is this Chilean territory?
No, it's because there's no territory.
They make a ceremonial claim to like.
They're not allowed to make it, so they just kind of camp there and then.
I haven't seen this though. This is pretty wild.
But I thought armies didn't actually patrol Antarctica.
Yeah, of course.
They have like a small presence. They said they basically rely on ALE even for like certain supplies, and they
back off military flights coming into ALE and all that, because it'd be a perfect waypoint stop on the way.
They do use it. Yeah, it's one of the only like runways that can take like.
I thought that
all right, hold on. We had somebody earlier. Now we have Soup Plays now, so I can. All right, all this. The thing I don't know, the thing you should not be saying, unless you have evidence, is talking about his wife. All right. So Soup Now Plays. If you mention that again, please, mods. If he brings that up again, because we had somebody else in here before, probably the same account, banned from the channel. There's no reason to spread that. If you think that's the case, if you have evidence for it, I'm going to need that evidence. But you don't get to just say that. That's too low. Okay?
Down here,
that would explain the cargo planes coming in to be able to drop off those large vehicles, and I'm sure did they have large generators there?
Yeah. Well, not very large. I mean, they weren't super large. The one that the secondary camp was kind of small. But the thing is, you have to remember that he's taken off from that secondary camp, right? So that's where the drone took off. So the fact you can see this right here is because the drone took off from the secondary camp. And remember also when we were flying in the little plane, and I was telling you, there's our camp. So basically, if you kind of were to, I'm trying to get the best way to draw it, but it's kind of not a really good view.
This is awesome footage, though. I haven't even seen that.
Oh, this is so beautiful. So right here, if you kind of picture where I'm at here, just picture coming backwards, so down like this way, and then that's where the secondary camp was, about 3 miles down. Right? So that's where the drone took off from. So we're sitting right now in the drone above that area. And so this is the same mountain that we were looking at south. This is the mountain that the sun goes behind. And then if we move far enough away, which was 3 miles down from here, now the sun doesn't go behind the mountain. but it's the same mountain. So this is the one I think that people were confused on whether it had cover on it or something. But again, like Austin said, there's snow cover that drifts that kind of blows off these mountains. And it's not really necessarily snow. And then I saw somebody else make a video that said, Jaren said it never snows there. And here's a video from some year where it did snow. It's like, okay, well, they said it has 1 inch a year. So I don't know. I'm not saying that, it's never snowed there, but it doesn't snow there. It's one.
Dude, that's what they're doing now. They're like taking your cynicism in such bad faith. It's all just super lame and like ugly.
Yeah, it's just a spirit of accusation. They're not actually.
Who's the they? The they are the flat earthers that Austin taught how to do that. They're using your playbook, Austin.
They're trying to listen to what's being said.
Right. Exactly. I mean, that's it. They're just trying to find anything they can to poke at and say, oh, this is, but it's just ridiculous because it's not like nobody claimed to be an expert of Antarctica. In fact, I thought it did snow there until we got that. I thought we might see penguins. And so there's all kinds of things that you learn when they're like, well, what would the penguins eat, Jaren? Oh, I guess nothing. Okay, so the penguins can only live by the water where the fish are.
Yeah, where they fish, yeah.
Right. There's no animals here that have ever learned to live here. There's not a bird. There's not an ant. There's not a mosquito. There's not a fly or anything.
But I will say this though, dude, when we flew in and we first started seeing Antarctica, it was surreal, dude. It was so majestic and so beautiful. And it was worth it to see that, bro. And I think that we're starting to reach like kind of the end of things. People, I don't know, people think their own things, but that's how I felt. And I felt like imagining the idea that you kept going super far. I feel like you're almost like, if you just kept going super far, it's like, in a way, it's like almost just rebellion. I don't know if I want to quite say that, but it's almost just, it doesn't feel right. It's like, we're not supposed to be here. What else could be here to tell you to turn around? Now, I know some people won't like that. I mean, that's just what I feel like is like, where are you trying to go, bro? Are you trying to get to something that's maybe containing this place? Why you want to get to that? But at the same time, and I'm thinking like more from like Tower of Babel type of idea, but that is what I felt intuitively.
You're also on top of, like you already talked about, a mile, sometimes in other places, 2 mile thick of ice. So what is the land like below? And was it ever visible at one point? From a biblical perspective, I would say yes. I think this is where these are left over floodwaters from Genesis 6-8. So
I think they say that all the land is below sea level, if I'm not mistaken. I think they said, remember Austin, they were telling us if all the ice melted.
So there's a fascinating piece of the book of First Enoch where Noah is having an actual vision about the coming flood. And in the vision, it talks about parts of the land being raised and lowered dramatically to where.
In case you don't know, Enoch is fan fiction of the Bible. It's not written by Enoch. It's written many centuries later, and it was written by multiple authors. So people who are flat earthers tend to like it because it suggests the earth is flat. It also suggests a whole bunch of derpy nonsense, including saying that the sun goes into portals at night, and so the entire earth would have night simultaneously. Doesn't work very well. But they tend to ignore that part.
Or it was scaring them to death.
Wow.
Yeah. So when you see structures at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico and you're like, well, why would they build something down there like that? Maybe it wasn't always at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico.
Right. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So just a thought, just something to consider.
It was something special about that place. Sean, I'll tell you that, like on like a very deep level, you feel it.
Well, the observation you guys made where the sun suddenly goes into a weird hectagonal shape. You guys have any?
Did you hear that? A weird hectagonal shape. He's just dumb.
Any thoughts on that when it moved to the south?
Not to me. I mean, I think that I was looking at a couple time lapses from other cameras, and it looks like they all do that. So to me, it's just an artifact of a 360 camera. But
they all do that in the south specifically, or
no? I don't know. I was saying I was looking at other videos online, not like Antarctica, just to see.
We do have solar filter. I haven't gone through all those, but right, we do have like I guess the sun with a solar filter, like full 360, and it's like obviously tons of pictures, right? You can put together like a time lapse of it, but he was pretty zoomed in though. But I guess you kind of have to really get a good solar filter shot. But so we could find out exactly when it's in the south and start comparing them and see count pixels to change angular size. Is there any type of distortion or anything?
Okay. So it was, I think.
I don't know why I didn't check that right away. That was the thing that I checked in the Santiago airport.
The shocking thing about people claiming it's fake, and this is maybe just for me, is that, I mean, I understand we say the moon landing's fake, right? And the moon landing is filmed by one person on a CRT screen, but NASA said you have to film off this screen. So there's nothing live. There's nothing. It's all controlled. The people at their control panels were told that we've heard Gene Kranz say, oh, they wouldn't know the difference between simulation and real data. So this trip is something completely different. This is all of us with our own cameras. And I made a point to keep pointing out that nobody ever told me I wasn't allowed to film. I was allowed to film. Don't talk about this, talk about that. Meaning that whatever I wanted to film when I was there, I could have filmed. There's no questions. There was no don't film now. So it was very open as far as that goes. And just we're all there. We're all filming. Like at this point, if somebody's claiming it's fake, to me, that's embarrassing. Because it isn't something you can fake. When you look at my GoPro footage, you can't fake that. Show me one person that's ever faked GoPro footage of being somewhere like that. There's no record of that somebody just faked 5 days or whatever, or 5 hours worth of GoPro footage. I've never seen that. So there's enough things on there where we're getting on the plane, we're flying on the plane, we're getting off the plane, we're in a huge place. We're not in a soundstage. So it's funny that people just adopted this Eric Dubé kind of position, that there exists sound stages that are several miles long, I guess, or something, that you could fly planes into or somehow. And I feel like disrespected to people that I used to call friends. That.
All right, for reference, here you go. Oh, hold on. Here you go. Here's the sun. Look at that. 24 hours of sun. 24 hours of sun almost. It's not quite 24 hours. I don't have all the photos in this one. There you go. Starts at just after midnight UTC and ends just before midnight UTC. So there's more. Dave's like, I got more photos for you to add. So anyway, there it is. There's the sun. Not changing size. It's not hexagonal. Right? These people, like, they know it was on a VR camera. Like, oh, how come the sun is changing shape? Oh, that's because it matches the dome. It doesn't, you dummies.
Have tried to talk to me about it, and I'll kind of give them the answer, and then they'll go, "Oh, but how do you? So you're not sure you weren't in the soundstage?" I said, "No, I'm positive that I'm not." Because they say, "But you wouldn't be able to. You can't prove that." I'm like, "I can prove that because you know me. We're friends, and I'm telling you that we weren't." So I'm like, "I don't know what else you want to do. No, I cannot prove to you." So it's just kind of ridiculous. Like, if you want to prove.
So Jaren's body cam footage has the very same stretching of the glare, but he has a GoPro. GoPro has a barrel distorting lens. You can't trust that lens. It's not rectilinear, not even close.
That there's sound stages that are as big as Antarctica that are, I mean, go ahead. I mean, have fun. But it is ridiculous at this point. And whether or not VapeGate goes on or whatever stupid shit somebody comes up with, that has the idea between that and actually faking what we did is so night and day. Where you're talking about one guy blowing out a smoke of a vape. Okay, and everybody wants to focus on that. But then because of that, you're going to call the entire, what? That's insane. We were clearly in Punta Arenas, clearly at the Punta Arenas airport, clearly giving sports.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we were good.
As you address the accusations, guys, I want to encourage you all to be really, really diligent about not using sarcasm. The video that Duffy had everybody do, where you all one by one stepped in front of the camera and talked about, oh, who was right, who was wrong, that kind of thing. How did that happen? Was that in the contract? How did that seem very forced? What was that all about?
It was kind of forced. It was kind of weird. I think that we definitely were delirious. It was in the middle of so that would have been at midnight. Would we have done that? Right? Midnight when the sun was in the south. I think that's when he did it. Or was it when it was all the way around the north?
No, it was midnight the first day. So it wasn't, we'd gotten up at 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever time, flew there, set up midnight. So it was still midnight Punta Arenas time, and they were up at midnight every night.
So yeah, so that would have been the middle of that night, and then he just kind of said, hey, I'm going to go live for the midnight sun, and I'll have you guys each come up and say something about seeing it. So it was kind of that realization, and we had at that point realized that the sun's not going anywhere. We had talk to people, it's in the sky, it's not coming down. You could just tell. It was, like Austin said, we kind of already had gotten to that point. Basically, when we flew down there, the sun either had to go off to the right, kind of off away from the plane, or we would literally follow us down there. We would land the plane and the sun would still be in the sky. At that point, you'd kind of recognize that it's not going to set at that point because it doesn't really have anywhere to set. So it's just going to stay up there because it's already there. That would have been in the west. So, I mean, I think it was forced. We were kind of delirious. You weren't even going to do it, right, Elizabeth? I can't remember if you were not going to go up there or something. I don't remember. Maybe you were.
Wait, what was that? That wasn't the
really
first.
Excited about the whole internet thing. I was like,
go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, that was the only live stream. Well, the first and only live stream that we did down there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, sorry. Yeah, that was the first live stream that we did while we were down there. And the reason why I wasn't going to do it was because it was like, we just gone hours without having communication. But I literally have the video. I mean, it's probably hard to see, but we're like, it's 12 a.m. local time. I know it's kind of bad. It says Antarctica General and stuff like that. And you can see us like panning around, but like, I wasn't going to do the live because I was so upset about it. I was just like, well, now he wants me to do a live and be all chipper when we literally were not given the Wi-Fi password and the Globers get to stream. But like, I have footage of, Duffy's not in a green screen. I literally have footage.
The Globers get to stream. I hadn't streamed at this point. This is 2 hours before I did mine. So why are we upset about that?
Of me filming him, and we have other people that film footage from different angles.
All the shadows she just showed her to the north.
Yeah,
I saw
1203 local.
Yeah, I in no way. I think all that you guys went on the trip. I don't think there was any fakery. I don't think any of that stuff. So I don't want to waste you guys' valuable time tonight having to defend yourselves again. I'm just asking questions about specifically this particular.
So Sean is regularly on Flatzoid's panel. So I didn't hear Sean, calling out Flatzoid here. I'd figure if he's going to support them and think they actually went there, he would directly address the guy that he's regularly on. Maybe not in this video, but certainly he's done it, right? I don't know, maybe not.
Video with Duffy saying one by one, Globers and Flat Earthers all stand up and give your take on this thing. Did he require that, or was that?
No, but look, if you understand the environment, like we don't really have access to Wi-Fi. They're monopolizing it. They're setting up their streams to be able to be the first ones to talk back. And this guy that no one voted on wasn't supposed to be relevant at all, and just literally leeches off of us and slanders us all the time. He's prioritized as number 2.
That he's talking about me, right? Talking about me. Thanks, Austin. You think you're so important, Austin? You are Luggage. You are your entire purpose there was to be a flat earther saw the 24-hour sun. It didn't matter who. Really. There were 24 of you. Two of you out of the 24 came. Lisbeth isn't one of the 24, and neither is Jonathan Marindi. All we needed, all we wanted was one of the 24. Your luggage. You were there so that Jaren was there. That's it. You doing a live stream? Do it yourself. Be a big boy. Do it yourself. Well, you didn't bring the multi-$1,000 Starlink that somebody else brought and let you use for free? Wah. Somebody called a wambulance for poor Austin who didn't get the free Wi-Fi from somebody else. Shut up, you baby.
And so like none of us are getting to speak back. And so we're like largely not even really giving updates yet. And then I just remember walking out and being like kind of being told what was going on and seeing a bunch of people lined up that were going to go speak. And so I'm just like, well, am I like the one person that doesn't do it? And I'm like, well, no, I'm just going to tell the truth about this whole situation anyway. And we haven't been able to say anything or reveal anything or give our feedback. So then it was just kind of like, okay, I mean, I guess we're just all doing a stream.
What were you going to reveal? You were going to reveal the sun didn't set. That's all that's the only reveal you had.
I don't know, like I just didn't care. And I was kind of out of it. And I did kind of walk over to Jaren and I was just like, I don't know what they're wanting us to say. Kind of talk like, this is obviously what they're going to want to try to spin, I'm guessing, or they want to try to embarrass us. So we did even kind of talk about like, do we not do it? But then it was just like, well, does that look bad as well? Because we can already kind of tell it's here and it's obvious that it's here. And do we just like pout about it and like not in, the flight earthers won't come talk, it's like, I don't know. I didn't really, that's how I viewed it. And I was just like, whatever. It was weird. It was awkward. It wasn't something I would have rushed to do. I'd rather probably go live myself real quick and tell people
or take some time to think out what I was going to say. I think in my head, I was just kind of thinking, I was wrong about the sun setting or not setting. And so I just said, sometimes you're wrong about, but I think that then the media took that as sometimes you're wrong about the shape of the earth rather than what I was saying, which is sometimes you're wrong about so I mean, again, those things I can cry or blame myself for that, but it doesn't no good. It's not going to go away. It is what I said.
I will say the reason that, like, for example, I think we both like think Duffy and stuff because in reality, when you go there, it is so beautiful. And when you're flying in and you're landing, you're like, dude, this is a once in a lifetime thing that you're seeing. That's truly
You'll never forget that. You'll never forget that.
It's truly amazing. And so like, I am thankful that I got to go there and see that. And, for that in and of itself, I shook his hand and said, thank you and all that. And I was really hoping that we were going to kind of go forward in general, like as a community with this like kind of positive vibe that it wasn't that big of a deal. And that's what I tried to convey. And when I was speaking, I tried to convey, this is an interesting observational data point and it's independent of, empirical measurements of the surface or falsification of the
it's a data point. It's a data point that cannot be placed into any flat earth model. So, all right. So here is give you a little bit here. My take on the first few hours while we were there. So we got there about 9 p.m. The live stream was at 12. 3 hours. When we got there, it was go, go, go. Me, Critical Think, Dave McKeegan, Will, Jaren, Lizbeth, John. We were all, and Mark Herman, we were all working, just focused, doing stuff. Right? I'm in and out of the building. Everybody's on. I had a pile of stuff outside the building. I didn't need to have inside the building. It was next to the building. I had my GoPro set up, my action cam set up. We were doing all sorts of stuff. It was like ants in an ant colony, save for one person. One person was standing around like inside the building, just like kind of standing there, like, oh. What should I do? Didn't have anything to do because he didn't plan to do anything other than take a couple pictures of the sun with the solar filter, which takes a couple seconds, right? Jaren was setting up his 24-hour video of the sun or picture or whatever he's doing. And Lizbeth was they're putting her camera, like Velcroing her camera on top of Jaren's the mount so that they could go around. Austin had a tripod with a camera on it. There you go. Oh, there was 3 minutes. Now what? He had nothing to do because he had planned to do nothing. It was, right? Austin, who thinks he's the most important person everywhere he goes, had nothing to do. Had not planned enough things to keep himself busy for more than 3 minutes. Had no clue. Just standing there. And I remember just looking, I didn't say a word. I'm like, he's just standing there. He has nothing to do. his checklist of things to do when we hit the ground was done. He had nothing left. And looking back, like the 2 days or 3 days before, he's like, "Oh, I should do a GoFundMe to raise money for what? Well, because I'm going to have to spend money that I didn't expect to spend on a tripod and an SD card." So one of his live streams, he complained that he didn't know that he could bring a backpack. He thought he could only bring a single carry-on. He thought he could only bring a single carry-on, even though this TFE Antarctica, 8 members, 2 online. This screenshot here, right? So Austin is one of those 8 members. December 7th, he got this. Will said, "Everyone flying LATAM, use the handbag allowance to get more luggage. No weight limit." Right there. He's in this group. He had the opportunity to read this. He did not bring the top item. So in Punta Arenas, he's like, "I'm going to go to the mall and I'm going to get myself a backpack." Then in a live stream, he's like, "Oh, you know what? We're going to go tomorrow. We're going to go to the naval surplus store and we're going to fill up this backpack with all sorts of stuff. We're going to get a compass and we're going to get a sextant. We're going to get a sextant and we're going to get a gyro compass." A gyro compass. Yeah, those are the 3 things he listed. What did they get? They got compasses, right? He didn't get a gyro compass. You know why he didn't get a gyro compass? Because you don't go to a store, a secondhand store, and pick up one of these things. These things you don't pick up in a store. And I don't know how he was planning to get this gyro compass into his backpack.
And acting with precision unexcelled by the finest of watch movements, this protected master compass electrically controls repeater compass dials located throughout the ship. There are usually 5 or 6 repeaters installed with each master compass. Although this...
So how was he going to get this gyro compass? How was he going to bring a gyro compass? He's going to pick up at a secondhand store in Chile. Was he maybe going to get an electronic gyro compass, which is basically the same as what Bob Nodell got, except it's a little more stuff. So he's going to spend $20,000. What was he going to get? Oh, they got a spirit level 2. Yeah. All right. So here, yeah. Was he going to get the gyro compass? Was he bringing a gyro compass? Of course not. He doesn't know what a gyro compass is. Was he going to purchase a sextant at this store? He doesn't know how much a sextant costs. He was going to buy a sextant at a secondhand Navy surplus store. Seriously, that's what he was going to get when he realized that he could bring a backpack. I can bring a backpack. I'm going to put a gyro compass in it. Seriously. When he said he was going to bring a gyro compass, I'm like, you don't know what a gyro compass is. Oh, he was going to bring a gyro compass in his backpack. So precious. You didn't know how big a gyro compass was? What were you going to do with that gyro compass? Such a... because you didn't read the thing. Oh my god. It's just, he's a baby. He's just a little crybaby. That's what he is. So anyway, so here he is standing around in the temporary building that ALE provided for us graciously, complaining about the Wi-Fi that he didn't, that he was later given for free, that he didn't earn and didn't need to be given, wasn't promised it was going to be given any of that. Yeah. So that's, you know, big old crybaby. That's what he is.
They'll claim
I almost tried to take the brunt myself by saying I was wrong about the map. And I kind of figured what everybody can do is just kind of be like, yeah, Jaren was wrong about the map, right? So that it's not a bad thing on Flutter, but then to turn that immediately and then now say that it's faked. What now people are doing is just that's completely destroyed what I was doing.
Doing exactly what they needed. It was actually going to be a huge win for us. And it still will be, by the way. It still will end up a win. Huge win for Truth. Truth always wins. Creators involved. Creators doing something. It'll still end up a huge win. I'm still going to be on camera.
I agree. People have discovered that the flat Earth is even more ridiculous than before. So truth is definitely pulling ahead here.
The observation does not change the previous 10 years worth of observations, experiments, and tests, and all the things that you guys have been involved in. And that's just something that I think that people that truly are
the tests. They've done 2 different tests. They've done lasers across water or sunlight flashes, right? They think it's pencil thin, but it's not pencil thin. And they've leveraged refraction and pretended that refraction didn't exist. And they've referenced high altitude balloons with GoPros in them and said that there's not GoPros. That's what they've done.
Interested in this topic should remember that stuff easily. I think as in most cases, the loudest haters are still a small minority, but they're just loud and they get a lot of the attention right now. They'll die down when they get bored and want to go to something else. Was there any other observations you guys hope to make when you're down there other than just the 24-hour sun?
Well, obviously, I wanted to get a lot of solar filter shots and compare the sunspots and the orientation of the sunspots, elevation angle of the sun. Shadows are interesting. I think
he did not take any elevation angles of the sun, to my knowledge. I told him that I told him there is an app, the Theodolite app you can get on your phone, and he installed it on his phone. He paid for it. I don't know if he used it or not, but when we had first gotten to camp, he was talking to people at camp. He's like, "Oh, that sun's not 30 degrees. It's too high. It doesn't even match your model. Their paradigm, blah blah paradigm, blah 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 blah. Blah. It falsified their paradigm." And so I measured it. So the highest it should have been was 34 degrees. It was 29. It's like, that's more than 30 degrees. That's more than 34 degrees. It falsified their paradigm. It's 29, Austin. How did you measure that with your eyeballs? Here, install the Theodolite app. You can measure it. He hadn't been planning to do that. If he had been planning to do that, he would have figured out how to do that beforehand.
I think there was a bit of an issue where one of the shadows wasn't quite what they were supposed to be. As in on the little sundial.
Okay, well, what would you conclude by that if it was what's interesting about it?
All right, listen to this again.
If it was what's interesting. People that truly are interested in this topic should remember that stuff easily. I think as in most cases, the loudest haters are still a small minority, but they're just loud and they get a lot of the attention right now. They'll die down when they get bored and want to go to something else. Was there any other observations you guys hope to make when you're down there other than just the 24-hour sun?
Well, obviously, I wanted to get a lot of solar filter shots and compare the sunspots and the orientation of the sunspots, elevation angle of the sun. Shadows are interesting. I think there was a bit of an issue where one of the shadows wasn't quite what they were supposed to be.
No, not at all. Now listen to Sean. He's going to ask for clarification. Will he get it?
A little sundial.
Okay. Well, what would you conclude by that if it was what's interesting about it?
Well, I mean, that's just, obviously the globe is very rigid in its prediction. It has to be something geometrically. It's like an actual position of, geometry, an actual specific spherical claim.
Yes.
Right?
So what was the specific discrepancy?
Don't really have much leeway. Now, it did seemingly match for the most part. Like when I first got there, I'm like, wow, that looks really high, but then it actually turned out to be just under 35 degrees, which is what they say, 1335.
13 to 34. It's okay. It was 29.
I think it's the globe prediction. I'm just going based off of what McToon was saying, because I guess you could fact check that. It seems very unlikely he would have been wrong, but.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Austin. Why didn't you do the math yourself for the globe? I mean, you have you're so good at math, right? I mean, you don't want to be humble. You don't want to be bragging or anything, but you do. You're good at math, aren't you, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, and then like the lux readings, the illumination shots, and then kind of like the temperature distribution, it should be relatively the same. But now,
So the light, so the photos of the sun, the angle of the sun, which he didn't plan on taking because he had no way to do it, so that comes off. He wanted to do lux reading, so how bright it was. Okay. Did he? I don't know if he did or not. And then temperature. Well, temperature is a function of weather, which is going to vary a lot. So I don't know how you're going to expect that to be something that's super valuable.
I'm still manning the globe. Is that relative to the elevation? It travels through less of the atmo if it's in a lower elevation, so it has less of the atmo warm up and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I mean, overall, dude, for me, in like a really basic way, I didn't get to bring that much stuff. And my objective was...
How is it that I was able to bring a theodolite, 3 tripods, a P1000, all my clothing and gear. I brought a couple extra t-shirts, little mocking t-shirts that I wore that wasn't part of the mandatory wearing of stuff. Yeah, I brought a good amount of stuff. So how did I do that? I brought 6 of these. 6 of these. They're kind of heavy. I brought 6 of these. How did I do all that, Austin? We weren't allowed to bring much stuff.
Was to go make the observation and come back as a credible witness, and that didn't quite pan out. You know?
Yeah, you were there as luggage, and it perfectly panned out.
You know? So, but that's why I went, and I'm glad. I'm glad because I used to think it wasn't there. I'm like, that's probably not there. Why are they lying? Why don't we have more footage? Why are they faking stuff? Why are they cutting out the footage of the webcam? That makes sense, you know. And I'm like, seems like it's not there. Coffee cup, caustic, sunlight's no problem. So I would love to go see what it is, and I think it's a huge piece of observational data that I would have never paid for. I could be a multimillionaire, and I wouldn't just pay to go hope there's no clouds. Just makes no sense.
If y'all had the opportunity to go to the Casey Antarctic Station from Australia, the Australian-owned Casey Station, to observe the same 24-hour sun or a 24-hour sun, not knowing if it's the same or not, would you guys be willing to go down there?
Free?
If it was funded by the community in the future?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that we kind of know that it is there, but that's just me. I mean, I guess you could say that.
Yeah. What are you going to do if you go again? If they go again, they've already seen it. I don't know what well, let's go to a different place to see if it happens. Yeah, it's going to happen. Are you really curious about whether or not it's going to happen at a different state? Of course it's going to happen. Of course it matches everything the globe predicts. You know that. Nobody in your community is like, well, I wonder if it's going to match. Of course it's going to match.
There's other places in Antarctica that don't correspond, but where they took us is a place where they say it's 79.2 degrees, and the sun did what it's supposed to do there. So if, let's say, you went to another place and the sun doesn't do that, that would kind of, it's almost like a paradox to me, that we can't have the sun working everywhere, but in just one place it just does something that's not supposed to do. To me, it seems like we can kind of understand what the sun does. To me, it at least makes sense now, which I think is good data points. I think what we want to do is be able to build our maps and our ideas on reality. And if I told somebody a week ago, build a map of the flat Earth, you're going to struggle because you don't know what the southern sun does. Whereas if you're told that today, not a week ago, let's say a month ago, and then if you're told that today, now we know what the sun does in the south, or at least have an idea better than we had before. So I would be
interested. I would be interested in flying from the other way, checking stuff out. But like for me to go back, man, we learned a lot about the way it would be. Like sleep would be prioritized. Right. Everything would be prioritized. Like I would never go where I'm dependent upon some other people that I feel like are being two-faced with me and playing both sides and kind of like simply have me there as a tool of humiliation and
luggage. Please use the right terminology.
Like notoriety, because if you take us out of the equation, no one cares what they just did, And I think that could be cool in general. Go in there and but I'm not in a rush to go back there, bro. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean,
could we construct a flight if let's say we call Ailey and we say, hey, we want to take the 757 that you have and we want to fly from, say, Punta Arenas to Auckland or something, some sort of flight that goes right across the South Pole. Do you think that they would do that if we, and then we could probably sell tickets? I'm just wondering because I still see people saying that they want to see if there's a plane that can fly across the South Pole.
I think that might be a trap too, right? Like, so I've seen flat Earth conceptualizations that could have Antarctica as a continent, and I know a lot of people think that's one to fly.
Yeah, the bipolar one. Yep.
Fly around it. I'm actually talking about flying over the South Pole to the others, coming up the other side.
No, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, of course, if you actually were to go and fly straight, so you can't invoke cardinal direction, just straight, then like flat Earth south, but just like you were able to ensure you were going straight, right?
So the tip of South Africa down to a station in Antarctica.
Yeah, just keep flying straight, where you should pop up on the other side of a globe, or flat Earth, like where you're not going towards it.
I apologize. Let me re-ask that. So from the tip of South Africa to Union Glacier would be a totally different flight time as opposed from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm saying the idea, obviously the typical idea of north-south circumnavigation, and you go and you pop back up or whatever. Yeah, I think that could be a trap. Now looking at everything I'm looking at, I'm like, that doesn't actually conclusively disprove a flat Earth, because if you were to fly, say Antarctica is a continent, even say there's an ice wall outside of that or whatever, but like there is a continent there, and you fly from a southern continent, and then what are you actually using in reality? You're either using your GPS, your coordinates, or you're using like some type of compass, whatever, using directions. Like if you look like a bipolar projection, for example, just like merely the concept of that. I don't even make
bipolar one again.
Like you would go over Antarctica and you would follow those lines, those field lines back up, and so you would think that you're going, and say you start heading back north, you would hit another continent. On a flat Earth, if you look like a bipolar projection, you would go into Antarctica, pop back up, hit the southern continent, and they'd be like, oh, look, that proves the globe. You went over Antarctica, and you popped up on the other side. You actually wouldn't. So you would have to be able to verify that you went straight.
Oh my gosh. Let's look again. Do I have Here it is. This derpy map here. Yep, you could fly straight over Antarctica. But how could you test to see if this one was right? Well, you could go straight this direction from New Zealand and see if any, or you could go to, let's do this. Let's go start in California, and then go this direction and see if you get to the edge. You don't need to go to Antarctica. Just go here. Just go that way. And then if you get eaten by monsters, or if you find that you are now over the edge of the side of the turtle, or if you if you encounter aliens or a wall, then you know. Then if this is your dumb model, if you're so stupid that you think this is a reasonable thing to propose, then there it's not about Antarctica at all. Go do one of the other tests. You know, go to Australia and see if it's shaped so stupid as this. Right? Go to the equator and then fly from South America there, right? Then go straight east and see if you wind up, you know, falling off. There you go. Seriously, it's not about Antarctica if it's that dumb map.
Great. Is what I'm trying to say. You'd have to verify, and I think this is beneficial in that way that we now know we need to be very careful about how we say that, because
oh, good point, Hawk Skull. People do fly direct from Hawaii to Japan, and they don't fly. Yeah. So obviously that map is BS.
Everyone says that. You know, everyone says that.
I just noticed in the chat, just somebody saying that the claim is that they fake the sun, not that they fake going to Antarctica. So I just want people to really think about what you're saying, that we have 24-hour cam setup that you can actually check now from Dave McKeegan, from Toon, from Duffy, and just think what you're saying. So where did the sun go? How would we fake that? How would we make the sun go away and then put up a fake sun in the sky and then make that fake, but then it has to light up all of the area that we're at. It's just kind of, I guess I gave more credit to flat earthers as researchers, to be honest with you. I thought that we were part of a good research crew where we would actually look into things and then bring up things that were humanly possible. Right now, people are bringing up things that aren't even possible. It's not even a fathomable thing that you could have faked the sun there. It's not even possible. There's multiple cameras from multiple people with multiple live streams with multiple angles. How would you fake that? Where did the real sun go? So to me, it's just like, I guess I don't have a lot of faith in flat earth researchers anymore. If this is people that were on my show, people like Sav that I thought were knowledgeable or smart, that are just saying the most ridiculous things ever. They're like, oh, and then why didn't they tell you guys that the Chilean...
Jaren's mistake was thinking that Sav is smart.
Army was going to be there.
I talked to him today. It's just ridiculous. But I will make this announcement right now. So I do see that ready to be released on my YouTube is 3 8.5 hour 360 videos. Now it actually has like the 360 cam is a camera on the front, camera on the back. Nice. So this actually has like the circle meeting in the middle. But that was the best that one of the guys I have working on this could get done. So you're able to move all.
Yeah. Here's what you do. You bring it into the Insta360 app. And then you right click on it and you say export. And then that's it. I sent instructions to Jaren to forward to Austin.
All around, pretty decently high definition. We just had to get something up there. We also have a 1 hour and 13 minute. So it's the full 25.5 hours sped up, but it's interactive 360. Doesn't have the little meeting in the middle. So that is what's currently ready. It's unlisted, right? So they're all processed, all finished finally after all this time. So we do have that. And I can that'll be released tonight. And then because at this point I'm just like, drop them all, bro. Drop every version of it that we're able to actually render and export. I've tried to render the full 25-hour high definition multiple times. I've then even tried to 2x it, like 2.1x it, so it's just under 12-hour limit, and it gets to 77%, or it would never get to that number. That's a good number. It got like 70-something%, and then boom, export failed. I had the whole full 25 hours. It's like 14 hours in, gets to 65%, boom, export failed. So that's kind of what we're doing.
Just for reference, I have the exact same files, and I have them exported without without problem. Just took time.
With it just sucks. And apparently BitChute is saying that they'll temporarily make an exception and remove the upload limit and let me just fully dump the whole, however big the whole video is. But we still have to be able to get it exported. And it's tough. So yeah, that's what we got. I mean, I guess technically that is the full live time. It's 25 hours of footage finally. That's just taking days.
Elizabeth, are you trying to upload content, or are you just leaving it to Jaren and Austin?
No, we definitely have like a shared folder that we're all like, not only with the TFE group, but also just amongst ourselves. Like, I think, what are you calling it, Austin? Like the massive drop file or something?
Yeah, like the motherload.
And that's what we're going to be sharing things like. Even like the intricate things, like not just like the footage and stuff like that, but my loved ones back at home had my live location. So like they took.
Also, did you notice in any of that talk where Witsit noted where the video came from, where the source came from? He did not. The video that he's talking about was given to him by Will. Once again, Austin did nothing, was given something from Will, and is taking credit for it here. He's an entitled little baby.
screenshots of like, oh, look, I can see my little dot here, and I can see that your little dot, your little avatar was right here and stuff like that. Because, you know, obviously they were tracking us through the TFE site. I have a couple of like the temperature differences, but again, it was dependent on when we had reception. And when we were at the secondary camp, we didn't really have the reception. And then sometimes depending on how far you are from the dining hall at the main camp, you won't have reception. So trying to get some of these like temperature readings from like, you know, high noon local time to the difference that it did at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Mind you, the sun hasn't gone down, but there was a significant difference in temperature. It did get a lot colder within those wee morning hours. We have the accelerometer data, which I know that you said I could hit up Man of Stone, Austin. And I know I got somebody in Flat Earth thing that's also looking into the software. So when we were on the plane, I got this little like accelerometer device that I laid on my seat, and it was just taking like all the data and information, the acceleration, the inclination, and other stuff like the gyroscope stuff and everything. Stuff I can't personally read, but it was recommended to me to get the device on the flight there, just so that when we're able to extract that data, when we have somebody who can put it in a more digestible form, then that's also something that we'll be able to provide as well. I had all of my location, I guess for your iPhone, you can leave location on or off. I had it on purposely just so that, you know, when you look at the pictures and you swipe up, you can see the location. And I get it. People can say, well, GPS can be manipulated and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but we're like cross-referencing with people that were up in the northern hemisphere that had our location. They're also taking screenshots and so forth and screen recordings to kind of see that, because we don't all have the same phone essentially. But I mean, if it's all manipulated, then I don't know what else to do for you. You know, like I can only provide the information that I have. So yeah, that's definitely stuff that we'll be dropping soon.
Because, you know, she doesn't technically have a channel, which I think she is going to start something, and we're encouraging her to do that. So yeah, I'm going to create, I created a Telegram group, and
So it's nice that Sean asked her a question, and then when she was done talking, Witsit came back to talk, not Sean.
wanted to get a lot of curated different forms so we can just start dumping everything kind of at the same time. But Telegram group that will have all kinds of stuff. A channel, you can comment, it's a discussion, but just comment per post. And then created a drop link at like the maximum amount. I think it's like the 10 or 15 terabyte. Try to drop everything in there. And then I'm also going to create a site, right? Because you can upload everything through, like, for example, a Google Drive. You can have a person X and P900 kind of bro. Make jokes. It's really
I almost named the thumbnail to the show tonight. A funny thing happened on the way.
You'll just put a camera there, do a 24-hour time lapse. Or
sure, no excuses now.
4 months, right? But before I could see, now if you don't have any internet connection there, then you do have to film some sort of time lapse and then upload it the next day, which is what it seems like they were doing. They were just cutting out 8 hours every day. So again, it's one of those things where if we had to do it again, I would just. And I do think they should put one down there. I'm going to actually go pretty hard at whoever I need to, NSF or NOAA. There's just no excuse for not having a camera down there. They've got the camp down there. They can actually put the Starlink down there.
Again, this is. I mean, Jaren is expecting. He's a bit entitled here that somebody has some responsibility to provide a 24-hour camera for him. Why? Nobody who's in Antarctica has a thought, well, I better put up a 24-hour camera so that some random flat earther can look at it to make sure that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Nobody cares. They're sitting there in Antarctica. It's 2 a.m. They're like, dang it. Can somebody pull that shade? The sun is hitting me in the face. That's what they're doing. Nobody there wonders, oh, I hope the flat earthers think that the sun is up right now. Yeah, if our webcam isn't running right now, they might think that it's the sunset. No, nobody there is thinking that.
They can get it's not even expensive camera that just rotates on. My rotator tripod is $500. So I mean, get a real cool one that's $2,500 or $3,500, and then you have some generator attached to it, and it can keep running for 4 months. So there should be a 4-month.
Why?
Just twist with the sun down there every year. I don't see a reason.
But why do they have a responsibility to you to do that? They don't. Nobody questions whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and now, even more, people shouldn't.
Why they wouldn't do that?
And obviously, there was actually fake. Like, they literally did take the beginning and put it at the end of a video and claim that it was a consecutive 24 hours. And then we pointed it out, and then we were gaslit by all the Globers, and then they came out and admitted that they did it. Now, that is nothing like this.
It was for a movie. It wasn't for a scientific experiment, you douchewad. But that doesn't make it fake. There was a full 24 hours of rotation in there. The beginning and ending were merged together. Doesn't make it fake. Makes it edited. It's still a view of the sun for 24 hours. Your standard of evidence is stupid.
That is not what's going on here. You're getting interactive 360 video with high definition, and I know people haven't seen that yet.
Right? If it's just that one guy shot and it's going around the circle and you're watching the sun, that can be faked, clearly. Right? It's just one camera view, and you can easily do that through some sort of editing software. But what we did cannot be. It's just not.
Cameras everywhere.
Yeah, it's just not a possibility right now. People are like, oh, with AI you can do anything. It's like, well, show me the AI machine that says copy this scene in Antarctica with these 7 people. It's just not. We're not there yet, and I think people could be a little bit more
discerning.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, again, and it doesn't make sense because what happened was at first people said it doesn't matter. That's what I heard. Right? 24-hour sun doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. Then it's now that they faked it. Well, what you're saying by they faked it is it mattered a hell of a lot, And now my biggest fear is that people are going to believe that the sun does set there. Because the only reason I went there is to find that out. So we come back and we say, no, the sun doesn't set it. It goes around your head. And then if people are like, no, they faked it. So we are going to believe that it sets. And it's like, well, then what the hell do we go down there for? Or that's, well, at least I'll know. But I mean, I kind of wanted us to move forward as a community. Now we have this fact and we can move forward. But if it's, again, people.
We will, though. We will, in my opinion. It
might take longer than we thought.
All right. So
I just think that some people will be left behind and they were supposed to be.
I mean, here's one thing I gotta say, though. This is another problem, is that some of these people will never apologize. Like the people that, it's like, okay, if they just come out and say, hey, I did think it was kind of, but now I've seen some of the footage. Sorry, I jumped down but they won't do that because it's just not something that we do. Think of when's the last time you saw somebody in the community apologize for something that they've done to somebody else. It just doesn't happen. So maybe we'll see
rarely,
that.
Rarely.
Yeah, rarely. So maybe we'll see that. I hope that we do, but I also don't be surprised if those people who have claimed fake stay on that team no matter what. That's just their team now. And they're just going to, because I think people look for content, right? And so what we're doing now is we're providing content. We're having this interview. Now, all these guys who want to say, we'll take this interview and now they can for 3 days have content. Going through this interview, picking it apart. Austin said this, but Jaren said this. You notice he moved his hand right there. He looked down at Elizabeth. I mean, it's just like, they just want content. So they can
now, they're talking about the flat earthers that are going to critique this using the skills that Jaren and Austin taught them. They're going to analyze everything of this video here and look and say, oh, well, they did this with their hands, or this with their hands, or this with their hands, or this, not that one. And then that means this, and like, no.
So, man, like at this point, I mean, I get why you care. I get why I've cared. I'm not saying, like, obviously, I've gotten more worked up low-key at times than Jaren has, and it's like I think we've reached the point now, bro, where it's like, all right, let's just move forward. You have to really lack discernment at this point to believe that we faked this and deceived the world. And that's, what we're finding out is it's like, no, you never saw anyone's breath in any of those videos at the studio location. And it's like, have you watched all the live streams and the videos? No. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, just do your research, bro, and calm down and like investigate and stop jumping on, these bandwagons.
Like compression of videos. Like if you're looking at ICE that's on an early 720p upload, the way that compression works is it takes like pixels and puts them all the same. So it doesn't change constantly. That's how you make a video less size than it would be if it was at max resolution. So when you see ICE and people walking on the ice and nothing happening, all it is the video is taking that ice and said, this all matches in color. We're just going to leave it there. We're not going to change it so that the person steps on it and walks back and forth on it. The video doesn't change because it's all the same color. Now when the 1080p comes out or the 4K, you're going to see the ice change because now it's taking a less amount of like pixels and keeping them the same. So it's just people just jump to conclusions with low resolution video that we were trying to get out fast. I don't think people have any idea how hard it is to upload huge files.
Oh, no.
I think.
All right. Okay, I have listened to the resident, and I think they're getting mostly to the end. There's not a whole lot more there. The main thing is that Austin especially was super whiny. He didn't know how much luggage. Oh, poor boy. He wanted to. They knew all along that they were going to be able to bring more luggage, and I didn't. Well, only two people brought extra luggage. 2. The guy that was filming the documentary, a flat earther, and Dave McKeegan, who brought two tripods. Basically, I think he brought a couple more, but one of them was a rather large equatorial mount. That was it. One flat earther and one glober brought an extra bag. That's it. Wah, poor Austin. Oh, he didn't know because you didn't read. But they knew that they had it ahead of time and they were not going to pay because they knew it was figured out. No, it wasn't. I got the receipts, you little baby. And they got there a day earlier so they could just kick back and chill. But when you got there, you spent 3 nights not going to bed early, not sleeping in, right? Your choice for 3 nights was to not go to sleep early. The final day, you stayed up all night. Your choice. Being there a day earlier, would you have slept that extra day? No, you would have farted around those days too. I didn't get much sleep because I was doing stuff. I did live streams, yes, but, and recorded videos, yes, but I got star trails. I got, measured the length of a line of longitude. We did the magnetic field strength, the magnetic dip. We measured the weight, the variation. Right? I was working on this. I was doing this stuff. What did they do in Punta Arenas? Nothing. They didn't do anything there. At night during their live stream, they're like, oh, look, we can see the sun there. That's all they did. So Anyway, yeah, crybaby gate, absolutely crybaby gate. So, there's more. I don't want to just be reviewing these and nothing else. I could. There's so much. He's such a big crybaby whiner. But I should probably post that video of Kati so that they can Witsit can be embarrassed about whining about the luggage. So yeah, always or somebody else's fault response. Yeah, he doesn't take responsibility for himself. He expects all of these things to be given to him for free. Be very clear. If you never got access to Wi-Fi, that would have been fine. If I never got access to Wi-Fi, that would have been fine. I didn't do anything to be entitled to get it. Will was gracious and gave us for free the Wi-Fi. Don't be a jerk. Be gracious. Be grateful that you got it. So, I don't know, how did he get how did Witsit get to the place that he is this disgusting thing of a person, that he feels like he's entitled to the Wi-Fi? You can give us the Wi-Fi. Why do you need it? Why were you entitled to it? You got it for free. I can't get it. It's just so disgusting. Marcus Wynn says, we don't live in a globe. We live in the eye of a blue-eyed giant named Macumber. Okay, that's a new one. I have a feeling you're just joking, but that's better. That's better than the bipolar map. DVIDS, Davids, says, did you pack an extra lunch for Witsit as well? I did, yeah. It's so Gogurt. And his mommy sent, he said, she's very strict instructions. It has to be Wonder Bread. It has to be Smucker's strawberry jelly, and the peanut butter has to be Skippy without the chunks. And spread it really thin on the peanut butter so it's not too gummy in the top of his mouth. And then be sure to cut off the crust. Do not cut it diagonally. He doesn't like the diagonal cut. It has to be the horizontal cut twice. So it's a plus. So you get 4 little pieces there. He likes them the best. And says that, the Gogurt, and a Juicy Juice. So there it is. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda says, it's very funny to me that you needed a WPA key to keep those penguins from getting on your network without permission. Well, now it's more difficult to sometimes to set up a Wi-Fi without a password, because it asks you 1,000 questions. But yeah, why do you need the password? So somebody can't drive up from the street and then steal your Wi-Fi from the street? Not a problem there. Professor Phil Bell says, Witsit, test kinematic equivalence hypothesis on your polar Earth. Yeah. Well, he can't do that on anything. He can only talk about it without really understanding it on geocentric globe, where the sun is 93 million miles away. Zoomy Tomato says, so what you're suggesting is Austin was just Jaren's emotional support flurf, basically. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was. I think my guess is that Jaren maybe subconsciously put it up as a roadblock early. And Will is all about tearing down roadblocks. Said, okay, let's do it. Tyler Carr says, interesting. Witsit says down there, not over. True. He does try to fix his vocabulary. He says atmos instead of atmosphere. But yeah, he didn't get that one. We're all Golgafrinchians. Says some people lie to save face. Austin Whiny S has to lie twice as much. Yeah. When you lie, Austin, and then you're caught in a lie, you have to lie to cover up the lie. So you get into this cycle of lying, and there's just lie on top of lie on top of lie. And And he needs to be there to maintain the lie, because if he leaves, if he's not there, then people start talking and they start unraveling. And they're like, wait, this doesn't make sense. All of these things now don't make sense. They all fall apart. So he needs to be there to build another lie on top of all of those lies before they can figure out that those lies are all lies. Is your guy, says Austin was on a Discord VC while Will was doing the first TFE live stream. There's recordings of it. No Wi-Fi for 8 to 10 hours, complete and total lie. Now, I don't know about that. I'd say that you could probably have some time, but I don't think you're going to get an overlap. So that first TFE live stream was at midnight Chilean time. So you need a little bit of bookwork to make sure that you that it is that correct timing. But send it to me if that's the case. I'd love to see if he was actually on Discord at that moment. And the Earth Awakening server has, they publish all their stuff, so you can get the time. So it was, let's be clear, the Earth Awakening's Discord server has a clock on it on the YouTube channel and Rumble channel that has UTC on it. So it was midnight Chilean time, which would be 3 a.m. UTC. So if 3 a.m. UTC on December 15 UTC time, if he was on Discord, that would be very telling. He would have had the password already then. So I would love to see that. If somebody wants to do the footwork and see if you can find him on there, that would be very, very interesting. If he was on there before that, it could have been during the mealtime when we were back at the main camp and we did have Wi-Fi there. Sky Captain says, can you tell us about Austin and the meteorologist? Oh, I can. Okay. I'll give you a little, but the whole conversation there, I'll do that whole thing. I didn't play it. They're like, we got to flat smack a whole room. None of them were impressed. None of them were impressed. This is the reality denial world that they live in. Nobody there thought, oh wow, they're making sense. No. So the meteorologist guy, full-time staff for ALE, was in the back of the room. I was right next to him, and he was getting pissed at Austin, really angry, because Austin was just talking crap. They did a Q&A near the end, and he asked a question, and then, Austin spews his BS, and then the guy did another, and he says, this isn't a question, this is a statement. He was pretty upset, and he, I don't remember exactly what he said, and so he said what he said, and then he left. And so he left, and Dave McKeegan left because Dave McKeegan was getting tired of Witsit's lies too. So, but I have the whole thing recorded. The camera is sitting right next to Jaren, and Jaren was next to Austin. So the recording of it is probably a pretty good audio. I haven't listened to it yet, so should be good. Should be good. So I'll do that, and that'll be released probably as an independent video, and I might do as a commentary also. Clems says, was Elizabeth the one that won the trip from Duffy and then found out the person who offered to pay for the trip was lying? Yes, she is. So all right, let me say a couple things. I want to clear. She I don't know if she came across a little whiny there. She was not. It wasn't. She's maybe a little entitled sometimes, but no, she was fine. She was a good player, a good player, good sport about things. The morning, so we did all that all night. She didn't sleep well. Then that morning after breakfast, she stayed at camp and slept because she was really tired. So nobody begrudged her for that at all. There's no problem. So definitely not the same as Witsit. Definitely not. So don't think for a second that even though she was with Witsit and Jaren was with Witsit, no, Witsit was Witsit was a bit more reserved than in this video you just saw here. He was super like hogging the conversation there. He wasn't like that in person, but he'd go into moods. He'd get into a mood and he'd be like ramble for a while, and we'd like what are you doing? So there's a time where he came up to McKeegan in the hotel and he goes like pointing at him like, you can't actually believe in blah 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 blah, something about geocentrism globe, not about flat earth. And Dave's like, oh, I don't know, I haven't even really looked into it much. and he's like, no, but you can't, you have to admit this. Dave's like, no, I don't. And he didn't say it to me because I have an answer to it. I didn't say anything. So yeah, that let me look at the polar. All right. The polar model. So I have a thought. So one there. I measured in Santiago, the magnetic field strength was the lowest. In Punta Arenas, it was increasing, and then in Antarctica, it was increasing again. I guess that actually works on this map because the magnetic South Pole is around here. So if that's the case, then it would be closer. This would be, Santiago would be far away from both of the poles. Right? Like Indonesia would be even farther over here, but Santiago would be pretty far of our locations. It would be, except, well, yeah, in the north. Anyway, so it would make sense to be a little closer. It doesn't make sense on the Dirt Pizza map because you're farthest away on here. In Union Glacier, you're farthest away from the South Magnetic Pole, which is way up there. So it should have gone down instead of up in strength, so anyway. Hey, Bob the Science Guy, how you doing? Been loving your videos. Fantastic series you're doing. Mine Bum Bakes Cake says, Veni Vidi. I'm sorry. I will pronounce it as my Latin teacher instructed me in high school. Weni Witty Flurfy. I came, I saw, I flurfed. Witsit, you sow what you reap. You can cry those flurf tears into denial. Yes. 78 Mitsu says, anyone collecting the flurf wine to have later? Darkstar 4400 says, does Witsit's mommy drive him everywhere for free? I must. Shane Eslick, looking south, where's the dome? Yeah, we were only 700 miles from the dome. You'd think you'd see it in that drone shot. We didn't see it. Where would it go? Alyssum says, Toon, you have my respect for stopping attacks involving family members, a quality that few people have, especially when it involves opponents. There's things to do. Go after Witsit. He's an easy target. He's a narcissist. He's lying about stuff. I suspect he was lying about vaping to a particular person. Didn't want that particular person to know. That's what I think he did. I don't believe for a second that he found the vape in his bag. I think that he went and purchased it because he was going to be away from this person. And he's like, hey, let me just pick this up, right? John Marindi smokes regular cigarettes. And then Jaren was joining him a little bit. Mark Herman would. So like they'd hang out together and do that. And so like Wit's out hanging out with them. And I get it. If vaping is your thing and they're doing that and like, I'll go and whatever. Right. Better than smoking, I think. But Beast Militia, what would it take to get you to show the video from the dinner where Austin made an ass of himself? Well, I didn't say this. Okay, I'll tell you now. So they were concerned, Jaren and Austin were concerned about some of the stuff. They like, I'm not going to not film. I'm going to do what I want to do. Right. And I'm bound by what I'm bound by. Right. I'm not going to increase what I'm going to be bound by, but they talked to Will. They said, Will, we They were concerned. I think Austin was concerned about that particular video, the first video of the first night that they were there. They didn't want me to upload it. So I said, okay, I won't. So what would it take? It would take Austin saying that I should upload it. That's what it would take. And if he doesn't give his go on that, then I gave my word that I wouldn't and I won't. So that's the only one that I gave any such commitment to. So I know that John Morindi got it, so it might be in the documentary. Right? So Austin was also smoking. It's in Jaren's footage. Well, there you go. Okay. I didn't pay that much attention to see exactly what he was doing, but sure. Whatever. Shane Eslick says it was all caps. You were supposed to shout my super chat. Like when you say, no, where's the guns? When you rang Nathan Oakley, where's the guns, Nathan? I'm sorry. Looking south, where's the dome? I'm supposed to yell. Okay, I'm not going to yell. My wife is... Our bedroom's right there. And it's 1 a.m. and she's sleeping. I'm a night owl. Like, it's not yet 2 a.m., so I'm like, it's not time for me to go to bed. But she's like, I got up at 5 a.m. today, and then I did this and this and this. Like, she's like, when I wake up, she's done a whole bunch of stuff. But when I go to... between when she goes to sleep and when I go to sleep, I do a whole bunch of stuff. Not all the time, but it's often what we do. So it works out because I've always been a night owl. Always. In college, her roommate was pregnant, but due during Christmas break. I'm on the computer late one night, headphones going, other guys in my room are asleep, and I'm working. I'm on the computer. Surprise. And I got scared because she pulled the headphones off my head. I'm like, what? I didn't like, I was in the zone doing whatever I was doing. And they came off my head. I didn't know any, right? And I'm like, what the world? So my adrenaline's going like crazy. She goes, my roommate's water just broke. We got to go to the hospital. I'm like, oh. So then I went into freak out mode, like the movies where the nervous dad is my fiance's roommate, where they go crazy. That was me. I broke the handle on the car door. Like trying to get out, I like broke it on the inside of the car door. So from then on, I had to roll down the window in that car to get out. Yes. So anyway, I'm a night owl. So that's what I do. I'm not going to yell because she's asleep. Leslie Rohrer says he was not luggage. He is excess baggage. Well, he was not excess baggage, but if you're going to say that, he was the most expensive checked bag ever. Jacko Bester says, I'm glad Jaren has left this stuff. I hope the Globe community embraces him. As for the rest, nothing will change. For them, it's about the attention and the money. Don't forget to help Critical Think. Yeah, Critical Think paid for everything out of his pocket and crowdfunded, hoping to get the rest. And so if you're interested, Critical Think could his fundraiser is still open. You can kick in a little bit to help him there. So Shane Eslick, 160 IQ Witsit wanted a sextant for mass debating. Yeah, 160 IQ, and he didn't know that he's not going to get a gyro compass at a secondhand army surplus store. Oh my gosh. Algorithm says, so Witsit understands scientific papers but doesn't understand basic instructions regarding luggage. Got it. Yeah. I mean, he didn't read it. Obviously, he didn't read it. He didn't take any of this seriously until just before we went. He's like, oh, I guess we're going. Yeah. El Guignolo says their next map will be a Pac-Man style projection. Oh, dear. Let me show you my favorite flat Earth map. It's from Dasnes. Right there. There it is. There it is, the map from Dasnes. He's like, hey, maybe this is the map. Look at that. It's got four corners, just like the Bible says. But it's not a circle. So somehow it missed that part of it. Also, it's on pillars, and also it's hung in space. Seriously. Oh my gosh. Seriously. This is. Look how big Antarctica is. And of course, it's got a Pac-Man. It's a Pac-Man style projection. That's what this is. He wasn't joking either. Shane Eslick says Sydney to LAX nonstop, 13-hour, 45 minutes disproves that map. What about this map? Sydney over here to LAX would have to go this direction, have to go over all of Australia, over Africa, over the Atlantic, and then get to LAX. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work on this map either. They just don't think, hey, there's real world things that you're going to have to make that have to match. They won't. They won't. Lisa has a $1 super chat. Thank you very much, Lisa. Appreciate it. Bruce says, what's your favorite so far? Snowgate, Vapegate, Beepgate, Footprintgate, Shadowgate, or Bootgate? Or the one I'm missing? Oh my gosh. Well, the vape one, for sure. I just love watching them attack him on it and having him scramble. And he's had to admit that he was vaping when he didn't want to admit that he was vaping. Whoever it was that he didn't want to know was vaping now knows that he was vaping, probably. And he's not happy about it. Probably having a little bit of a conversation here and there about it. Like, I thought you quit vaping. You said, yep, whatever. You reap what you sow there. Amajax says, those flat earthers sound like they don't ever travel. They don't camp, explore, or go on adventures. They don't know how to plan, to pack. How do they manage to even get passports? Well, Lisbeth, she actually for work traveled quite a bit. She used to work in China as a ESL, taught English in China. So she's traveled a good bit. But yeah, I'm guessing that Austin might not have traveled internationally before. Because he needed to get his passport. Now, it doesn't mean that he didn't, right? A passport lasts 10 years, right? And I think he's around 30. So if the last time he traveled was before he was internationally, was in his 18, 19, 20, probably not, actually. I'm guessing because he got that scholarship, that full ride scholarship he always talks about to play football. And it probably wasn't a full ride either because of the school that he goes to. They don't get all that many full ride scholarships. They tend to divide them out. Anyway, and then he dropped out. So here he is. He finished high school and then went to college and dropped out of college. So I don't see that at that point he's going to be doing a whole lot of traveling for the next couple of years internationally. So just guessing there, at 19 years old as a college dropout, I don't see him traveling internationally. He was, probably just doing some whatever job he was doing, but I don't know. I can only guess. Lagging. I see that lagging. YouTube is complaining at me about it, but I see 600 megabit upload or 6 megabit upload. So not much else I can do about it. I have Dropbox paused. I don't have any downloads going that are big. So don't know. Elixir says, personally, I like the We're on a Turtle map better than Flat Earth, which was mythology for some Native Americans. The Great Atuan. Yes, is great. Joe was robbed from Salt Creamer of the Year. Hashtag Klutzy Rigged. For 20 Swiss francs, says, don't read my name. Running gag for another channel. Too late, I already read your name. Have you seen the Drunk Debunk's newest video about Jaren? I, for one, think we should offer Jaren a hand and kindness now that he will get a beating from his former mates. I have told Jaren, in no uncertain terms, that he is welcome over here. I use those words. So he knows. I've been as accommodating as I can to him. Yep, I 100% agree. People are like, oh, well, this and this and this. Like he's in that I didn't play it. He said, well, maybe all the world's elite have built big giant tunnels underneath the ice. Right? No, of course not, because it's a glacier and it moves, and that would be the absolute worst place you could build a giant cavern under the ice where it will collapse in a couple years, and when it collapses, it's going to be catastrophic, and everybody inside will get trapped and die probably. No, nobody's doing that. No, he's still got some conspiratorial stuff, but looking at other flat earthers as they escape the cult, they figure out, wait a second, all of these things were the same thought process, right? So is he, I don't know, my hope, when he looks at how people analyzed the footage that he did in Antarctica, and when he sees, I hope he sees that it's the exact same game plan. The playbook is identical to analyzing NASA video. It's the same. 100% the same. Will he see that and say, wait a second, maybe they're just people going to where they were going, and the deniers are just playing stupid games? Maybe he'll see that. Ranty saw that. Seek Truth, Speak Truth saw that. Ragey saw that. Others saw that. So hopefully he sees that. So, but I don't know. All right. People. He won't. I bet against Jaren, says Bilbo. I don't know. Anyway, so Sav SSUM, David Kane, is one of the people that has now accused Jaren of faking the whole thing, who used to be friends with Jaren. So the outro will be Sav. So Jaws Incarnate says, just one apology. Yeah. Ace Fox says, so the elites can build secret megatunnels deep under the Antarctic ice, but they can't control some brain cramp flirt from talking about the flat earth. Yep, that's the thing. Oh, you can go to Jaren's on Telegram, some very painful posts there. Yeah. All right. Well, I am going to go. Rajhawk, you nailed it. And for that, you know what, Rajhawk? I've noticed there's a problem I'm going to have to fix right now. So there we go. Have that wrench. You earned it. Anyway, people, thank you very much. Be looking out maybe Thursday night. I'll see. I'll be in Tahoe for that. But we'll see if it works out. There may be a SpaceX launch then. That would be cool. I don't know. Certainly Friday night at Flat Earth Pizza, and Saturday morning. Be looking out for live streams there. Everybody, 6 a.m. will be my first of 3 real-time 24-hour sun videos. So they won't have as many people moving around, but there are a few things to see in there. But for the most part, it's just the sun doing what the sun does in Antarctica. So Oh, well, hold on. Just a second. Get over here. Just a second. Got it. Okay. There it is. Fixed. The way his supposed friends are acting, speaking would be enough to make anyone leave the cult. Can't wait for the Lake Tahoe live stream. Thanks for the stream. All right, everybody. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
There's a man called Sovereign Soul with an unchained mind, sitting in his room all day long, master detective in his own mind, sharing conspiracies all through the night. His theories take flight. MC Toon has Langley written all over him. He declares
Langley,
he's the master of detectives, he swears. Asks how air with no molecular continuity can be affected by gravity scrutiny. It's all displacement, so he pleads. No gravity needed, displacement leads. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in the vine. All rivers flow south except for a pair. That's the direction down they share. Events in the Bible, not Middle East bound, happened where he lives, he's found. Nile is Mississippi in his lore, a theory he won't ignore. How do you have a line perpendicular to an arc? Questions a man who left school in the dark. How does it get perpendicular to a ball? He doesn't get it, can't be real at all. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in a bind. The Mandela effect he talks about, the word dilemma has changed, no doubt. Boats long ago like ropes, no ends. So how they measure speed and knots, my friends? He's telling you right now, you see, if the right people had him, what he'd be. A real master detective, no doubt. Globe is impossible, he shouts. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with a content state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in a bind. From ISS to space, pressure gaps are vast. Not like ocean depths, those contrasts are surpassed. We're talking extremes, you understand, but he wants to know, show me gravity, man. How does gravity affect air? He demands, doing whatever it takes to derail their plans. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in a mind.